286. And at the dismissal of Nathan Lyon, that was it. No more play because of bad light. But today, as it stands at the moment, there is a little bit of sunshine. There's certainly been a lot of rain overnight, so it's very humid. Wouldn't surprise me if we're on and off throughout the course of the day. But we're having a positive outlook on things, and hopefully we get as much cricket as possible. Adam White, Brad Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you in the build-up to day 2, which is around about half an hour away from now. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Bharat Sundaresan, welcome to you. Good morning.
Good morning, Adam White, and good morning, Bryce McGain, former Australia leg spinner, as
Thank
we
you,
all
man.
know. Yeah, and wonderful housemate as well. It's
grumpy housemate or wonderful housemate?
He was grumpy with you, never grumpy with me. So, yeah, the Australians are going through their slip-catching routine. Sam Constis in there tight at the third slip position, so you'd think he'd replace Josh Inglis in that position, which means Travis Head, you're back into short leg. So,
yes.
And that's obviously because of Steve Smith not being able to stand in the slip. So that'll be a part of the narrative as well this morning. Where does Steve Smith field? But I think Australia would have preferred 5 overs last evening. Just the way John Campbell bats and just overall the West Indian batting lineup, they would have backed themselves to even get a couple of wickets. So that wasn't to be. The openers did walk out. It's a bit of a guard of honor like thing for Craig Brathwaite, and then the umpire said no, there's no more play. So there's this awkward moment where they just stood there staring at Craig, and he walked back. What a big day for him as well. At 15 he said I want to play 100 test matches, and here he is all these years later playing his 100th test. So a big moment for him, and let's see how it goes.
Bryce McGain, welcome.
Whitey and Bharat, great to be here for day 2. And Whitey, as you said, a bit of rain overnight. It actually woke me up. It was quite heavy, not so much storms, but heavy showers coming through. So what it means out in the middle is that it's quite a humid in the stadium. It's quite a humid environment, really sticky. So it's probably going to favour the Australians early on with a moving ball, and boy, I'd hate to face Mitch Starc with a new ball that is hooping around here. It's going to be really, really challenging this morning.
So does the humidity, the rain overnight, does that help keep the pitch not lively, but does it stop it from getting low earlier? Because one of the key observations before the match started was that the pitch was quite dry. So does this kind of not keep it together, because it's not going to crack up like an Australian pitch would necessarily, but does it keep it being okay?
It'd be interesting to see how it does play out, because they don't put a Hessian down. Now in Australia you put Hessian down to absorb any moisture that just sits on the top, and sometimes the sweating of the covers, and because it's so hot you would imagine there'd be a bit of sweating under, because they've just put down the plastic pitch cover and then the big covers over the top, so it's protected from the rain and whatnot, but I imagine there would be a bit of sweating. That'll probably dry out now as they take that off and the air gets to it and it clears out. It's been uncovered now for a good hour or so, so I would probably a little bit, but and stop it cracking. But what we do know is that it's a really humid environment, heavy environment around it. That means good swing conditions.
Perfect swing conditions. And we know that this Duke's ball does swing a lot. We haven't seen balls that swing a lot around the world for a while. So when you get them, it just adds that extra element that we miss out on a lot, I feel, around the world. There's a lot of seaming pitches these days, but not so much swing. And even Hazelwood was swinging it, and he's not renowned for his swing bowling. So he was getting it to go last week. So it's not going to be easy for the West Indians. And Darren Sammy did say before the start of this test that he wants, after having seen how his batting team went in Barbados, that you either bat long or you bat fast. So that can only mean not one of two things, but that can only mean one thing. They are going to try and bat fast, except Craig Brathwaite. So they've been given that license. We'll see if they throw their bats around. And if they do, Australia will back themselves even more to really run through this West Indian batting lineup. From a neutral perspective, you hope that doesn't happen. You hope the West Indies put up a fight and we get another one-inning shootout like we did in Barbados.
So we're just seeing the fast bowlers, the Australian fast bowlers now going through their paces. So Mitchell Starc's bowling from the end that we are at the moment, and then Cummins and Hazelwood from the River Road end, or the big grandstand if you're watching it on television, and get a better understanding of the ends that way. And they'll be licking their lips, Bryce. Licking their lips.
They're perfect conditions, and it's not too hot. There's a nice breeze, but that humidity is heavy and around. Just back to yesterday, 286 is a pretty good score here. Given, you look at the batting, and at the end of the day, I was scratching my head. How did they actually get there to 286? It seems like quite a sizable amount of runs, given that it was pretty challenging. But it was credit to Carey, 63, and Bo Webster with his 60 before he ran himself out, which was a bit disappointing in the end. But it was quite remarkable how they got there with just little accumulations by everybody, I suppose. Lots of starts, only a couple kind of went on and got 60.
Well, there was one partnership of 112 between Carey and Webster, which sort of got it from 5 for 110 to push it into sort of the early 200s.
Yep.
And then, Bharat, we see it all the time from the Australians, and I think still believe it's one of their underrated qualities, is that the bowlers contribute with the bat. You think of India, they're 6 out, all out a lot of the time. England, maybe 7 out, 8 out, all out. But, it was, as Bryce said, there was 20 here, 15 there, little partnerships towards the end.
Stark 6.
So we welcome in our PA system for the day. But yeah, there's that sort of feeling that you're never really through them. They've always, even Hazelwood got 11 or 12 towards the end.
Well, he gets a double-figure score every time he bats in the West Indies. He should be batting higher. Just to horses for courses, he should be batting 9, I feel. Well, Mitchell Starc won't like it, but you're right. I mean, Pat Cummins' 17 of 17 balls was vital as well. He hit a couple of boundaries just to drag that score further. And which is why it was so surprising what happened in the first innings in Barbados when Shamar Joseph and Jayden Seals in particular just blew the tail away. We are not used to seeing that from Australia. I mean, even go back to the Lord's World Test Championship final, 7 for 73, and Mitchell Starc drags them to a point where they had 280 to defend against South Africa. Wasn't to be, but so they've just been getting sort of more consistent, Starc and Cummins. Cummins went through that phase where his batting had just dropped off a cliff, but now he seems to have found the right tempo. Mitchell Starc's been pretty consistent over the last 3-4 years, contributing, and he didn't contribute much yesterday. I mean, it's a little surprising to see Nathan Lyon often not, this series in particular, they're keeping him away from the strike, and that got me thinking, is it because of the uneven bounce and they just want to protect his fingers? I don't know. It could be anything at this point. But for someone like Nathan Lyon, who's contributed so much with the bat over the years, I've been surprised. And that's why Bo Webster got out. Because he's trying to protect Nathan Lyon from the strike. So that could be a discussion point later in the day. But I found it interesting.
So it was 6 for 222 when Webster was out. When Carey was out, 6 for 222. So they've managed to find a way to get an extra 64 runs between, 8, 9, 10 and 11. So that's to your point, Bryce. That's why they get 286. And it felt yesterday that it was more a job.
Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Hilly. Some dangerous curves, but we made it.
Now, we're very lucky here because Caribbean Horizons have certainly looked after us. If you are ready to explore Grenada your way, Caribbean Horizons, that's the way to go, because if you need a ride, cruise in comfort with our reliable car rentals. Craving a local experience? Join our guided tours from lush rainforest cascading waterfalls to the spice plantations and immerse yourself in the rich Grenadian culture. So discover Grenada through our eyes with cool vibes and great service. Let's make your visit unforgettable. So Caribbean Horizons, explore more ways, worry less. Visit CaribbeanHorizons.com to book. Now, they've looked after us with a rental car, Caribbean Horizons.
Yeah.
How would you describe driving in Grenada? Because in Barbados, you're in full control.
Yeah.
A little bit of stress last night.
Yeah, indeed. When you compare Barbados, of course, with Grenada, no comparison. Barbados is flat as a Bajan pancake. Very hilly. In fact, as you look up at the River Road, can you imagine driving up there? No. Can you imagine?
So I'm reluctant to criticise you because I don't want to be driving here, and I like driving.
haven't been here for 13 years. In fact, I lost my way a bit. And what was interesting is that actually Bryce was the man telling me where to go. Can you imagine that? Yeah, but I mean, it's interesting.
We almost drove down a one-way tunnel the wrong way.
Yeah. And there's this big tunnel, and as you come through the tunnel, people are walking on either side as well.
I know.
It's all that interesting, yeah. The tunnel of Grenada.
Were you stressed, or were you just a little bit uncomfortable?
I was slightly nervous, but I made it through.
You did. So thank you very much to Caribbean Horizons that have looked after us with a beautiful car, by the way.
Yeah, lovely.
Nice car. And you probably need one to get around the island.
I think so
properly.
as well. A nice sturdy one with wheels. And I hope that before you leave Grenada, that you get a chance to go to a place called Worrell. It's a fishing community, and it's an interesting drive as well, because you go up in the mountains. There's 6.
Are you prepared to drive us up there?
Yeah. It's a straight road.
Okay.
And then you go up this little incline, then you go further up, and it's interesting.
What about the chocolate factory? That's where I want to go.
Yeah. We can take you there, and I'll speak to the manager.
All right.
Once I call your name, everything should be fine.
Okay, very good. Now, just on to the cricket. Firstly, the weather. What are you thinking?
Well, the
today?
forecast is for some rain. In fact, this is our rainy season, as you know, from June. So you're going to have intermittent showers, and Grenada would get more rain than, say, Barbados. And in fact, when I was out for my early morning jog, by the way, I didn't see you. It rained a bit, but I certainly enjoyed the Grenans beach. I mean, Grenada's a beautiful place. You need to go to Grenans, and certainly they've got over 40 beaches, and it's a wonderful country, lush green. When you go to a country like Dominique, it's called Nature Isle. I mean, it's rich, and I really enjoy coming to Grenada. Now, in terms of the weather, you haven't done a lot of cricket here in the past. You're going to get a shower here, a shower there, and then it's almost nagging you, really. And then what happens is that the sun comes out as we speak to you. It's beginning to peep out now, and we hope to get a start. Interesting to see what's going to happen as far as the pitch is concerned. On day one, I think generally we gave it a passing grade, and sometimes these pitches in the Caribbean can keep low very early, because traditionally, as Carl Hooper was saying on the show the other night, the old-time Kensington Oval, you win the toss, ideal for batting on the second day, and then of course by the third day, your stroke play is fine. And traditionally, the most pitches by the fifth day tends to keep a little bit low. What we saw in Barbados was a situation where there was uneven.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam White, Bryce McGain, and a very loud PA system joining you here with us this morning. Bryce McGain, welcome.
G'day, Whitey. It is quite noisy, hard to hear yourself think.
It's atmosphere.
It's a great atmosphere. They're yelling at 10 people in the crowd.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a frustrating bit. But look, the Aussies are going out there, and I know we discussed it just in the pre-game there. I think 286 is an excellent score given the conditions. It's humid, overnight rain. It's a real sticky environment. Was just down there then before I got lost in the stairwell and found myself on a roof, which is not a bad place for a tent, to be honest. We should be commentating up there, but the air-conditioned box is very suitable. But I think this is going to be a real handful for the West Indies straight up. Mitch Stark with a swinging ball. Even in the warm-ups when they were going through their paces, the ball was hooping around. It's going to be a real challenge for West Indies straight up.
So Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell out in the middle, the umpires out in the middle, and the Australians are out there as well, ready to go. Mitchell Stark will bowl from the end that we are commentating from, the Players' Pavilion end. And at the moment, at least, there's a little bit of sunshine around. The clouds are quite high, but as we saw yesterday, things can change very, very quickly. Mitchell Stark, ball in hand, we are ready, and he is on the runway to bowl to Craig Brathwaite. First ball over the wicket. Brathwaite defends from the crease. Into point, Nathan Lyon does the fielding, and there is no run.
Did they have a guard of honour? I'm sorry, I was stuck in a stairwell and
no, they
couldn't
didn't
find my way around.
No, they didn't have anything like that. It was like real club cricket, suburban cricket, because Brathwaite actually came out onto the ground and had one coach just giving him a few throwdowns, which was not something you usually see in Test cricket.
When throwdowns on the ground.
Yep. In club cricket, they'll always do it near the windows of the club rooms or the cars.
Car park, hitting into
hits
the car
gutter
park.
and flies up and hits cars, all that sort of thing.
Exactly.
So that type of activity. Stark again, and he comes past the umpire, bowls to Brathwaite, who does fade that one outside off stump. It's actually moved away further from the right-hander rather than coming back in. And it was a sort of a hesitant, do I do it, do I not? Oh, yeah, I'll do it, sort of half-heartedly. And probably wasn't a good option.
It's a little controversy just in terms of the wicket getting rolled before the start of play, Whitey, and Darren Sammy rushed out there and was pointing out that with the earlier start to play, hopefully hasn't caught anyone out around the Caribbean or back home in Australia. We are starting a few minutes early, of course. But it was rolled 20 minutes before the start of play, and I'll explain
Three slips
why
in a
it's odd.
gully. Stark comes in, bowls to Brathwaite, who gets one that was just bounced a little bit more than he thought, hit the glove and went away behind square leg, and that is actually not off the glove, it's off the thigh pad. Brathwaite thought it came off the glove. He stared at the umpire. It is the first run, but it is a leg bye, so Brathwaite remains on 0, 1 for none. Sorry, Bryce.
Yeah,
None for one.
Yeah, the rolling is, the timing's important, because what the rolling does is actually, if there is any moisture, and we're talking about they don't use hessian to absorb that, it's just cover straight onto the turf. So if there's any moisture in there, it gets rolled and brought to the surface, and within a half an hour it gets a time to burn off, and then it's good to bat. But if it just raises to the surface and it's sitting on top and you're rolling just before the start of play, it can cause some issues. So he was rushing out there to point out and tap to his watch quite often and vigorously to the fourth umpire who was monitoring the situation that you're not quite doing it right.
3 slips in a gully for John Campbell, the left-hander, to face his first ball. Stark remaining over the wicket. Bowls and Campbell cuts past gully down to the rope for 4. That was not far away from Cameron Green at all. Catchable height. He had to go away to his left, just out of reach. Campbell starts with a boundary.
It was a real wide one. He tried to keep it down, but it was more outside edge off an angled bat. And Green, despite the big wingspan he's got in the gully, it beat him to the left on the dive. It gets a 4. So even though it was risk, I'm sure Campbell feels a bit better about himself getting away with the boundary. Now he's batting a school ruler outside his crease, trying to minimise the swing here by Stark.
No change to the field. Stark bowls again to Campbell, who's tucked up in defence, pushing into the covers. Steve Smith into the action, fielding in a very unusual position for him. That's the sort of position he was fielding when he first burst onto the scene for New South Wales. He'd field around there, especially in one-day cricket.
Patrolling the covers. He's a good ground fielder, exceptional outfielder.
Yes.
So he's done it all. This isn't necessarily having a break from fielding. He's in a hot spot there at cover. They're smacking the ball in that region. So, yeah, he's out of the slips.
He's got a lot of ground to cover there in that sort of extra cover position, because the next man on the offside's backward of point. Stark again bowls to Campbell, edging into the gully on the bounce this time. That was sort of full face of the bat, maybe thick outside edge, but he was able to play with soft hands on the bounce into Cameron Green. So the first over completed here at Grenada on day 2. The West Indies no wicket for 5, with Brathwaite yet to score. Campbell on 4. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. And that PA system, I'm telling you, it's one of the best I've ever heard.
Well, they're
I
hearing
got the
it.
fright of my life. I went for a walk around the ground
Barbados.
near where the speaker was, and I know Adam Collins had the same experience. That it just burst on the speaker right where we were, right next to it. Blew my...
We know he's a tackling machine and tough, but
It's like a Metallica concert. They are stacked up, the Marshall speakers, as high as you can see.
It's like an AC/DC concert type of operation.
It's remarkable. And they proudly said, I was talking to the ground manager, and he said, we've updated the PA system here. We're very proud.
Josh Hazlewood, his first ball of the Test match. Bowling to Brathwaite, who pushes in defence away on the offside line, coming around from point to prevent a run. At the moment, at least, it's sunny. It's not as bright and sunny as it was to start yesterday. It's one of those things, if you went down to the letterbox to get the mail and went back up inside, you'd work up a sweat. You wouldn't need a long driveway for that to be the case. Brathwaite tapping away at the crease, waiting for Hazelwood. 3 slips in a gully and a bat pad. Hazelwood bowls, Brathwaite confidently forward, pushing into point. That was a good defensive shot. It's fair to say there's not a lot of people here. There have been quite a few questions coming in on social media as to are we disappointed with the crowd and all that sort of thing. I mean, there wasn't a great crowd. It was a solid crowd yesterday, not a great crowd, but you've got to remember, this stadium holds 18,000 people. There's only 100,000 people that live on the island. So even if you get 10,000 here, you've got 10% of the population. Hazelwood bowling, Brathwaite leaving. A bit fuller, bit of shape away. That teased Brathwaite, who decided not to play.
So in comparison in Melbourne, that's like having the MCG hold 600,000 people. Is that right? 10% of 6 million? Someone will correct me on that.
Yeah.
So 10% of your population. I'm rounding up there, I think.
I mean, there were a lot of Australian fans here yesterday. Noticeably less today, at least at the start of play. Significantly less.
Yeah.
Maybe they'll come in a little bit later. They slept in.
A couple of big nights. Missed the
Hazelwood again on the approach, bowling to Brathwaite. Hit on the pad as it flicks away behind square leg. They've got one. Head on the chase. They will come back for 2, but that sounded very much like straight off the middle of the pad. So Brathwaite still yet to score. The score moves to 7. He still can't get a run in his 100th test. See there, Craig Brathwaite taking his gloves off and tying up his shoes.
Usually walk to a dad at square leg in junior cricket.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Can't work it out. You got your gloves on.
That's exactly what happens.
Pads on. How do I do this up?
Hazelwood again on the approach, bowling for Brathwaite. Back to the bowler, out. Brathwaite's out for a duck in his 100th test. Hazelwood, shin high, catching with 2 hands on his follow through, and he's continuing on with what he did in Barbados. Hazelwood strikes Australia in their 2nd over, getting a wicket. And sadly, for poor old Craig Brathwaite, he's out for a duck.
He was on the front foot, but not committed to it, so his body weight was back. Put the hands through the ball and just spooned it back. Good low catch in the follow-through by Hazelwood, it must be said. And they lose an early wicket for the West Indies, and I'm really fearful here for the West Indies. This is set up for Australia really to rip through, given the conditions. Unfortunate for Craig Brathwaite. He'll get another chance, though, later in the test, in the 2nd innings, but he's on his way for a duck in his 100th.
He looked okay too in the very short stay, albeit. He played a couple of confident defensive shots. There was a couple of occasions where it came off the pad or the body rather than the bat. So he was scoring runs out there, just not off the bat.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, in his 100th test, he's out for a duck. You think of some of the great Australian players that scored centuries in their 100th test. Unfortunately, that's not the case for Craig Brathwaite. The new batsman, Kesey Carty, comes to the middle, wearing the number 96. He's got a lot of work to do. One for 7. With 1 ball left in Josh Hazelwood's 1st over. Same field, 3 slips in a gully And a bat pad, the catches. Hazelwood, in he comes, past the umpire, bowls. Oh, Cardi very nearly inside edge to head on the full. Got there, fortunately for Cardi, on the bounce. What a start from Josh Hazelwood. Great start to the Australians after 2 overs, 1 for 7. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Mitchell Starc will continue from the broadcast end with Australia striking in the second over, 1 for 7 after the Aussies made 286 yesterday. And the sun continuing to shine here at Grenada. Starc at the top of his run, ready to go again. John Campbell tapping away at the crease. As we welcome in our AFL audience as Mitchell Starc starts a new over, bowling, and Campbell scoring 4 runs with an edge between third slip and gully. And for the second time, he finds the rope in just the third over of the morning. So welcome for everyone that's just joined us from the AFL this evening, where news from Grenada is that Craig Brathwaite, Carlos is in the next box. Yeah. Craig Brathwaite is out in the second over in his 100th Test match. He was out for a dark, caught and bowled Josh Hazelwood. And not the start, obviously, the West Indies wanted. Certainly the start the Australians wanted. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you to start day 2. Starc comes in again to bowl, and Campbell is beaten by beauty that swings away from the left-hander as he pushed forward. So now our entire audience has joined us on the SEN network on radio stations around the country. Just a reminder that you can sync us up with the TV if you're watching at home using SEN Sync on the SEN app. So the toggle to about 33 seconds if you're watching on a streaming service, but if you're watching on the traditional way through your cable connection, it's about 19 seconds. And you'll hear from the entire SEN team throughout the course of the day. 3 slips and a gully for Mitchell Starc bowling to John Campbell on 8. Starc bowls and Campbell leaves, and that ball got to Carey on the bounce. Bryce McGain, as you expected, there's been plenty of swing early on.
Big swing by Starc, and even in their warm-up, they're not, well, maybe they are using new balls in the warm-up, which would make sense, but they were getting prodigious swing, all the bowlers. It was quite remarkable. So it's going to be extremely difficult batting. Humid, overnight rain, weather into the outfield. That's getting steamed up now as the day warms up. So very favourable conditions for the Aussies, and they've got their early wicket.
Starc again on the runway, running away from us. Bowls to Campbell, who from the stumps, playing away to forward square leg. It's always dangerous playing against the swing for a ball that would have hit middle and off stump. But he found the middle of the bat.
Starc has got the wobble seam, which will go straighter, and the perfect seam that really does swing away from the left-hander. It's a big cordon there, and the deeper point, important to note, there's 3 slips in a gully, and line is much, much finer than what he would normally be. It's a genuine catching position, even though he's walking in.
Starc again on the approach, bowls to Campbell, gets a bouncer, and he sways out of the way rather than play the uppercut, which he's more than capable and probably wanted to do.
Oh, he's practicing it.
Yes, that was really in the wheelhouse to go that way.
Quick
but he thought better of it.
Just a shade under 145 by Starc. Bit of sun on his back now. He's feeling it. He wants to get in the action. Wants an early wicket for himself and the team, of course. Hazelwood, the breakthrough last over.
Starc has already been hit for 2 fours by Campbell in a similar sort of spot. Last ball of the over. Starc bowls, and Campbell leaves another one that hoops away from the left-hander through to the keeper. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. We see the West Indies at 1 for 11 after 3 overs.
Big offers, big savings, big value. It's all happening this week at Chemist Warehouse. There's new L'Oreal Paris Elvive Hyaluron Pure range from just $6.39 each. New Garnier Fructis Curls Method range from $6.99 each. Guess what? JS Health Hair Plus Energy is now only $31.49. And Wellco The Goddess Elixir 60 caps are only $47.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900 with Henley Homes. As Josh Hazlewood continues from the river end, bowls to Carty. He's up on his toes, just pushing to point and taking a single. And that gets Carty off the mark. West Indies are 1 for 12.
Nice little drop and run. He'll feel good about himself there, off the mark. Now, we saw some exciting batting by Campbell in that second innings in Barbados. 23 off 31, played some shots. And then, what I mean by that, he scoop shot early on was notable. Tried it one too many times, then he was on his way. 4 boundaries in that 23. Carty was good as well. He got 20 and looked solid.
Hazlewood again on the approach, bowling, and Campbell pushing forward confidently into point. Nathan Lyon does the fielding, no run.
So these two players together had a good partnership. Then Carty was stuck up the other end as the collapse happened, and he became the tail end and kicked things off even further when he was dismissed. But they were able to put on some runs. The combination, right-left hand. Campbell, the left-hander on strike now. 3 slips gully. Hazlewood.
Kawaja at first, Webster at second, Constas at third. Hazlewood bowls here and Campbell leaves. Comfortable lead. That's Sam Constas in third slip, carrying on.
Still excited. The old pros.
It was interesting there, Bryce.
Out of them.
Interesting there. Constas has thrown the ball 30 metres to Steve Smith up at extra cover, and he made a point of catching it one-handed. I would have thought that was a chance to perhaps have a practice of catching it too, but it does show that that finger is still an issue, that he would make sure that he...
risk.
Yeah, that's right. Wonder what happens if one does come to him, whether he goes one hand or two. Hazlewood again, bowls to Campbell, squeezes forward, bit of pad, bit of bat into the ground, head taking it, then sort of having a bit of a joke by carrying on. And
one hand, one bounce.
One hand, one bounce, that's right.
He's just enjoying his cricket in a world of his own. Travis Head, a short leg. So all smiles, the Australians. You can hear the chitty chatter in the back. It's all friendly, enjoyable, feeling confident with their position in the game.
Hazlewood charging in, bowls to Campbell, who's squared up, defends, dropping the ball at his feet. Good delivery there from Hazlewood, but in fairness, well played as well by Campbell.
Watch the ball. It was a ball that moved away from him, so it was well done and pitched. Though he's squared up a little bit, he played it right under his eyes, and that's the key to success. He didn't go outside his eye line, made sure his head was in line with that seaming delivery. So you're right, Whitey, it was well played. And they need plenty of that because they're going to be challenged.
Yep, 1 ball left in the over. Is the clock ticking in his mind here, Campbell, doing all this defending? Hazlewood bowls, Campbell. Oh, that's a delightful shot through the covers. He collapsed the back knee and just stroked it out towards the rope. It won't go for 4 because the outfield is slower with the rain, and they rush through for 3. Campbell off the bat certainly thought it was 4. He wasn't even running. That was a great way to finish the over. That's as attractive a cricketer shot as you will find. 1 for 15 the score, Campbell up to 11.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Campbell 11, Carty 1 for 15 after just 4 overs. As Mitchell Stark charges in again, bowling to Campbell. Hit on the pad, that's pretty close. The umpire says no. Probably hitting outside the line. Carey's quite keen on this one. He's running in to talk to Cummins. Stark in the middle of the pitch. It wasn't a strong appeal, but I'm sort of surprised how keen Carey is on this, and they are going to go upstairs. So for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13IMAR. We have an early third umpire decision to be made.
So it was a ball on the wobble seam that came back in to the left-hander, not the swinging away variety. Hit on the pad. He was on the line of off stump.
Here's our first look at it on the screen.
Height. Hit above the knee roll on a little step forward. We won't see any bat.
No inside edge, but it is hitting above the roll.
On a step forward. So he would be 50 centimetres in front of the crease. And generally with Stark on the bounce, you would expect this to be going over.
Yep.
Or just clipping the top of the stumps and an umpire's call and he'll be fine.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Over. Bryce McGain spot on. So the tracking has it probably 2 balls over the stumps. So a good decision made. And a poor decision made by the Australians to go upstairs. But you're right there. It was either wobble seam or a genuine sort of off-cutting delivery, the way he ripped his fingers over the seam there. It was noticeable just in his release, the way that came out, that it was a bit different to normal. So Campbell survives. It remains 1 for 15 with Campbell on 11. Carty on 1. Campbell to face Stark again. And Campbell leaves. That one does. Traditionally sawing away from the left-hander. That's good swing.
That's tape tennis ball swing for those playing at home. Tuning in. The one before darts back in. Well bowled. Just needed to be a touch fuller to get the adjudication. And that one was the big sweatband swinger.
Mitchell Stark at the top of his run. Bright sunshine here in Grenada as it stands at the moment. Campbell on 11. Stark bowls. Campbell gets it hot. Oh, that's over the top. Hook shot, top edge. That's gone over Carey and down to the rope for 4. It sounded very much like that was just going to bobble up straight to Carey, but it's gone over his head, and fortunately for Campbell, he's got himself another boundary. We're having a look at the replay. That's either handle or glove.
Yeah.
Thanks to the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, that ball got onto him a lot quicker than he anticipated. Found the glove, and it did look like it was just ballooning straight to the keeper, but it had enough on the carry. It's away for 4. So dealing in boundaries.
Yes.
Is Campbell, or close to boundaries.
3 4s and a 3.
Yep.
Stark again, streaming in, bowling, and from the stumps, clipping into the onside and getting a single to mid-wicket. That was good batting there from Campbell. And Mitchell Stark is having a little bit of a word to Campbell as he walked past. There's something about him, isn't there, John Campbell? When he plays a good cricket shot, it's a really good cricket shot. but then he can play some really bad cricket shots as well.
Well,
Or maybe make bad decisions as well.
Well, that's the preempting. Like, you're not scooping without knowing you're going to do it. You're not doing that as a reflex.
That's a decision, isn't it?
It's a decision before I'm going to do this now. Yeah. Where if that enters his mind, he's got to let that thought go and get back to batting properly.
Carty now waits for Stark. He's late on that one and jams it down on the bounce to backward square leg. We set quite short. It was very unusual that it actually got to that position, Travis Head, in that short backward square leg position, considering Campbell's trying to play, that Carty was trying to play away on the offside.
Yeah, there's a lesson to be learnt there. He was late on it, but he's trying to play a ball that's hooping back in through cover. There's a big reason why there's a massive gap at cover, because they want him to do that. That's risky. So just needs to play a little straighter back from where it comes, even on that in-swinger. Straight drive would be better suited, full face.
3 slips in the gully. Stark bowls again to Carty, who is beaten by a beauty. That one seaming away. Carty thinking it was coming back in, and that was taken by Alex Carey at chest high. And that speed, 146 kilometres an hour. Stark is bowling fast. 1 for 20.
Never trade his mate. That's
This week at Chemist Warehouse, prices you just can't afford to miss. Check out the rich, soothing dual-action power of E45 Cream Tub 125 gram, only $14.39. Breathe easier with the Yuki Bear Diffuser Oil 10ml range, just $14.99 each right now. Derived from cow's milk, the Bio-Island Milk Calcium Bone Care 150 Soft Gel Capsules are $21.
In the Lexus RX plug-in hybrid. Contact Lexus of Brighton to book a test drive today. LMCT 9897.
This time, Campbell prods forward. Hazelwood just right on song here. And he's making batting very difficult for the West Indies. Hazelwood 1 for 4 as he starts his third over. The West Indies 1 for 20. Campbell on 16. Carty on 1. The man out so far today, Craig Brathwaite, the Centurion. His 100th test. The 10th West Indian to get to 100 tests. Out without scoring. Hazelwood here on the approach again. Bowls to Campbell. He's hit on the pad trying to work away. Square of the wicket on the onside. Pitched outside leg stump, so no thought of a proper appeal from the Australians. Feast of sport on SEN. We've had the NRL, the AFL, now the cricket. Of course, there's State of Origin next week, the Matildas' upcoming games against Panama, all here live on SEN and the SEN app, the home of sport. Hazelwood again starts his approach. 3 slips in the gully. Advancing Campbell and then leaving. Unusual. He took 2 steps outside his crease there, Bryce, and then decided, no, I'll just let it go.
It's hard to describe how he's thinking, but taking a lesson out of Alex Carey yesterday, Alex Carey did that quite often and made his own length. So the awkward length, he got out to, and Carey was able to drive because it ended up being a half volley. So he made a half volley. That one, he went out there. It was a ball we couldn't play, so he just let it go.
Hazelwood again bowling to Campbell, who's back and jamming down on it, pushing with no real control into point.
So I don't mind it. He's gone out there, but not with the view of I'm just going to smack it anyway. I'm changing my length. I'm batting out of my crease now. So he moved out and was ready to play the shot well outside his crease, and then made a good decision for the ball that was bowled to him. So some sound batting skill and maybe a bit of a tip of the lid to Alex Carey, who was able to do that yesterday.
Just a bit of a delay here. I'm not entirely sure what's going on. The umpire having a word to Pat Cummins, and we're saying, okay, enough of that, whatever it was. Hard to tell from up here. Hazelwood again. Bowls to Campbell. Oh, pull shot. Wonderful pull shot. That's outstanding. That's gone for 6. That wasn't that short. And Campbell rocked back and swatted it away forward of square leg. And that's gone a long way right out of the middle of the bat. That looked like Brian Lara, not John Campbell. That's cleared the rope. That's hit the fence on the full. So that's a good 20 metres that's gone over the rope.
He got every bit of that. And we even saw in the Australian innings, the short balls sat up and really asked to be smacked.
Hazelwood again to Campbell, who is playing it defensively this time, just opening the face and just guiding it into point. Well played, John Campbell. He's up to 22, 1 for 26 after 6 overs on the Tyre Power scoreboard winter safety sale.
Hi, I'm Caroline Wilson. Join me and my best friend Corrie Perkin each week for the Don't Shoot the Messenger podcast, sponsored by Red Energy. Red Energy, 100% Australian owned and have a number of plans to suit you. Call 131 806 or go to redenergy.com.au.
Toolkit Depot's massive clearance sale is on now. Save on big brands like Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt, Bosch, Hardjacker and more. Get up to 50% off while stocks last. On now at Toolkit Depot. Think you've seen it cheaper? We'll beat it. T&Cs apply.
The West Indies trailed by 260 early on day 2 here in Grenada, a sunny Grenada at the moment. The Windies are 1 for 26, Cardi on 1, Campbell on 22. Brathwaite the man out without scoring as Mitchell Starc continues. He comes close to the stumps, bowls, and Cardi pushes and takes a single into the covers. That's good batting. As Bryce McGain said, there's a big gap there for an expansive cover drive, but there's also a single if you just drop it away on the offside. And that's exactly what Cardi did. We're seeing some replays on the Chemist Warehouse or replay screen of that 6. That was awesome. That was so good.
The weight went back. Just a full, clean swing of the bat. Extended the arms through it and made perfect contact. And as you said, it not only cleared the rope, but went to the fence, which is another 15 metres beyond. An awesome shot.
Starc bowling here to Campbell from the stumps. He plays it away, squeezing it behind square for 1. He'll come back for 2. Not a lot of control in that one, but still, he's able to get a couple of runs to move to 24. 1 for 29. Matt Cummins starting to do some warming up at mid-on. Who is he likely to replace, do you think?
I think they want Starc to keep going.
Yeah, you think so?
I get the feeling Starc is a real handful here with the swing and the seam, moving the ball in both directions and moving it late, particularly off the seam.
Starc again over the wicket, bowls, hit on the pad. Campbell, got to be careful there. That one wasn't too far away, trying to flick away on the onside against the swing. The Australians decide not to go upstairs on this occasion. They've already had 1 failed attempt so far this morning. You can see that Bryce being the ball that gets Campbell out. That one didn't quite swing back enough. It was going down leg, but he's got to be careful from the stumps playing that shot.
Yeah, that's across the line. And a swinging ball, pitching in line, swinging down the line. Often the swinging one's been way outside the off stump.
Starc motoring in, bowling to Campbell, leaving. That one definitely did swing. Campbell made the decision early that that was out of his zone, so he let it go through. It is so much more fun watching cricket when the ball is swinging.
Oh, yeah.
And we know that the Kookaburra ball doesn't swing as much as the Duke. The Kookaburra ball that they're using in Shield cricket is seaming a lot more. The seam stays harder and it's got a protective mechanism sort of underneath the seam to keep it proud and to see it seaming around, but it still doesn't swing like the Duke ball does. It's fun watching it. I'm not sure whether it'd be fun playing, batting at least. Stark to Campbell. From the stump, squeezes it around the corner again. Chase on here for Head. He can't stop the second. So good running between both Carty and Campbell. Although Mitchell Stark suggested that Carty was on the treadmill, I thought it was actually good running. A little bit of frustration early here from Mitchell Stark, getting into both West Indian batsmen. Not quite going to plan for him just at the moment.
Well, it is frustrating when you bowl a good ball right on target and it's an inside edge. Wasn't really a shot. Gets away for 2. A little heated out there.
5 runs so far in the over. Stark none for 18 with 1 ball left in his 4th over, and they're putting another man out on the hook. Wonder what Campbell does here. Don't do anything silly, John. Last ball of the over. Stark bowls. Oh, he swatted it down the ground for 4. Cop that, Mitchell Stark. I knew what you were doing. Put 2 on the hook. You'll bowl it full and I'll smash it down the ground.
Blow the conch. 4 more.
1 for 35, the West Indies at the end of the over. John Campbell is putting on a show.
Does your business need a loan? With OnDeck, you can get funds from $10K to $250K approved in as fast as 2 hours. Lightning fast loans tailored to your small business needs.
OnDeck's lightning quick approval process saved my business when I needed it most.
Don't wait. Visit ondeck.com.au now and experience lightning fast funding for your business. OnDeck, your trusted small business loan specialists.
OnDeck.
T's and C's apply. All loans are subject to lender approval.
The West Indies 1 for 35. Campbell up to 30. Carty on strike here as Hazelwood continues. He is on 2. Hazelwood bowls. Carty, very nearly playing straight to head at bat pad. It went past him to his left and they can get 2. That was a defensive kind of prod at it. Unfortunately for Carty, it evaded head, and once it got past him, very much into open territory. Interesting, Bryce, that Cummins and Stark had quite a lengthy chat at the end of the last over. I'm interested to know what that was all about. Hazelwood again to Carty on 4. Carty pushing into point confidently. No run with Lyon doing the fielding.
Playing that under his eyes with an open face. Ball on the channel, 5th or 6th stump. Line. So a brisk start by Campbell. 30 off 29. He's dealing in boundaries, mostly.
Carty 4 off 7. Waits for Hazelwood. Oh. Good delivery. Carty pushing at it, hard hands, trying to probably push past mid-off. He went hard at it and beat the outside edge.
Hazelwood with a ball angled in that seams and straightens. Beats the outside edge, but I think the positive from a Carty perspective, he committed to it. He committed to playing with a full face, didn't fend out at the ball or play from the crease. He stepped forward.
Hazelwood again. Here he comes, bowls to Carty. Hit on the pad. Hazelwood likes this one. Umpire has a look. He's unmoved.
I think too much movement, and they just resume back into their spots. No one gathers in the customary spot next to the wicket. I think it's seamed back, that one, heading down the leg side.
He's just got to be a little bit careful here, Carty, where he's kind of getting caught on the crease and on the move. That one darted right back in and actually missed the pad. It got him high up on the thigh.
Nathan Lyon from point indicated to the team, no, that's high. That's high. Let's not continue on. They've already burnt a review on a high one. So Carty with his front foot way out. Open stance.
Hazelwood bowls to him here. Carty, that's better. Pushing forward with a bit more confidence. Good stride in as it really rocketed up to mid-off.
So often this is a a way in which, and a little inside edge, as we see on the replay.
We've seen the Chemist Warehouse replay screen there. It was a big edge, and we didn't pick that up straight away.
No. But his stance is indicative of someone who is locked off on the front leg and has been out LBW. So they try and bat with an open stance, keep that front foot out the way, give them access to the ball. So it's a symptom of a dismissal and
Last
a mode of dismissal.
Coming up here, Hazelwood on his way, bowling a bit close to the stumps on that one inside edge. Again, just past head at bat pad, and again they can come back for 2. So a good searching over there from Josh Hazelwood. Had Cardi in all sorts of trouble, but he's got 4 runs from the over, and he's now 1 for 39 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
For over 90 years, GMHBA Health Insurance has been built on care and the belief in giving back to community. That's why you'll pay no excess on same-day hospital procedures with all eligible hospital covers. So, if you're in and out on the same day, you won't pay the hospital excess. Make the switch today. GMHBA Health Insurance. Caring since 1934. Doesn't apply to closed hospital products. All hospital waiting periods apply, including the standard 2-month waiting periods and 12-month waiting periods for pre-existing conditions.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 1 for 39, 8 overs so far this morning. Carty on 6, Campbell on 30, Brathwaite the man out without scoring. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. Andrew Mason shortly. Bharat Sundaresan will join you as well very shortly as the sun continues to shine here in Grenada. And at the moment it's shining on John Campbell. And we are now going to see a change at the players' stand end of the ground. Pat Cummins will replace Mitchell Stark, who got a bit hot under the collar in the last over.
He did indeed. Frustration. He was bowling good balls and they were still able to get them away.
Cummins bowling here to John Campbell on 30, and Campbell is in defence and getting a single. Good run there, just dropped away on the onside behind square leg, and Cardi called him through. Campbell was, okay, fair enough, I'll take the run. He moves to 31, 1 for 40.
Travis Head is a bit like the Tin Man at the moment. He's got the pads under the whites. He's the man at square leg, no helmet on. That's settling in behind Alex Carey. So he's a bit slow to move, and they picked him off easily with a single. Dawdled through in the end. So the right hand of Cardi on strike now to Cummins.
Cummins, in he comes, past the umpire, bowls to Cardi, inside edge, balloons up off the pad. Oh, no! Oh, no! Wow. What a wonderful catch from Cummins! How did he do that? Full stretch, coming forward, sliding on his elbows to get his hand underneath the ball. But again, we're going to have to go upstairs to see whether it did carry. A big inside edge that hit the pad and ballooned up. The only one that could get there was Cummins. I don't know how he did. We'll just now find out. They're confident, the Australians. I think it's just a bit of insurance policy here from the umpire to make sure. We're having a look at the first replay. Big inside edge, hitting the flap. Up it went. Cummins saw it. He's running, he's running, he's running. He's diving, and he is catching it. That is spectacular from the captain. We're having another replay now. Across the pitch. Full stretch. Hand underneath the ball, and then sliding on his stomach like he was on a water slide. We're about to get confirmation now of one of the great catches you will see. Cardi out for 6. The West Indies 2 for 40. Pat Cummins, just his second ball of the match, takes a wicket we'll be talking about for some time.
Well, no surprise, Pat Cummins, first ball, best ball. He hits the mark straight away. The ball seamed back in, took the inside edge into the pad, And I just was talking about Travis Head. He's at square leg with the pads on. It would have been a simple catch for him at short leg. He would have had to move just a few metres to his left. But as it was a caught and bowled. And Cummins, in his follow-through, darted off to his right and took a full body length dive just above the surface and held onto it. A superb catch.
So I'm going to head out. Andrew Mason to head in with Brandon King coming to the crease with the West Indies 2 for 40. More from Bryce.
Well, just a superb bit of bowling, right on the money with a seaming delivery. And the catch is one you'll want to look up. If you're stuck on the radio, go and have a look at it because it is a beauty. And the penguin slide continued for about 4 metres on his stomach. G'day, Bharat, and to you too, Andrew Mason. A very good morning.
Morning to you. Brilliant. Excellent. Superb.
When have you seen a bowler take a catch at silly mid-on?
Yeah.
And a fast bowler at that as well.
Very interesting observation.
Unbelievable.
The reaction, the awareness, extraordinary.
Here's Cummins up and bowls to King, and King is wrapped in the paddles. The beautiful leg before. The umpire says no. Maybe sliding down the leg side, but he played across that. Got to be careful, Mr. King. So, you don't think they're going to go upstairs? Bharat?
No, I don't think so. It was going down, and Mitchell Stark was indicating from mid-on that it was going down as well. But when every time you think you've seen it all from Pat Cummins, he's like, nah, I'm not done yet. I have something more special, something even more special for you.
It was amazing.
It was just
the reaction to then take off, and he had to sprint for the 7 or 8 metres. And then the dive.
Well,
amazing.
He comes in again to bowl to King, and King is forward to one that's pitched and landed the off stump. You can see the movement into him. The ball comes from the inside edge, goes down towards mid-on. There's no run.
Short leg is definitely in there. Travis Head now. That's a reverse angle of the catch.
Look at that again. That will make prime time sports across Australia, across
that should be on CNN.
I think so as well.
Across the US, that one.
That is one of the highlights of the week.
And Fox too.
For sure.
Indeed, 40 for 2. Turns this and starts his run again. Cummins, a wonderful cricketer, comes in to bowl to Brandon King from Jamaica, and he's beat outside the off stump. This is fantastic cricket. The ball before, cut back at him, that one went straight to a little bit of movement away from the right-hander, beaten comprehensively.
Oh, this is Pat Cummins at his absolute best. He bowled tremendously well in Barbados as well. Took the 5-wicket haul there. Just when it is sort of similar to the second innings for the West Indies, just when Campbell and Carty looked like they're settling things down. Campbell's been playing a lot of shots.
33-run partnership, yep.
In comes Cummins and, well, breaks the game. And we know there's another wicket coming very soon.
He's in to bowl to King, and King is forward. Ball that's pitched on the land of the off stump. You can see the movement in, so the ability to move the ball both ways. They end up a fine over, and over which he took a stupendous catch. 40 for 2 is the latest score in St. George's.
Go Harvey Norman, your local laundry appliance specialist. Right now, shop unbeatable deals on a huge range of clothes dryers. Get a Westinghouse 5.5 kilo vented dryer, just $444. Or an Electrolux 300 series vented dryer, just $484. Upsize to an Electrolux 8 kilo Ultimate Care 500 heat pump dryer for $996. And for a limited time, save $700 on Fisher & Paykel 9 kilo series 7 heat pump dryer, now $1,294. Harvey Norman, your local laundry appliance specialist. Best prices guaranteed. Conditions apply.
Tremendous worry for someone like a Craig Brathwaite. In fact, he started this series needing 65 runs to get to 6,000.
Feels like you've said it a few times.
And I'll say this, in the first innings, gone for 4. Second innings, gone for 4 in Barbados. And, well, it's gone for duck. So, in the 3 innings, he's just been able to muster 8 runs.
It's not getting there at this rate.
Not at all.
Duck for dinner.
Now, the action continues as this Webster comes to the attack. He's in and bowls. And there's John Campbell back deep in his crease, plays the ball into the onside, down towards forward square. There's no run for him. He's played pretty well so far, Campbell. He's got 31. King hasn't scored as yet. The West Indies are 40 for 2.
Well, what we're on for, and this could be something remarkable, the first 2 wickets caught and bowled. Could we get 10 of them?
There you go.
Yeah. 2 caught and bowled.
To start
Even that's quite remarkable.
That is quite remarkable.
Absolutely.
But we're on track for 10.
Webster comes in to bowl to Campbell. Campbell off the back foot, forces the ball away down to that backward point here. Doesn't time it very well. Goes down to backward point. Lyon comes forward to collect it. There's no run.
Is he calling no? Did he say yes after the shot?
That's why I hesitated in my commentary just now. Isn't quite sure what he was saying.
He knows he's playing against Australia. It's all nah.
We are a nah country.
Yeah, he's just confusing the Australians with his own nah.
Yeah.
But no one ran. No one went to move on the
3 sips in the gully waiting. Here is Webster bowled to Campbell. Campbell gets one off the nice side past the keeper and will go there for 4 byes signaled by the umpire. It was one that swung away. The keeper couldn't take it, went behind him. So that's 4 byes to carry the score to 2 for 44.
Yeah.
Huge swing. That is taped tennis ball. He didn't control it. Been on the mark early, and then he goes, okay, let's swing this one back in. He's getting a feel for the conditions, and it is swinging a long way.
This is the earliest he's bowled in a test match or in a test innings.
Yep.
Just the 10th over of the innings. Bo Webster brought in quite early.
But he's in again to bowl to Campbell, who's on 31 into this delivery. He allows the ball to go outside the off stump. Thought of going for the big drive and then played inside of it, and it went by to be taken by the keeper.
And to your point, Bryce, about the cotton balls, I mean, it could happen in India or Sri Lanka where spinners take the new ball, and Jadeja is great with his cotton balls. So was Ashwin when he was playing. But in these conditions with all pace, that is quite remarkable.
Yeah.
First 2 wickets cotton ball. In swinging conditions as well.
Here's Webster with 2 balls left in his first over. Comes in, bowls to Campbell. Campbell allows the ball to go outside the off stump with a right arm ball. This angled ball across the left hander. He's got 3 sips waiting, and Campbell ignores the temptation to go for that drive. And so it's kept in 2 for 44.
The big decision for Webster now. Do I go for that swinger again, or do I just hold and wait for the next over? Do I just keep pushing it across the left-hander and wait? Or do I go for the big delivery now? So it might be the big swinger that he gets starting outside the off stump. To counteract that, Campbell's outside his crease.
He's in to bowl to Campbell, and Campbell is covering up, pushes into the offside, looks for the run, will get it 2. Lyon and his belly just coming to pick it up, throws it, and in the end, a good single. Of course, there are 2 Jamaicans in the crease, and Jamaica's the land of speed. So the over comes to an end, 45 for 2. They did score in St. George's.
Okay, so here's a copy of my quote, here's a copy of my builder's registration, and here's my insurance details. And here's my Master Builders Victoria membership card.
Ah, so you're a master builder?
Yes, I am.
Give your business a boost. Whether you're a builder or contractor in the residential, commercial or civil construction sector, call Master Builders Victoria today to discuss membership. Call 9411 4555 or visit mbav.com.au. RTO 3935.
So Hazelwood has gone off the field. 2 for 45. The action continues.
Labuschagne in, straight to third slip. Kicks the kid out. You go to point.
Yeah, he hasn't done that in Test cricket ever, I think. Stood at slip.
Well, he's in there. He didn't do any practice this morning.
Not at all.
It's making me nervous now.
Cummins round the wicket, bowls to Campbell. Campbell is along the ball to go outside the off. So walk straight across the stumps, and the ball went by to be taken low down by the keeper.
John Campbell turning into Matthew Hayden. We're just getting some TV highlights here on our effects, but he was walking at Pat Cummins. Quite something. As you can see on the replay screen for Chemist's Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist's Warehouse.
So 2 for 45. Campbell is on 32 from 37 balls. And here's Cummins round the wicket to bowl to him. And to this delivery, he's coming forward to one on the off stump. That's good bowling. Good batting as well. Just get in the line.
Australia getting 2 wickets in the first hour and 10 minutes. A wicket to Stark, a wicket to Cummins, and that last catch from Cummins, I still can't believe he caught it. Adam White, Bharat Sundaresan with you, Bharat. Just the way that he was able to change direction, because he had to obviously come forward, but he also had to move to his right very quickly across the pitch and then slide on his elbows to take it with one hand. It's quite remarkable for someone of his size to be able to do such a thing.
Yeah, in his follow through, where obviously at the point of impact, he's just kind of finishing his action at that point as well, and to dive and slide on that joining pitch.
Yeah,
these are hard pitches.
Yes.
So hard surfaces on the square. So, he's a freak. Pat Cummins.
He is.
You don't think of him as a freak because of just how consistent he is and what he does, and he doesn't seem to do anything extraordinary at times.
No, that's the thing, isn't it? That's a good point.
Yeah, but just his spell. And the most freakish thing about him for me is the number of times he just takes the ball in his hands and changes games for fun.
Yep.
That's why I've called him the ultimate Grinch of world cricket many times.
The first ball after the drinks break, Cummins bowls and Campbell plays onto the onside in defence, and there's no run. So it's 2 for 57 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. Hazelwood and Cummins getting a wicket each in the first hour. John Campbell's the one that's providing some entertainment here at the National Cricket Stadium. Plenty of audacious shots.
The two Jamaicans together. Both of them have played a lot of white ball cricket for the West Indies. Don't have really special records in Test cricket, John Campbell in particular.
Campbell on 33, waits and leaves. Cummins coming around the wicket, getting the angle to come back, but he leaves that one as much as anything on length.
Speaking of stats, our good friend in the crowd and proud Adelaidean, proud Kensington man, and proud many other things. Laurie Colliver, Laws, has sent us a stat. So John Campbell has been out 36 times in tests, 5 times in the 40s and 5 times in the 30s.
Right.
Thanks for that, Laws. And I think his highest is 68.
He's getting into his danger zone.
He is.
Where concentration starts to leave him. He's on 33 from just 46 balls. Cummins again past the umpire bowls. Campbell leaves again. You can see the graze on his right elbow, Cummins. It's a bright red elbow, courtesy of that spectacular diving catch we were just talking about.
I think it's a good leave.
I think it is too.
Pat Cummins just had his hands on his head and almost like he wanted John Campbell to believe that he's taken a huge risk by leaving that one, but it was well wide of off stump. So
the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, no problems at all for John Campbell doing that. Don't get sucked in, John. Cummins again, a bit closer to the stumps, bowling here. Pull shot, away into open territory, and it hasn't gone right off the middle of the bat, but it'll still go for 4 at square leg. Constas was out in the deep. He had no idea where it went. He never had a play at the ball. I'm not sure too many people did know where it went because it wasn't fully controlled, but he got enough of it to get out to the rope at square leg. Another boundary to John Campbell. He's up to 37.
Yeah, very top edgy. But yeah, Sam Constas had no idea. He was looking around and he reacted really late. Not that he would have been in any position to stop that from rolling into the boundary ropes.
Cummins again, 2 for 61. Bowling to Campbell, who's tucked up and playing nicely, quite fine. A big chase for Constas. He will get there just in time. Knocks it back into play with his left hand and then collects and throws in. 2 more to Campbell. He's up to 37, 39, 2 for 63.
It feels like a 50-over knock so far from John Campbell, doesn't it? He had the blazing start. He was 30 of 30 at one point. Now he's just trying to consolidate. Has to somehow survive this Pat Cummins spell. You cannot expose 2 new batters to the Australian captain or he'll just rip right through your middle order.
Still 3 slips in a gully and a bat pad for Campbell, who plays well back and across and nudges it past head at bat pad and gets another run. So he's into the 40s, John Campbell. 40 from 50. Over bowled, 2 for 64, and that is on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
Capital.com, a real-time trading platform. If you are familiar with the frustration of consistent delays in the presentation of market data which prevent you from making informed trades, check out Capital.com. With real-time market data, lightning-fast order execution and rapid withdrawals. Because if you're an experienced trader, you already know that time is money. So go to Capital.com and start trading without delay. Trading on leverage is high risk and is not suitable for everyone. Refer to Capital.com Australia's PDS and TMD, AFSL 513393.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. West Indies 2 for 64 in reply to Australia's 286.
Darren from Geelong is back once again with a big glass of milk, but he's also having a roast lamb sandwich with it.
Oh, beautiful. Roast lamb sandwich, please. Webster, that's made me really hungry because I didn't have breakfast this morning.
That's right.
Roast lamb on fresh white bread with butter and tomato sauce.
At 1
Thank you
a.m.
very much. I'd have that at any time.
1 a.m.?
Oh, that's so good.
Bryce is judging you for that. But Darren from Geelong, you know what? Every time I hear from you, Darren, I want to reach out for a big glass of cold milk. Flavored milk if you're Adam White.
Flavoured milk, definitely flavoured milk. We have had some issues with the text coming through, but we are now back in operation. So 0433 98 11 16 as Webster bowls again. Campbell advances, hits it in the air, and he'll hit it straight to Mitchell Starc. John Campbell's gone for 40. Webster takes the wicket. Campbell on the advance, trying to lift down the ground for 6. And he has given Mitchell Starc the easiest of catches. And it's a meek ending to what was a promising innings. Campbell out in the 40s again.
Oh, no.
John Campbell.
Oh, what are you doing?
No.
I mean, good thing they didn't name you captain, John Campbell. If that's the example you're setting for the rest of this batting lineup, it really is a good thing you're not looked at as a leader in this team. Yes, he played well, got away with a couple of risky shots, but that is a really embarrassing way to get out as a test opener. Okay, you've been given the license to play freely. That's a big problem for me if you are the West Indies. So just thrown his wicket away again after getting a start. I just spoke about how they cannot expose this middle order to Pat Cummins at the other end. And in comes Roston Chase. I think once again let down after having been let down by one of his top order batters.
It's so disappointing. A, because it's predictable. B, because it was so soft. And then C, because he did get to 40. And he didn't need to do that. He was still able to hit the boundary playing proper conventional cricket shots. That was totally unnecessary.
And yeah, it was really a nothing shot to a nothing ball. It was just round the wicket. He just walked at him and not sure what he was trying to do. He was trying to whip him over mid-wicket. But all he managed to do was just sky it to Mitchell Starc at mid-on. So a bonus wicket. Darren Sammy, not surprisingly, hand over his head. He can't believe it. He's just shaking his head.
So, Brad, just on that, part of me says that's Darren Sammy's problem.
It is,
because Darren Sammy says, well, just bat quicker if you can't bat longer. So what sort of message is that to your players? If your coach is saying something like that, that's just a license to go out there and play cavalier cricket.
And he defended John Campbell's ridiculous dismissal in the second innings as well, saying that remember he pulled up that shot early. That's his game. Well, if that's his game, that's all you'll get.
Roston Chase facing his first ball, and he's beaten outside off stump by Bo Webster. It's just silly. It's annoying.
Yeah, it's in conditions where batting is not the most, not the easiest. When you've got your eye in, you do not gift the opposition wickets in that fashion, because then this is what happens. Roston Chase walks in, crucial batter for the West Indies, captain at number 5, and he's facing a relatively new ball.
3 slips in a gully. Chase here calmly pushing into the offside in defence.
Yeah, that's what disappoints you about the West Indies in Test cricket at times. Just that, you speak about lack of game awareness, but also, not wanting to just get through those tough periods. When you've done the hard job, it almost feels more criminal to make 40 and get out the way he has than to be nicked off very early.
Definitely. Webster bowls here to Chase, who's up on his toes, pushing up to Smith at mid-off. No run.
Well, Dan in Ballarat. Oh, well, I know a Dan in Ballarat. We all know a Dan in Ballarat. Is that you, Dan Breddick? No, I don't think it can be you because you are traveling around Europe. But this Dan in Ballarat says he's relaxing after work, watching Wimbledon while listening to us. Thank you so much, Dan. It's a good choice.
Edging here and falling short. Webster bowling well again, and this time it's Chase that gets the edge on the bounce into the court. And a wicket maiden there from Bo Webster. He has 1 for 9 through 4 overs. We're still coming to terms with what John Campbell has done. Is the West Indies 3 for 64.
Calling all anglers. Whether you're a weekend warrior or a seasoned pro, make sure you're fishing with the best bait. That's Tweed Bait. Check their website and socials for news, updates and stockists. Plus, their new prawn facts brochures are out now in local tackle stores. Grab your bait, hit the water, and remember, good things come to those who use Tweed Bait.
Oh, got one, Dad!
Find Tweed Bait at BCF and Anaconda, or find a stockist near you at tweedbait.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 3 for 64. Pat Cummins is going to continue. Here's he runs away from us and he bowls and it's pushed by King into the gully along the ground. No run. So 3 wickets to fall. The wickets have been shared, so there's no leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. 1 wicket each to Hazelwood, Cummins and Webster.
You can see a lot of school kids coming in. Whitey, we saw a lot of them in Barbados.
We did.
These ones are not in uniform, but maybe that is their uniform. Maybe it's a school that I would have wished to have gone to, where you can wear whatever you want.
Cummins bowls, and it's pushed forward by King back to the bowler.
So there are a few unnamed stands around this national stadium.
There are, isn't there?
So they've kept it
the
open.
biggest one of all has no name.
No name, it just says Grenada. So the grandstand across from where we are sat has no name, nor does the big one to the right of the grandstand, on the left of the grandstand as well. So you'd assume Andre Fletcher would be, he'll get something for being the spice man and all the T20 cricket he's played in the last 20 years almost.
A leg gully as well as a bat pad with King on strike. Cummins bowls. Nice shot from King here, just pushing through the covers. Not trying to hit it for 4, trying to hit it for 2, and he gets 2. He moves to 13, 3 for 66.
The third time in the last 2 or so overs that Steve Smith has had to chase one down, and he's head after it. Don't forget, he's got his own personal trainer now. He's spoken a lot about how at this stage of his career he wants to be stronger. This is the strongest he's felt. And if you are a follower of Steve Smith on social media, you've seen a lot of clips of him.
He's becoming a bit more active in that space.
He is, especially walking around New York.
Yep. Cummins again, bowls, and again King pushes through the covers for another 2. Another chase for Steve Smith. He brings it into his hands about 15 metres in from the boundary. So another double to King to move to 15. It is 3 for 68.
So yeah, just back to the stands. So, well, if you are one of those little kids or big kids sitting in those unnamed stands, this is an opportunity for you. If you play cricket,
yeah, that's right.
Become so good at cricket that you get to play for the West Indies and do well. Don't do what John Campbell did after getting himself to 40.
I've got to get over that. I'm struggling.
I am.
It leaves you flat.
You know? He does.
Imagine what it's making Andrew Mason feel at the moment. 3 for 68. Cummins bowls, and King defends back and across, pushing up to mid-off. It's flattening for the match because you want it to be a competitive match. We know that the Australians are better generally than the West Indies. That's just how it is at the moment. But you want the best teams to be tested, put under pressure.
Yeah.
And you just want a competitive match that lasts, 4 or 5 days. And one guy gets to 40 and you think, this is good. Don't do something silly like that.
Yeah. Especially with so many kids around.
Cummins bowls to King, who's back and across again, pushing back to the bowler. And that is the end of that. So Cummins, 4 runs coming from that over. He has 1 for 16 from 5 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale. The West Indies 3 for 68.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Right now with Bupa, get up to 12 weeks free when you join directly on eligible products by July 31st. T's and C's apply, new members only. For award-winning health insurance, search Bupa 12 weeks free today.
Around the grounds for Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. England, just after tea, 5 for 374. Jamie Smith on 161. Roston Chase defends the first ball of a new over from Webster. Harry Brook 156. So these two have put on a partnership of 291 at 5 runs and over.
Yep.
They were in trouble. They were in real trouble.
They were on all sorts.
At one point, they were 5 for 84 when Ben Stokes was dismissed for a golden duck for the first time in his career. They're now 5 for 375, and they haven't even got to the second new ball. Chase waits here for Webster. That's a tight leave. Almost touched the pocket of his trousers on the way through, but it was more on length than anything else.
As we welcome Bryce McGain in, I don't know, my admiration for baseball is still of a grudging nature. I don't know about you, Bryce. Have you gone past the grudging stage and have you just become an out-and-out admirer of baseball?
No, I like positive cricket. There's no doubt about it. But I'd like to see the results of the method.
Webster bowling to Chase, who plays at that one and misses. It was a tentative sort of, will I go for it, will I not? Oh, probably, oh no, and then it goes past the outside edge.
And that happens when you hit the perfect length. You're not sure whether I have to play, the movements there. There's a lot going on when you're playing the ball and just hanging the washing out there outside the off stump. There's a lot in his mind, so he's just trying to reset now, a little wander over the bat.
He's yet to score. Roston Chase through 7 balls. Webster tighter to the stumps, bowls and beats him again.
It's a working over.
That was an outswinger. Chase caught on the crease, trying to play defensively, and it very nearly hit the edge. It very nearly hit the top of off stump.
Yeah, Webster's bowling really well, but just Chris, the second time Josh Hazelwood has been off the field. So you see Marnus now at second slip with Webster bowling. So keep an eye on that. He left the field. He's coming back on, you can see. But 2 times he's been off the field for only a few overs each, but still.
Webster bowls again. This time Chase does find the bat, this time pushing up to mid-off. What I've noticed is that the bowlers are rotating off, having a bit of a rest, and then coming back on. There's been a bit of that through the first hour and a half. Hazelwood may have gone off a couple of times, but we've seen all the fast bowlers have a little bit of a break. Australians do tend to do that a bit.
Oh, every team does these days.
I don't think any team should do it. I don't think that's right. We had that issue a couple of years ago. Webster, that's a wide one outside off stump to complete the over. We'll continue that discussion after the break. It is the West Indies 3-4-68 SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. Yes, National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. And we guarantee you a perfect job on time every time by our highly skilled installers. So for a free supply and installation quotation in your home, book an appointment online or call National Tiles now.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 3-4-68. We've had 18 overs so far this morning. 40 minutes away from lunch. On day 2, Adam White, Brett Sundaresan and also Bryce McGain with you as Josh Hazelwood comes back into the attack.
Yep.
He'll be bowling from the end where we are commentating from as he runs away from us. Approaches, bowls. That one just kept a little low. Chase did well there, backing across to defend. In fact, it's King.
Change of ends for the Hoff. Open the bowling from... what do they call that end again? It's
the
Darboe, which is a suburb of St George.
Oh, well done.
Yep. I was listening to you.
Oh, thank you, Bryce.
Yeah, it's a posh end. It's the posh end. And we're at the river end.
Is it the other way around? River end's at the other end.
Incorrect.
Oh, the river is behind us.
Is it?
Yeah.
Hazelwood bowls here to King. Oh, that one jagged back sharply. And King did very well to keep that one out.
Yeah, it's been a proper working over for Brandon King, and credit to him that he survived 28 balls the way he has. It was Cummins and now it's Hazelwood.
There's no let up, is there?
No,
it's
nothing.
just devastating. And Webster's just slotted in nicely just to give them all a bit of a break and share the load. He hasn't missed a beat.
On that, just an observation from when the Australians walked out into the field after this ball.
3 slips and a gully in the bat pad, as has been the case for pretty much all morning. Hazelwood bowls. Another one that doesn't bounce, and King did well to adjust and push out on the offside. Doesn't score a run, but found the middle of the bat to a ball that clearly there was some variable bounce.
So, they've had this tradition for a while, the 4 of them, Hazelwood, Stark, Cummins and Lyon. So every time the Australian team takes the field, they have their own little cartel, pats on the back and fist bumps. So when Cam Green was bowling regularly, he was part of that cartel. Bo Webster wasn't. I've been observing this for the last couple of test matches.
He's still on the outer.
Yeah. And today, even though Cam Green isn't bowling, he got a pat on the back. But,
Hazelwood past the umpire, bowls again to King, who gets a bit of glove and maybe a bit of bat as well as it goes out behind square leg. And it is called runs, no leg by. So it was off the thigh pad. It didn't make a bat sound. The way it went so far, I thought it must have hit a bit of glove or something. Anyway, it was bat. It was not bat, it was pad. So 3 for 69 with that leg by. Chase back on strike, yet to score.
That's a good observation, Bharat. You know what, Bo, it's not going to faze him.
No, it won't.
He's from Tassie. He's used to being left out. He's used to it. Yeah, big deal. Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
You always forget about us.
Yeah. But I was intrigued. Is it that you have to take X number of wickets to be included?
Hazelwood again. Chase still yet to score, and he's still yet to score as he shoulders arms outside off stump.
Because I do remember one of the subcontinent tests where Manas was bowling a bit of medium pace. He tried to get into it, but they said, nah, not sorry, Man. You're not part of this.
No, things are desperate when Marnus was bowling his medium pace at test level.
Even at Sheffield Shield level.
Yeah, well, club cricket, okay.
That Perth test match.
Yeah.
No, we were there.
Not good. 3 for 69. Chase. Can he score his first run? Hazelwood bowls and chases one outside off stump and misses. In defensive mode. A good over there from Josh Hazelwood. Just the leg by coming from his first over of a new spell. It is 3 for 69 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 3 for 69. We're about 36 minutes away from lunch on day 2. Mitchell Stark. So a double change. Mitchell Stark, and he's going to bowl from the
Darboe end.
Right. I thought the little river that was running along the back of the main grandstand was why it was the River Road end, but it's not.
I thought the river was behind us. It is. Well, there you go. Well, we'll ask our taxi cab extraordinaire Wayne.
Mitchell Stark bowling here to King, who plays nicely through mid-wicket, just rolling the wrists, only getting a single. Bit of a loosener from Mitchell, and it was dealt with appropriately through the onside for 1. So King 16, 3 for 70.
There just messages coming through. So big show from Turak. We won't read the entire message, but he thinks he can make better choices than John Campbell after 10 drinks, and a few other things we won't mention on air.
Yeah.
Also, one more here from Matt in Greensboro. So he's listening to us. Hello, Matt.
G'day.
While watching the Collingwood versus Carlton replay, one man who would have watched it live and will watch the replay later is the great Frank Demasi.
Yes.
He was
head of security for the Australian group
this
Since
morning.
2007-8. Wow, it's been a long run from Frankie.
Yeah, he watched the game over breakfast. Stark bowling to Chase. And Chase, he's looking comfortable in defence. He just can't score a run as he plays that one into backward point. He's got this calmness about him that a couple of his teammates don't have at the crease.
Yep. And Frank, one thing with him, in the most even extreme of his situations, he's always stayed calm. And you've had a bit of a reunion with him, Bryce. I've noticed you came and said hello to him the day before the game, and then you guys were walking laps around the stadium.
It was terrific. Great to catch up. He looked after the Australian group when I was involved. Toured India and South Africa. But another Collingwood connection in the Australian group at the moment. Can you guess what it is?
Mitchell Stark on his way, bowling to Chase. And Chase is pushing firmly into the covers. Smith does the fielding, no run.
So Frank's a super keen supporter of Collingwood and watches and listens all around the world, wherever he's travelling. G'day, Frank. He'd be tuning in right now. But another connection within that Australian group? Someone has a relative playing?
For Collingwood? Oh.
For Collingwood.
Oh, right.
As part of the assistant coaching group.
Correct?
Yes. You don't know? Gee, I thought you knew everything, Brad.
Matthew Wade. Oh, there you go.
It is. I had to point to him, but it is his cousin, Jeremy Howe.
All right.
Stark rushing in, bowling to Chase, down leg side. He tries to tickle it, misses.
I wasn't aware of that, but I did interview Jeremy Howe for AFL Media, the content I do for them after the Collingwood Carlton game at the MCG, so earlier in this year. So he spoke a lot like Matthew Wade now that I think about it.
Well, Matthew Wade was himself a very, very good Australian footballer. He's very small, but as you'd imagine, quite tough. In fact, not quite tough. He was tough, and but chose cricket. Probably the right choice. 3 for 70. 2 balls left in the over. Stark to Chase. Oh, has that bowled him? No, it's missed the stumps. I don't know how. How did that miss?
Oh, wow.
It's gone right over middle stump. A ball that came back, cut him in half. There was a bit of a noise, so I'd love to see the Chemist Warehouse replay here to see whether it did actually deflect off the stumps. Pat Cummins has his mouth wide open like he's at Luna Park. Or he is Luna Park. Oh, just missed everything.
Yeah, it was like
right over middle stump.
It was like a magic trick. He was cut in half, Roston Chase.
Last ball of the over. Again, late on that one, going back and pushing out on the onside. I think that was more the ball hitting the bat rather than the bat hitting the ball. Over bowled. It is 3 for 70.
Who's got the goods this footy season?
Robots got it.
With Robot Building Supplies, you'll be on a winner this year.
140mm wide Burbu decking from $8.55 per linear metre.
Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. So if you need the team to make sure you get the result,
Robots got it.
Robot Building Supplies, Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
The West Indies trail by 216 runs. They are 3 for 70 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Whitey, doesn't get any easier. The opening bowlers have a break. It's Pat Cummins' first change, and Webster now. They're back on, and it's going to be a tough half hour as we head into lunch. Now, they're looking for a bat.
Roston Chase has a new bat. I'm not sure why he hasn't actually used it very much.
He hasn't got a run yet.
He hasn't got bat on ball, so maybe he thinks
a wider bat.
Yeah, maybe. Or that bat there's something about this magnetic thing with the ball.
It's repelling.
It is, clearly.
So, number 17 on the menu. The long, slow duck for Chase at the moment. He's on 0.
King's on strike here as Hazelwood starts a new over, and that one spits. That was a nasty delivery that King did very well to keep down. It came off the glove, straight down at his feet. But Hazelwood's getting this ball to do things that others are unable to do.
That was a finger breaker. Oh, I think caught his index finger on the bottom hand. Oh, yes, flush on the index finger.
Bottom hand, yep.
Josh Hazelwood just a wink and a nod at the pitch and the batter.
King hasn't carried on. He's just straight there, ready to go to the next one. Good gloves.
Hazelwood bowls here, and another one that janks back inside edge onto the body. This is a working over here from Josh Hazelwood to Brandon King, who's on 16.
Yeah, Brandon King, it's almost a boxing match. He's just copped so much from Cummins and Hazelwood. Does he keep fighting? Does he just get knocked down? Does he wave the white flag? We'll see.
It's the real test, isn't it? You can just see a big shot coming any moment here from a player that's most noted as a short form player, a white ball cricketer. Hazelwood again on his way. Bowls, and it's down leg side. So he missed out there, King, as that one just pitched and kept going down leg side. Carey had to dive away to his left.
Yeah, messages coming through. So James, well, before the start of the series, everything was about Steve Smith's recovery and his little finger. Ever since we've got to Grenada, it's about Adam Collins and his voice. So James wants to know, hope he's back soon. We hope he's back soon as well. It's still where it was yesterday, so he's still recovering. He's been wonderful behind the scenes, though, sorting everything else out for him. For us, sorry, yes. And himself.
Hazelwood again past the umpire, bowls, cutting well, cutting for 4. Brandon King, that's how you do it. Bit of width, it was too short, and King took full toll. He moves to 23 for 74, and it's taken a while, but the dancers are back in the Junior Murray stand, and the drums and the horns. They slept in this morning, but they've arrived just on lunch.
Well, that's what the release from a pressure cooker must feel like for Brandon King. In the moment he saw some width and it was slightly short, he just threw everything at it.
Hazelwood will be a bit frustrated by that one, relieving a bit of pressure. Bowls again here, and King's pushing forward confidently. Big stride in defending back to the bowler.
Back to challenging that forward defence once again. It's a really good shot, because sometimes you can just get caught into getting challenged the inside edge and working hard. You miss out on the ball, you score off. But King was able to get on the back foot, and it's not often that Hazelwood is cut away like that. So it wouldn't be in his mind, but he just, with a clear mind, you can react well. So he's in a good headspace here, King. Having to work hard, 20 off 36 is what he's mentioned, but he's doing a good job for the West Indies.
Last ball of the over. Hazelwood bowls. King slashes and gets 4 more. That's even better than the first one. Cutting away backward of point, collapsing the back leg, getting low, and just absolutely destroying it through the offside. 2 4s in 3 balls to end the over, and that was a great finish there from Brandon King. And as a result, he's away. He's up to 24, 3 for 78. We'll take a break. Andrew Mason to join you next.
Big offers, big savings, big value. It's all happening this week at Chemist Warehouse. There's new L'Oreal Paris Elvive Hyaluron Pure range from just $6.39 each. New Garnier Fructis Curls Method range from $6.99 each. Guess what? JS Health Hair Plus Energy is now only $31.49. And Wellco The Goddess Elixir 60 caps are only $47.99. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So the action continues. Ball pitched down the off stump by Stark. Struck beautifully out towards the cover area by the captain. Chase so finally gets off the mark. And it's taken him some 18 balls to do that. That was pitched in the off-stump stroke to basically cover for 2. So Chase is on 2, King has got 24. And the West Indies are 80 for 3 as we head towards the luncheon break.
Great to be back with you, Mason. And we've got the dueling bands on either side. The drums being played, the dancing ladies in the Junior Murray stand on the outer side.
And behind us, the Darbo Hills. This side is the River Road. So Darbo Hills behind.
Backwards, okay.
Yeah, okay. So this delivery is on the line of the middle stump as Stark continues. And the West Indies captain is back, pushes into the offside down to cover. There is no run.
Okay. So Adam White was spot on.
So that's, he was, It's River Road. And of course behind us, the Darbo Hills. Wonderful, wonderful country. Beautiful country as well, Grenada.
Challenging to drive around though, isn't
challenging,
it?
Yeah, indeed. You can say that. The roads are, like most roads in the Caribbean, very narrow.
Very narrow.
You've got to be a good driver.
One-way tunnel?
Yeah, one-way tunnel as well.
Pedestrians have got to walk through and duck their head.
That was interesting. Here Stark comes up now, bowls to Chase. Chase is hit the ball, which almost takes us out, banged in short. And he ducked quickly in the ball, went over his helmet, taken by the keeper. What aggression there from Stark.
It was one that he went to ride up and then had to try and duck down, but to duck down as your body's moving up, you lift your feet up. So he was in the air in a crouch position, squared up. It was a real awkward one. And Stark, well, he's taken it over to warm up. Now he's getting them through. 145, that delivery. And
I think he's going to try to set him up here. Now he's got 3 sips in the gully. Don't be surprised if he looks to york him here. It's 3 for 80. Chase has got 2 from 20 balls. He comes up now and bowls to Chase into this delivery. Chase is on the back foot, plays it capability to the onside, just jumping across the stumps. Good pace. And the ball goes down towards the mid-wicket area. That was at 137.3 as Stark goes back to his mark. 3 for 80. A little period there just before the break. The West Indies won't want to lose another wicket. Of course, Australia will be looking to get another scalp or 2 before the break.
they will be. And look, West Indies are going along pretty well. So a comparison with the Australians, they lost their 4th wicket at 93 around the 22nd over. So 3 wickets down, they're going okay.
Here is Stark, comes in, bowls to Chase. He's driving through cover. Lovely shot by the West Indies captain. 4.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, that was beautifully played. Pitched up, launched into the drive. Sumptuous drives to the offside. And he's got the conch shell man blowing away in the stand. Well played, Chase.
A very nice shot. Lent into that. It was wide outside the off stump, but he allowed it to come to him. He didn't reach out, even though it was wider outside. He played it under his eyes. The ball came back into his hitting zone. You know, I tell you what, there's some happy fans here at the moment, not just beating drums or blowing conches. They're feeling some fight from the West Indies. It's good.
He's gone to 6 now, and Stark comes in, bowls to him, and that's another good delivery. Banged into the pitch, jumps across the stumps and pushes up towards that bit on there. That was at 141, so he really cranked it up there. Stark to end the over. So 3 for 84, the latest score in St. George's.
SEN's official sports bar is the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill. And it's time to book your spot for AFL Grand Final Day. With booths and tables filling fast, you can expect the best atmosphere in town. Sporting Globe members offers signature wings, ribs, parmas, burgers, and all the action of footy's biggest game, live and loud on over 50 screens. Grand Final Day, first in, best dressed. Book now at sportingglobe.com.au. The Sporting Globe Bar and Grill, your home of sport.
So the session producing 22 overs so far, 84 runs, 3 wickets going down. Bryce in his 100th test match, Cotton bowl, Hazelwood a duck. Carty Cotton bowl by Cummins, a brilliant catch for 6, and then Campbell caught by Stark off Webster for 40 the men to go. Here is Hazelwood, completing bowls, lifting delivery. That's a good ball. Well bowled indeed. Yeah. There's the batsman jumping across, plays with some suspicion down to gully.
Well, off a good length and another one that bashes into the gloves. Changing the field, 3 slips and a gully. That point has gone back to the boundary as it was King the over before. A back foot cut shot and then a fuller delivery was just a bit of width, but he crouched down into it, and Adam White really let loose. He was excited by it. It was a savage cut shot, really pumped it away. So it's forced the change. Sweeper out on the offside.
But he's in again. Hazelwood to ball to King. King is covering up, opens the face to the back, runs it down towards that backward point area. Took the first one quickly, was contemplating the second, but didn't go beyond the thought. As Land quickly moved across to his left from backward point to pick out the batsman of time for 1. To carry King to 25 for that single. Chase comes to the strike, he's got 6. And the West Indies are now 3 for 85.
So back home in Australia, it's on the eastern side. It's 20-2.
Okay.
And we've had connection with a lot of the football supporters, the NRL supporters, and the AFL supporters. Now they're into the cricket. Hang in there, 20 minutes to the break.
Here's Hazelwood, comes in bowls, and King, or rather Chase, comes across the stumps. 1 pitch in the off stump, pushes down towards that mid-off area. There's no run.
So we often refer to that eastern side as where most of the population is. 2 hours behind that, just coming up 20-12 over in Perth. But of course, SEN cricket, it's global, and we are right the way around the world. So wherever you are from, good opportunity in 20 minutes to let us know before we do have a break for the lunch interval. Where are you hearing us from?
In fact, the blind commentator in Zimbabwe, Duplessis, listening. He just sent us a note. Here is a ball pitched up on the line of that leg stump, and chases forward, pushes down towards that mid-wicket area, gets to run to go to 7. It's up to 86 for 3. I met him when I toured back in 2001. Blind commentator, he's listening to the broadcast, and he's happy to be able to listen to it. So we've also got listeners coming in from all across the Caribbean on the 7 stations, and now up to 10 stations. In fact, we were
fantastic.
8, and now we got some 10 stations taking the broadcast. So good to see that the stations are staying with West Indies cricket. Here is Hazelwood, comes up now, he's in, and to this delivery, which is outside the off stump, keeps a bit low. There's King looking to flay it square in the offside, was undone by bumps. The ball taken low down by the keeper, down by his boat laces. 3 for 86.
It's terrific that we're hearing it all the way around the Caribbean. 10 stations now, and we welcome you warmly. So the change in the field, that one did keep down. So we saw the dismissal of Cummins yesterday was a real gazunder. That's a word that we make up, which is goes under.
Okay.
So we jam it together as an Australian, a gazunder.
Yeah, and it's coming from someone down under.
Yeah, exactly.
So what comes up, he's in and bowls, and the ball pitched on the line of that off stump. And there's King looking a lot better. Just pushes into the offside down to cover to end the over. 23 gone now. 3 for 86 is the latest score in St. George's.
This week at Chemist Warehouse, prices you just can't afford to miss. Check out the rich, soothing dual-action power of E45 Cream Tub 125 gram, only $14.39. Breathe easier with the Yuki Bear Diffuser Oil 10ml range, just $14.99 each right now. Derived from cow's milk, the Bio-Island Milk Calcium Bone Care 150 soft gel capsules are $21.99. Or try Alula Advanced Plus Stage 3 Toddler Milk Drink 1 year plus 800 gram, now $23.99. Chemist Warehouse, great savings every day.
So we're getting closer and closer to lunch on the second day of the second test match. Just about another 15 minutes to go before the break, and it's going to be start to continuous battle against the West Indies captain Chase, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. It just comes onto the front foot, and that Chase pushes up towards that mid off here. There's no run. In fact, in Jamaica there's Omega Radio. In Antigua, we've got 3 stations. I'm sure that Bharat will make a note. ABS Radio, that's the National Stadium station. Point FM, that's owned by the Prime Minister, Mr. Gaston Brown. Yes, Prime Minister's own radio stations.
Really?
There's a WP 93.5. That's also in Antigua, so there's 3. Yep. CBC is in Barbados carrying the broadcast.
What was that one? WP?
Yeah.
Okay, WP.
Yeah, they're in Antigua. Here is start in balls on the line of that leg stump and jumping across the stumps. He's that jumpy kind of player. Chase, they feel that he's not all that good against fast bowling, and he just plays it down towards mid-on. There's a run. Quickly, let me tell you.
Yes, go.
Then there's New Stop in Guyana.
Yep.
We've got GBN here. Yep. That's in Grenada. Real FM is in Grenada. And there's also a station in Grenada carrying the broadcast called The One.
The One?
The One, yes.
Fantastic.
And you're gonna like this one from Nevis. It's called 2020 Vision Radio. Can you imagine that? Yeah, in Nevis. Hello to our friends in Nevis. Here is a delivery, which is outside the line. The off-summer start continues. Off the back foot goes Chase and hits the ball into the pitch. It goes up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. So you got listeners all across the Caribbean.
It's terrific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, The One. I prefer to listen to The One.
The One?
Yeah.
I like the WP.
Yeah, you like
WP.
that?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, that's very much in Antigua. So we welcome you. Of course, GBN is the national station, Real FM as well, taking the broadcast. Thanks to you.
Is that Real as in R-E-E-L, as in fishing reel?
Real FM,
or
yes.
As in R-E-A-L?
Yes, R-E-A-L. Real FM, that's it, yeah.
Not fishing reel?
No.
Okay.
It's 3 for 86. It's going to be a start, comes in bowls to Chase. Chase is back, turns the ball off his hip, down towards long leg, will get a single. He's battling quite courageously here in adversity. He's got to stay there. He's the captain and must be encouraged by the thought that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. He must know that. And of course, he will want to bat, as we say in the Caribbean, until the cows come home. Have you ever heard that before?
I have.
Yeah, and cows come home. And the sheep
all
too.
Day. That's generally all day.
Yeah, all day.
Yeah.
And of course, there's several monkeys around as well. Have you seen the monkeys?
Get back to the monkeys come home?
Oh my golly, they're in Barbados, like we call it like pigeon peas. There's so many. That's a little bit of the Barbadian paradise for you. Yeah. They say licks like pigeon peas. Here is a delivery, which is outside the off the back. Banged away through the offside for 4. Brandon King living up to his name. That was a beautiful shot, square the offside. That's going for 4.
Well, he's the king of cut shots. Yep. He put Hazelwood to the sword a couple of overs ago. And that one, that's power. You could hear it. He crunched it. Don't nobody move.
Yeah, that's
4.
Wonderful shot. He's a good player to watch. Hit it with a lot of power.
Low to high, put it over point.
Yeah. From the land of wood and water. Of course, he's Aki and Saltfish country, living banana. He's also from the land of speed as he settles on weights. He's gone to 29. How will start respond? As he comes up, he's in and bowls, he gets a bouncer. That's the typical fast ball response. Banged in short, he ducks the ball, goes over set to be taken by the keeper to end the over. 3 for 91 is the latest score here in St. George's.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. Yes, National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. And we guarantee you a perfect job on time every time by our highly skilled installers. So for a free supply and installation quotation in your home, book an appointment online or call National Tiles now.
All right, so we're heading closer and closer to the luncheon break. Not a big crowd, just a gathering of spectators, but they're certainly having some fun here in the Spice Side. Of course, the carnival is just around the corner. It's going to be in August. I was just speaking to the lady who provides the coffee. She tells me she's getting ready for carnival. You'll be back in Australia. So please stay for carnival. So, of course, Barbados is getting ready as well for its crop over. Lots of fetes on. Trinidad would have had carnival a little bit earlier in the year, just around February. And then Antigua as well. So you find a lot of countries do have their carnivals close together. In the meantime, it's going to be Cummins to continue the attack. Looking for the scalp as he comes up now. He's on his way to bowl to Chase. And to this delivery, Chase is forward. Ball full length, pushes into the offside. Down to cover. There's no run. 3 for 91.
He never misses right from the start. First ball, best ball.
Yeah.
Challenging that forward defence. Got a wicket in his first over last spell, which was an inside edge on a forward defence that ballooned up. They've got the short leg in play now. Cummins had to do all the work himself. The first 2 wickets, incidentally, were caught and bowled.
Yeah.
And from what we understand, it is the first time that's happened in a test match.
Yeah. It's quite unusual. Here is Cummins to bowl to Chase, and Chase is forward, looking for the run. Good aggressive cricket by the West Indies in terms of running, because that ball was played out towards cover. The point had to come across to the right, converge with the fielder at extra cover coming to the left, and while all this was happening, Chase took the run. Well done to him.
And those listening in, Shane, appreciate your text. He's from North Haven in South Australia, so it's a different time zone again, half an hour behind the eastern seaboard. Curled up in bed with the AirPods, enjoying the call. Shane, it's nice to be curled up with you.
Hello to Shane. Here we go. As Cummins is in both the king outside the off stump. And it just allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper.
And we've got Jed from Arnhem Land. Now, Arnhem Land is a really unique part in the Gulf of Carpentaria.
Okay.
Very, very far north. Crocodile country.
Crocodile country?
Big time. Crocodile country.
Okay.
He's playing bongo drums.
Bongo drums.
Don't know why he's doing that in the middle of the night and listening to the cricket, but...
Yes.
Jed, great to have you up in Arnhem Land.
Okay, wonderful. Anybody from Hobart as yet? Your favourite part? Hobart? Not as yet?
No one from Hobart, but I'm sure there's a few listening.
Here is Cummins. He's in and bowls a ball which is pitched on the line of the middle stump. There he's coming forward. King, a lot more confidence, pushes up to mid-off. There's no run.
Well, the reason you say that is because I said that the little bay area of St George is very similar to Hobart.
That's what you were telling me.
It has that feel of that harbour and the buildings, that old style. You know, there'll be a couple of hundred years old, the buildings through there. So it has a bit of that feel, much, much smaller than Hobart. But so we're talking about Hobart. So, yeah, anyone listening from Hobart, I'm sure there will be.
Here's Cummins.
The Webster family will be.
On his way to bowl to King, and King is getting a short ball, ducks under it. The ball goes over the top of the off stump, taken by the keeper.
An important time now, 9 minutes from the break. It's a critical moment. They can't afford to do what happened heading into the break last time when Cameron Green was batting. Gave a chance to cover.
Easy one as well.
It was a soda, and Campbell put it down and then followed up with an outside edge that he off the last ball before lunch. So can West Indies learn from the opposition and deny the Australians in this 8-minute patch now?
Cummins in bowls the King. King is wrapped in the pad. But more than you struck a very sensitive part of the anatomy there as the ball cut sharply back at him.
Take a deep breath.
Yeah, take a deep breath. And the over is about to come to an end. It does, actually. So 3 for 92 is the latest score in St. George's. So the action continues. And we're going to have some spin for the first time today. Looks as if it's going to be Lyon to take it up.
This is 101 Australian captaincy. The over before lunch, they generally throw it to a spinner. I've been... I don't know whether you're the beneficiary or the victim of that, but I've had the last over before lunch many times. They'll get another one in after Lions over, 7 minutes to go. But the Faith family, they're sailing in the islands of Croatia.
Croatia? Oh,
listening
wonderful.
on the app. They're saying thanks. We're saying thanks. You're joining in with us. So it's... hope you enjoy Croatia. It's hot there now. They're really hot. Summer, Croatia, but sailing, that'll be beautiful. What about Julius? He's at the wharf. He's working at the wharf in Melbourne.
At the wharf in Melbourne, okay. So 3 for 92. It's going to be Lyon to come into the attack. He comes in to bowl to Chase, and Chase is coming forward, bang on target, first delivery. That's what we've come to accustomed to in terms of his bowling. That was one right in the middle stump.
Slip, leg slip, short leg. Mid-off is up, mid-on is teasing halfway to the boundary.
Yeah, he's in and bowls and chases forward, whips it up towards that straight wicket area. There's no run for him, playing with the spin, given lots of it. He plays spin pretty well, Roston Chase. He's faced 33 balls, he's got 9. Occupation of the crease is so vital, important here. And the off-spinner comes in and bowls to Chase, and Chase is back and whips the ball away through the onside, too short, and just was deep in his crease, and a lovely turn to wrist and impact out towards wicket, gets to run. With that, he now goes into double figures, and the West Indies will head up towards the break. They're 3 for 93.
Yeah, two right-handers now with lines spinning the ball into them. Same field applies.
Here's Lan again, comes in, this time to bowl to Brandon King. And King is forward and drives, not the full-blooded drive. It was pitched up, went down towards cover. And there's no run with Green coming across to his right to pick it up. So 2 balls left in the over, 3 for 93. King is 29, and to this delivery, he's back and hits the ball in the air, dropping just in front of the fielder at a deepish mid-on. Is he in no man's land? Oh, not quite. Tell me.
It really is. It's a no man's land. Lyon likes to have them out.
Oh.
He went to whip that square, got a leading edge, and it ballooned up. If he was in the normal spot at mid-on, simple catch.
That would have been gone. He's in and bowls, and the forwards, inside edge, onto the pad, beautifully bowled indeed.
Lively.
Yeah, indeed. The ball went down towards that short backward square area to end an over of tremendous probe there coming from the champion spinner. It's 3 for 93, which is the latest score in St. George's.
Well, he had to reach forward. They have a saying in Australia, Andrew.
3 for 110. So we've got King on 39 and Chase on 16. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you, bright sunshine. We're still waiting for the umpires to come out. The Australian players at least are kind of filing out of the change rooms. Haven't seen the West Indians at this stage. But Bharat, it's fair to say you've got to give a lot of credit to the West Indies to get 110 in that first session. Losing 3 wickets, I get that, but they kept the scoreboard ticking over, and outside of it, one really poor shot from John Campbell, they were pretty good.
They were very good. And credit to Brandon King in particular. It was not easy when he walked out to bat. Pat Cummins had just taken a specky or whirly or whatever else you want to call it, whatever Australian expression you want to use to describe that one. And he was pumped, and that was a very difficult spell to get out of. But Brandon King somehow managed to do that, and then he survived Josh Hazelwood as well. And towards the end of the session, he's playing some terrific shots. And how about that 6 from Roston Chase of his opposite number? That was Viv Richards at his peak, just whipping him over mid-wicket for 6. So a strong finish from the West Indies, which is what we needed. And they'll take that session. Craig Brathwaite out of form, first over, or second over of the innings, just pushes that one cotton ball. The second wicket, just a great catch. Pat Cummins doing things that only he can do on the cricket field. And then a terrible shot after John Campbell that looked pretty okay. So the West Indies will be like, you know what, it's not all diabolical like it was last week in Bridgetown, so we can still make a good fist of it.
It shouldn't be harder from here for the West Indies. They've got through the hardest part.
Yeah.
And they're only 3 down, and we know the capability of Hope and Greaves batted so well in the second innings in Bridgetown. So there's a bit there to go.
There is, and we saw a couple of overs of Nathan Lyon. There was a one fall shot which fell short of Mitchell Stark in a deepish mid-on. But yeah, you'd think you'd see a lot of Hazelwood. Seems to be the one starting proceedings for us from the, by the way, this is the Darbo, and you're always right, Adam White.
That's right.
Mount Darbo, you win. So he'll be bowling from this end, commentary box end, the pavilion end.
I think I just was watching Pat Cummins. We're not far away from the opening ball. I wouldn't say it was a rev up, but he actually got the players together, and there were some fairly strong words spoken. You can hear what he said, but the intent in his body language was, come on boys, we're just going to lift the rate a bit here.
We do. Yeah, I mean, just that last half hour, it was good bowling. But yeah, it just felt like there were a few easy runs, weren't there?
Yeah, there were.
Credit to the West Indies. They were showing the right intent. They're being rewarded for it.
These two have put on 46 with Hazelwood to bowl the first over of the second session. 2 slips in a gully and pushing forward. King again wanting to score, not getting a run. Smith coming around from extra cover to do the fielding. The intent was there to try and score. So King 39 from 60 balls. Chase 16 from 37. The deficit now is at 176 as we start the 5th session of the match.
Well, Australia were 5 down by the time they got to 110. They lost Travis Head at 110, and it was just after this period where batting didn't look difficult at all yesterday when Alex Carey and Bo Webster were in there.
Yeah, I agree. Bad pad still in play as well. Hazelwood bowls here, and King is up on his toes, punching into point and taking a single because he's earned that single because Lyon is out on the fence, and that was as a result of two cracking cut shots that King played about 40 minutes from lunch that kind of got him going and put the Australians on the back foot.
How about that sliding cut shot he hit like a la Richie Richardson off Mitchell Stark?
Oh, it was fantastic.
That was just the shot of the day for me. I know Roston Chase's 6 was special, but that aerial cut shot where he went from down to up and just slashed it was quite something. That, you know, at times you see a boundary being hit, it feels like a statement.
Yes.
That felt like
no doubt about that. Hazelwood again, ambling in, past the umpire bowls to Chase. That was right on line, bat and pad close together. It hit the bat, then it hit the pad. Spitting out on the offside, no run.
Yeah, he just looks like such an LBW candidate, Roston Chase. Just the way he plays, a bit like, he's like a mirror image of Usman Khawaja at times. Doesn't get that front foot out at all. And because of that back and across movement, we always feel like you can just sneak a ball past his inside edge and wrap him on the pads. He got LBW that fashion in Barbados as well.
Khawaja in first slip, Webster in second, Constas in third. Hazelwood again bowls. Oh, hit on the pad. Is it pad first? Or is it a bit of bat as well? That's awfully close. They've gone through for a leg bye. Again, Chase being caught on the crease. They're talking about it. They're having a strong conversation.
Look at Pat Cummins' hands.
Cummins says, yes, let's go upstairs. We'll do it for IMAR. Well, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13IMAR.
Just like that. That's why Roston Chase is such an LBW candidate. He's just... So he will be in line of the stumps. It's just a question of whether he got some bat on it before it hit his pad. Here we go. Here's the replay.
There was two noises. It's just a question of what came first. Oh, it hasn't hit. It hasn't hit the bat.
I think it hit the front flap and then
the two noises were front pad and then back thigh pad.
Height. We saw a couple that went. All right, here we go. Sneko. There's nothing on it. Ultra edge. His bat was nowhere. Nah, it wasn't. So that's just the front, just on the knee roll. So that's where it's hit him.
This could be umpire's call. Here's the tracking. Here's the tracking. It's going to be close.
It's not.
It's out. It's out. Hazelwood strikes in the first over after lunch. And Roston Chase, the captain, is out. Wow.
Well, I'm tempted to say I told you so, Adam White, but I told you so.
You did. You were just talking about it.
He's just the way he plays off that back foot against balls coming back in. Josh Hazelwood had him in his sights, had those pads in his sights. And I know we're missing Adam Collins on air, and if he was on air, you'd have said he's just blown his pad off.
It did look close. The two noises were front pad to back pad, and it wasn't. Hazelwood was keen, but the cordon not so much.
And it was to do with that second noise, wasn't it, Adam? I think it probably did kind of then hit some part of his back leg before ricocheting past the slip region. But yeah, every time you think West Indies are in a position to get away, you have to be reminded, or the Australian pace attack or the bowling attack reminds you, well, not against us. You always find a way.
The lunch break came at the wrong time, didn't it? Just took their momentum away. They had real momentum rolling, and you start again after a break. We're having another look at the replay here. It's hit the top of leg stump. And I think it certainly surprised me, but I think it surprised the Australians as well, the way they celebrated as it came up on the screen. And Roston Chase, no emotion from the skipper.
No emotion, forlorn. Just a slow blink, and in a blink of an eye, Shea Hope has walked out to the middle. So he batted really well the first innings. He was in all sorts of trouble in the second innings. Really battled through a terrific spell from Cummins on a on a pitch which was breaking up or had broken up by then, and then he got out. So will he start in that positive fashion in which he did in the first innings? Drove beautifully down the ground and through the covers.
He's ready to face his first ball. Hazelwood on the way. He bowls and he goes back and across and defends just down the onside of the pitch. He was a little bit rushed, but he was able to put bat on ball. 4 for 111, chase out for 16 in the first over after lunch. And it must be said too, the crowd has just definitely improved as the day's gone on. The no-name stand, which is at square leg where we are at the moment, just sort of to the side of the main stand. There's lots of locals in that stand. It's good, great to see. Hazelwood again. Bowls and playing and missing is Hope. Searching for that one, caught on the crease. Great over from Josh Hazelwood. He's the only man with multiple wickets. 4 for 111 at the end of the over.
With a growing family, life changes, and sometimes that means your home needs to change too. Duncan Thompson Extensions are a trusted family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years and recognise what's most important for you. From concept to completion, Duncan Thompson Extensions plan, design and extend your home to match your life. Sign up now and make 2025 the year your home becomes perfect for your family. It's good to be home. Visit duncanthompson.com.au.
So it's official at the moment. The leading wicket taker is Josh Hazelwood, as I said, the only man with multiple wickets. He has 2 of the 4 for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket team wear.
So you just were talking about more people now that you can spot all around, scattered around the National Stadium. It's also the part of the world where they don't give you an official crowd number at the end of each day's play.
It's because they don't seem to scan anyone in. They can just sort of walk in. they have a counter. Someone just spotting the crowd and counting them all.
Well, there were some Aussie fans who wanted to walk onto the outfield yesterday.
Yeah, that's right. So Bo Webster after the break. He's bowling here to King. First ball from Bo since lunch. And it's outside off stump and it's left alone. So it's interesting that Cummins clearly could have bowled himself, clearly could have bowled Mitchell Starc, even Nathan Lyon, but they've gone back to the all-rounder.
So it's a bit like what the West Indies have done throughout this series of Justin Graves starts and end sessions for them quite often. He did it yesterday as well. Bo Webster, in terms of skill level, probably on par with Justin Graves. You'd think he's pretty well. Both of them have.
Webster bowling here to King, who lunges forward in defence, full face of the bat, finding the middle of it, pushing away into the offside to Sam Constas.
So like yesterday, we did have the little kid, or another kid, not the one from yesterday, trying to hit 6 balls and six sixes in 6 seconds. That's a tongue twister.
Kenny Calendar.
But there were also so many other school kids here from different schools having a hit out. It's good to see.
Yeah, it was good to see. Webster again, bowls and trying to drive his King, takes in a portion of the bat and heads out into the onside to mid-wicket where Travis Head does the fielding.
Maybe one of that is the reason that Webster is bowling, because King is going so hard at everything now. Just that slightly, 10 kilometers less.
Yep. Might just have King relaxing, but thinking, I can take him down.
Yep. And just that ball, he mistimed it, got the inside half of his bat. I mean, that's the plan. They have 2 slips in a gully.
They do. Webster ambles in, bowling to King, and that's wide of the off stump, and it's left alone.
And on those 2 slips in gully, you see Cam Green has moved into second slip, and Mitchell Starc at gully. He's been practicing this a lot.
Yes. Now, I wanted to talk to you about this, actually, because I actually asked Andrew McDonald this on Monday. If you had to do power rankings on best catchers in the team, who would be your top 5? Because I could potentially have Mitchell Starc at number 1.
He does have great hands.
Webster bowling to King, who pushes forward well in defence, back to the bowler.
I can't spot Tommy Decent in the box, but we saw him do that Whitey at the Windward Club on the southern coast of Barbados, and Tom, who played senior level cricket in New South Wales and played with Pat Cummins as well, he spoke about how he has played in a couple of games against Mitch Starks years ago, where Stark was always at gully. So he's done that a lot in Shield cricket, maybe not so much.
A little bit. Webster bowls, King again lunges forward, and that is the end of the over. We'll continue this discussion after the break because I think it's an interesting one. And Andrew made some comments about Mitchell Stark in that position. Over bowl, 4 for 111. It's SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus, no fuss.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, the Breakthrough Collection. Don't forget about that building from just $227,900. Hazelwood starts a new over and Hope's back and across defending. So just on that situation with Mitchell Stark, so Andrew was talking about why they like him in gully is because he's so good to his left, being a left-hander. So if you could imagine third slip and then gully, his ability to move as quickly to his left means that he can cover more territory than perhaps someone who is right-handed, who is more likely to fling himself to his right to take a catch. So it makes it an even smaller gap, which I thought was quite interesting. As Hazelwood approaches again, bowls to Hope. Ooh, that was right in on the stumps. He got his bat to it. Maybe kept a little bit low, but he's really trying to hit the pad. Now, the difference is that in the current team, because Cameron Green is 7'8" and can move so far either way, as good as it is to have Stark there, you've got Green, so it's not required. So I asked, because they had Stark and Constas fielding in third slip at practice on Monday. But the thing is, again, because Stark is left-handed, third slip, it's okay, but he can't move as well to his right. Unless, of course, the batter's a left-hander.
Yep.
Hazelwood bowls here. Oh, that's just a beauty that goes right through Hope. It seemed away. Usually Hazelwood brings it back, but that one, that just knifed once it hit the surface and beat the outside edge. That's that wobble seam.
Oh, wow.
That's gone right over off stump.
That is, if that had hit the top of off, that Shama Joseph delivery to Bo Webster would have had competition for being the ball of the decade. That was terrific. Just the angle in. And he doesn't go too wide of the crease generally, Josh Hazelwood, like Pat Cummins tends to do. So it's so difficult to pick what that ball's going to do after it comes into you.
3 slips in a gully. Hazelwood again to Hope, who leaves, shouldering arms outside off stump. That one's seaming back, but it was pitched a lot wider than the previous delivery.
So Stark number 1. So what's in the other 4 spots?
I think you've got to have Smith in there.
Oh, I thought he had given you the power rank.
What's that?
I thought Andrew McDonald had given you a power rank.
No, he wouldn't do it, but he said that all he said was that he would have Stark in his top 3.
Oh, cool. Okay, that makes sense.
He wouldn't go much further than that. So I would have had Webster, Smith, Stark as my top 3 catches.
Webster's number 1 for me.
Yep. Hazelwood bowls. Hope again rushed in defence. That one in on the stumps. Caught on the crease, Hope, but finding the bat, defending away on the offside. Who would your top 3 be?
Oh, Webster number 1 by far.
Yep.
I mean, we've seen a lot of Shield cricket, and any ball that goes anywhere in that Webster region is gone. You just don't.
Straight in.
And he took that terrific catch low down in the second innings in Barbados as well at second slip. So Webster number 1. Steve Smith number 2. That's how the catches he takes. It's quite spectacular. He drops them.
Well, he does drop a few, but he takes the spectacular ones. Hope this time punching, getting it through. Off the front foot, through cover point, out to the rope, 4 runs. He's off the mark. 4 for 115, the West Indies. And it was the last ball of the over. Bowlers hate going for a boundary off the last ball. On the Time Power scoreboard, the West Indies 4 down, but they're moving along, 115.
Experience electric at Freeway Motor Group with hybrid, plug-in hybrid and full electric vehicles across 5 brands. GWM's Canon Alpha Hybrid and plug-in hybrid utes are here, and Ford Ranger Hybrid arrives soon. And register your interest in the upcoming LDV e-Terran ute. Freeway Motor Group's Hyundai range includes the new Insta and Ioniq 5 EVs with Kona available in hybrid and EV, plus Jeep Avenger EV and Compass hybrid models. Experience electric. Visit freewaymotorgroup.com.au. LMCT 9351.
SEN Test Cricket for our friends from Henley Homes supporting us here in the West Indies. As Bo Webster comes in again to bowl to King, who's still staying steady, defending the next ball on the offside. So you've gone Webster, Smith, who's 3.
Ooh, catches.
Because the other obvious one is Green.
It is Green.
But
I don't know, Pat Cummins is not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, he does
his own bowling.
Yeah, I mean, the catch in Pakistan to break that game open in Lahore, Adam Collins and I are still wowed by it. It's quite a catch from Cummins in Pakistan.
Webster again closer to the stumps, bowls to King, bit of bat, bit of pad. Trickles behind square leg, they get a single. I think it's going to be runs. Yep, inside edge first onto the pad.
So I guess, yeah, it's between Green and Cummins for me. Because Cummins does take some I mean, Travis Head will tell you he's quite the catcher as well. It's Adam reminding me that, I mean, it is pretty noisy up here. Even though we're sitting behind or in an air-conditioned box, the drums and the MC in particular, but nothing compares to the noise in Lahore because of the vuvuzelas. It was Pakistan Day, and we had to move upstairs during tea break.
Webster bowls to King. Who pushes forward into cover point, and there's no run.
I mean, Adam and I, Colo and I have done some dramatic things on the road, makeshift radio boxes, but the fact that we were able to move an entire radio broadcast setup in the space of 10 minutes or 15 minutes and still get the first ball after, I think it's still one of our great achievements.
You wouldn't have had me helping you at tea because I would have been eating all the cake. So I couldn't have been able to help at that time. 4 for 116. Hope on strike. He's on 4. He's driving stylishly but can't beat it off, getting onto the front foot and punching hard.
It's like when you see Shai Hope batting, especially in Test cricket, not so much in one-day cricket where he seems to have a bigger range, it almost feels like he defends or he drives. He's just waiting to get something within driving range and he drives. Otherwise, he just blocks. Very different to the way he plays in 50-over cricket, a more versatile batter. He's come back into Test cricket after quite a while, as we know.
I don't mind his cricket shoes. Quite like those. He's standing outside of his crease, waiting for Webster, and he leaves, playing inside the line. That wasn't a shot. He purposefully just played inside the line. Batters do that. I don't know why they do it. I think it's risky.
And just noticed through my binoculars as well, he's standing well outside his crease.
Yeah, that's right.
And he just glanced behind at Alex Carey after he stuck his...
But his trigger movement is to sort of want to come forward again after being outside his crease. So it's a positive move. It's quite open in his stance, waves the bat behind, and then plays nicely up to mid-on this time, trying to get forward. Can't beat mid-on, and a good economical over there from Bo Webster, just the one run coming from it. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Homes at the end of the over. It's 4 for 116.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Toolkit Depot's massive clearance sale is on now. Save on big brands like Milwaukee, Makita, DeWalt, Bosch, Hardjacker and more. Get up to 50% off while stocks last. On now at Toolkit Depot. Think you've seen it cheaper? We'll beat it. T's and C's apply.
The clouds are quite high here in Grenada, which is a good sign. We thought we might have had a few interruptions through the day. As it stands, we've got through unscathed as Hazelwood starts a new over. A bit wider in the crease, bowling to King, presses forward, pushes into cover point, takes the single with the man out on the deep. So he's doing well here, Brandon. He's not getting sucked in. Yet.
Not yet. But Hazelwood wouldn't mind 5 balls at Shea Hope when he's still fresh at the crease. He wasn't very happy being driven through the covers for 4. And the reason I did bring up the Hope Carey thing was the day before the test was the 2-year anniversary. And Dan Cherney, that ace news reporter, sports reporter, cricket reporter from News Corp, was standing right there with me when Alex Carey finished his test session and walked past me.
3 slips in a gully. Hazelwood on his way to bowl to Hope, who's tucking it nicely into mid-wicket. Wants a quick single, taking on Cummins. They get there. Cummins fielding with the one hand and flinging it in at the striker's end, but they were safe, even if there was a hit of the stumps.
Well, and there's a dog on the field.
There is a dog on the field.
And the dog who...
It's not a pig on the field like there was that day at the SCG.
That's right. It's a...
But there is a dog.
And nobody's noticed the dog. That's so his dog is at a wideish long off, a few yards in from
just covering
from
a lot of sort of a sweeping type of roll out in the offside.
And Hazelwood just points at the dog and asks it to leave. And now he's trying to bring everybody else's attention to the fact that there is a dog.
I need to do my Sandy Roberts voice. There is a dog at extra cover.
And the dog now is walking infield.
Yeah, this happens.
Now Josh Hazelwood is trying to wave it away. The dog thinks he's asking it to come towards him. Steve Smith, known to chase dogs away, is trying to get involved now.
This is the sort of stuff that happens in the cricket that I play on a Saturday in Australia, where sometimes the dog goes onto the field and we're yelling at the owner, put it on a lead.
Well, I don't think this dog really has an owner. Well, Pat Cummins' turn. He's
now this is good here because the dog's worried about the drone.
So they're using the drone. Maybe not yet.
The drone's working as a sheepdog.
And the dog's finally gone off.
It will come back on, you watch.
Yeah.
No doubt. We're going to play on. Hazelwood on his way to King, and King is in defence, playing back to a ball that kept a little bit low.
So just to finish off on Alex Carey, so he walked up to us and we congratulated him, 2-year anniversary, and we had a bit of a chat about him. You know, Alex is always up for a chat.
Yeah, of course.
And I didn't make it a point that there's a before and after that Alex Carey incident. It's you and listeners in Australia might not get this. So in India, so every traffic light has at least 2 traffic cops there. Again, in Australia, you're expected to do the right thing. Yeah, the expectations are not always met in India.
Hazelwood again. And he comes bowling to King. Oh, he tugs this away on the onside. That's gone miles. That's gone for 6. I didn't think he really got much of that because it was a kind of a jabbing sort of shot from hip high, and it's cleared the fence by 15 metres.
That's not a pull shot. That's not a hook shot. That's just a swat. He just swatted at it. Came off the bottom of his bat as well. I don't think that's where he was trying to hit it, but well, he'll take it, and the conch shells are going off around the National Stadium here in Grenada. And the whistles as well.
That was hip high, and he dragged it from outside off stump. And he's moved to 48, 4 for 124. Hazelwood wasn't overly impressed. He bowls again, back into defensive mode is King. Lunging forward again, he knows that ball's keeping just a little bit low, so he's getting as forward as he can, whereas Hope is only new to the crease. He's more playing from the crease, which is dangerous, which is what happened to Roston Chase.
It did. Just to finish off on that, so often there'll be an unmanned traffic light, and then everybody will just go past the red light, and then you'll suddenly have a traffic cop being installed at that traffic light, and that's what Alex Carey's role has become. Now, ever since he pulled off that Johnny Bairstow incident, batters around the world just always check what the wicketkeeper is doing.
4 for 124, last ball of the over. Forward comes King in defence again, bat and pad close together, perfectly vertical bat. That looked impressive. King 48, Hope 5, end of the over, 4 for 124. SEN Test cricket for Henley Homes.
Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
Kick off Origin with winning deals at BWS. Like a case of Cooper's Mild Ale 3.5% cans for $52. Save $8. Hurry, ends Wednesday. T's and C's apply. Choose to drink wise.
Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The West Indies 4 for 124. So 14 runs have come in about 25 minutes post-lunch, but they have lost the wicket of the captain, Roston Chase. Bo Webster will bowl again here to Hope, who is on 5. 2 slips in the gully. Webster bowls. Hope lunges forward. Almost it was a tippity run type of situation where he wanted to just bunt and run. He had to really draw outside the off stump to make contact. It was a risky manoeuvre. They didn't take a run.
They did. And you know, if there are some dog owners listening to what happened in the previous over and you're thinking, I have a dog just like that with no recall. No, that wasn't the case. There was nobody to recall the dog.
No, there was no owner.
It was just left to its own devices, really.
Webster again. Bowls, Hope squared up, defending offside of the pitch. Yes, because, I mean, you could ask the question, how the hell did the dog get into the arena?
Well, I've seen human beings walk into the arena without being checked, so there's no way there was someone checking that dog. It was a cute dog. I kind of had my binoculars on the dog. It was a cute little black, shiny, Labrador-ish dog. So
maybe it was Andrew Mason's dog.
Well, he owns horses, that man, not dogs.
Webster tied it to the stumps, and that one shapes away. So that was purposeful, the way he came in a little bit closer, swings away. Hope didn't play.
There was a lot of movement after it passed the stumps. So Mitchell Stark is warming up, so maybe there'll be a bit of Stark from the Hazelwood end or the Darbo end, where we are at, I think. So Brandon King has found a way. Hasn't always been convincing, but he's got himself to 48. Can Shea Hope get some fluency going in this innings?
Webster a bit wider on the crease this time, clipping away. Nice shot from Hope down into open territory behind square leg. Tying up is Hazelwood, and just a single to Hope to move to 6. So I've got a question for you. This is right in your wheelhouse at Adam Collins' wheelhouse. Bo Webster is very, very close to being a 50-50 all-rounder, where he's equal batter as he is bowler. He's almost as close to 50-50 as you can get. Can you think of other players that are really close to 50-50 all-rounders? So Stokes 65-35, that sort of thing, more batter. Webster bowls and King leaves. Webster's really in that zone of being close to 50% bowl, 50% bat.
Andrew Flintoff?
Yeah, I reckon he's the... Yeah. I've had this conversation at home with my kids. We sort of go through and we try and come up with the absolute 50-50. Flintoff was as close as we could come up with for 50-50.
Can I just say I'm in awe of your household as well?
Why is
the kind of discussions you have with your kids is quite impressive.
Yeah, but it does get a bit annoying at times. Webster bowls. He beats the outside edge. He fended at that one and missed it, King. And that is the completion of the over. 4 for 125. You just get random comments in the back of the car. Manenti, is he 50-50, Dad? People in Australia know who Manenti is. We'll take a break. Andrew Mason not far away.
This week's amazing deals at Chemist Warehouse are here. Run, don't walk. There's Garnier Micellar Water All-in-One Cleansing Water 400ml, only $7.99. And Garnier's Vitamin C Daily Glow Tinted Evertone Fluid SPF 50+ is $14.99. For makeup that won't budge, try Revlon Colour Stay Longwear Makeup Foundation range, just $19.97 each. Guess what? Dermavine's Daily Nourish Soap-Free Wash or Moisturising Lotion 1.25 litre is only $19.99 each. Chemist Warehouse. Great savings every day.
So 4 for 125, 34 was gone, and the West Indies losing the wicket of their captain. Sends to break, chase leg before to Hazelwood for 16. How do you read it now, Bharat? 4 for 125.
Well, I think Brandon King has done a good job at his end. He's played a few expansive shots, but he's just somehow, not the most technically sound batter for sure, but he's somehow found a way, and that is the beauty of Test cricket. Yeah. We've seen Bo Webster do that so well in his nascent Test career. And going back to what we were just discussing before you came on, Adam Collins has put up numbers for Bo Webster on our screen. So he's averaging 45.6 with the bat.
So here's Stark to continue for the Australians. He's in both, so Hope is back. So ball that goes right through him. What a delivery to get first ball. That's a really great ball. Hope survives.
Bryce McGain, what a point for you to come in.
Yep, indeed.
What an amazing delivery.
Oh.
The angle around the wicket. So for those listening in all around the world, Stark around the wicket. So it's really difficult for right-handers. You're seeing a big angle coming into you, so you're playing it, but the ball will then start moving away, and that is exactly what he did.
But he's in again, Stark to bowl to Hope, and to this delivery, Hope is get him on a different length, a different line. That's just about the line of the leg stump, maybe outside. And it goes down to that short backward square for leg by to carry the West Indies up to 126 for 4. Gentlemen in the stand is having some luck. Maybe that's some oil down. Have you had the oil down?
I have looked for an oil down everywhere. Apparently it's a Friday dish, the national dish of Grenada. But I promise you, I will get myself some oil down before I leave. Maybe tonight at Dexter's.
At Dexter's, we're looking forward to Dexter's tonight. Hello to our friends at Dexter's. This guy's having some curry chicken.
And hello to our friends from Henley Homes at the back. So they'll be joining us.
The CEO is with us as well. We're happy to have him. Here is a delivery from Stark, which is outside line. Just out of the reach of the field. Thought he was going to go for 4. It was outside the off stump. King went hard at that. And he gets to his 50, Brandon King. Well, he struggled, but generally he's survived, and he's gone to 50, and this represents a pretty good show from him. Glimpses in Barbados, he's got 50, the West Indies 4 for 130.
Just outside Cam Green's reach, he put in the big dive. He has plucked off a few catches in that form in the past, but not this time.
So can King carry on? 52 from 77 balls. And Stark with 2 steps in the gully begins to move in. On his way again to bowl to King. And King is coming forward. And there's the field. He's so good in the gully area. Greed makes a good stop. Just drop it away to his left. It was pitched up outside edge found, dropping in front of him. So the action is very much here with the West Indies hoping that these two Bryce can just steady things a bit after losing chase.
First half century for West Indies in this series.
Yes.
So it's taken them into the 3rd innings of the Frank Worrell Trophy this time for one of their batters to raise their bat. Shamar Joseph came close. Shea Hope came close, made 48. So Brandon King, who would have thought, was in his second test.
Here's Stark comes in again to bowl to King, and to this delivery down the leg side, and the ball is taken by the keeper.
So just back on Bo Webster as we check out these numbers on Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale. So I said 45.62 with the bat. Currently averages 24.83 with the ball. So going back to our debate of pure all-rounders, equal bat, equal ball. So there's some suggestions coming in from the rest of our commentary box. So Adam Collins says Vinu Mankad, which is only Adam Collins could have come up with it, but it's a brilliant suggestion. Andrew McDonald says Daniel Cherney. So we'll come back to it in the next over, Andrew.
Here is Stark. Comes up now, bowls to King. King is forward and drives. Good stop out of that cover area. Pitched up, the batsman went forward. Constance came across, made a good stop to end the over. 4 for 130, ladies, score in St George's.
For over 90 years, GMHBA Health Insurance has been built on care and the belief in giving back to community. That's why you'll pay no excess on same-day hospital procedures with all eligible hospital covers. So, if you're in and out on the same day, you won't pay the hospital excess. Make the switch today. GMHBA Health Insurance. Caring since 1934. Doesn't apply to closed hospital products. All hospital waiting periods apply, including the standard 2-month waiting periods and 12-month waiting periods for pre-existing conditions.
Good discussion you've got there going.
Yeah.
Bharat, tell us more.
Yeah, on SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Henley breakthrough collection built from only 227,900 Australian dollars. Not easy.
Add the 900.
Not Bajan.
No, not Guyanese. Not Jamaican.
Not yet.
Not yet. Here is Webster comes in and bowls, and he almost plays the ball into his stumps. There was a big gap between bat and pad there. So played it there. Didn't look comfortable at all on that occasion.
Yeah, very inside edgy so far this innings from Shea Hope. Yeah, almost just a bad shot, just held his bat out. So more on the level all-rounders. So Vinu Mankad, Andrew McDonald, Bryce, you played a lot of cricket with him.
Yeah.
Does he fit the bill?
He was probably the winningest, if that's a word, cricketer. Whatever he did, wherever he played, the team won.
Here is Webster, comes in, bowls to Hope gets one on the leg side, looking to flick the ball away, goes by full to be taken by the keeper.
It was quite remarkable for Victoria, even county cricket, T20 cricket, wherever he went they won, and it's had a similar path as he's been coaching as well, coaching Leicestershire and then the Renegades and then Victoria, wherever he went they've won, and Australia's been pretty dominant since he's been in charge as well. I think the best, well, not the best all-rounder, but the 50-50, how could you not go past Jacques Kellis?
Here is
he 50-50?
Webster comes in, bowls, and a drive over the top of cover. That's going to go for 4. That was it with some power by Shea Hope. He struggled generally, his eyes open wide. That went away down towards extra cover. That's gone for 4 to carry Hope into double figures. It's now 4 for 134.
Well, trademark Shea Hope playbook. He'll defend, but you give him something to drive, he will throw everything at it. This time he went inside out like he does so often in 50-over cricket and does it successfully as well. But that was a terrific shot. So, Jacques Kellis is an interesting one. 13,500 runs with the bat.
292 wickets.
292 wickets. I still think with those numbers, his batting was above his bowling.
Here's Webster comes in, bowls, and that's one of the off stump coming back at the right-hander. Hope covers up, place to cover, there's no run.
And Kellis and Pollock, for me, are kind of similar in that sense. And Pollock took 400 wickets, but scored a lot of runs as well. But he was still more bowler than Kellis. I think not so much, but slightly more a batter than bowler. Even though 292 wickets, it's incredible numbers.
That's amazing. Chris from Melbourne's with me. Jacques Kellis is 50-50 all-rounder.
Yeah.
I'm with you, mate.
Chris Gaines? You take 50-50 to an extent.
Here's Webster again. Comes in to bowl to Shea Hope, and Hope is tipping the ball from that leg stump out towards backward square. We'll get one, we'll contemplate the second. He's fast, and we'll get the second run comfortably as he worked that ball, whistling to the onside back for the second, 136 for 4.
Yeah, and there is one more suggestion, or a couple more suggestions from Adam Collins, who also says Lance Gaines before Chris, father of Chris. And I think the one that he's mentioned there, we'll come back to him in the next over because this is the last ball.
It is
a bit
indeed
of a favorite of mine.
Yeah. Shea Hope's best score of 147.
I got it. I've got the answer.
Here's a delivery. Outside, he has to be nibbles at that. What a delivery. Ball by Webster. He came forward very close to the outside edge to end the over. It's 4 for 136, which is the latest score in St. George's.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus.
No fuss. Imagine homes so well designed and so luxurious, they'll be setting the standard for decades. Homes with prices your bank will love and your friends will envy. The Henley Mainview Collection. The difference is everywhere.
So the West Indies trailing by 150 now, with King on 52. Hope has got 12. Last wicket fell at 111, and Stark to continue. He's bowled 8 overs, none for 38 as he comes in with 2 slips and the gully. Waiting, he's up to the wicket now. He's in and bowls to King, and King gets one down the leg side. Goes by to be taken by the keeper. Angled down the leg side. So it's 136 for 4.
What about Greg Matthews?
Oh, very good one.
So we're talking off-spinning all-rounder for Australia. His test record, he averaged 41.
Oh.
Played 33 tests, averaged 41, so 1,800 runs. only took 61 wickets in those 33 tests at 48. But then if you look at his first-class record, his bowling was unbelievable. 516 wickets, 190 games, and averaged 38 with the bat.
Here's Stark, comes up now, bowls to King, and King is dropped in the pad. There's a beautiful leg before. Hope is a long way down, then gets the skids on and gets back into his ground at the non-strikers then. That ball clearly headed down the leg side. There was an appeal as the ball went down towards square leg. So from round the wicket, angle the ball back to the right-hander. So these two will have a little bit of a chat. Let's have a look at that in the replay.
Yep, a replay on our replay screen for Chemist Warehouse. Winter safety sail. Yeah, almost double play there from Australia. The LBW was shaping down the leg side, so that was never going to be given out, but nearly a run out. Manas involved as substitute.
Here's Stark, comes in, bowls to King. King is on the back foot to one pitches from round the wicket again, just targeting his pads, and he works it into the onside down to Cummins, who comes across from that wide mid-on area to pick it up, and there's no run.
So just on Greg Matthews, Adam Collins has just informed us, in the history of Test cricket, he had the most even career statistically with the bat. What he means by that is if you group his scores, nobody more consistent to his career average of 41. That's a very good batting average for someone who batted 6, 7, at times 5, and further down as well. So
further down, yeah.
So Mitch Stark again from round the wicket. Comes in to bowl to King, who's on 52, goes past the umpire, bowls to King. King is coming across his stumps again, so there's a definite plan to attack his leg stump, but angling across him, it's the pad, goes behind the keeper, there's no run.
And speaking of spinning all-rounders, another name that Adam Collins just put in there, one of our own, a proud owner of an SE in Henley Holmes jacket, Ravi Shastri.
Oh, good old Ravi.
Yeah. I mean, if you ask him, he'll say
he's got to be a better bat. He was an opening bat.
I think so, yeah.
Bryce, 182 test wickets, 5 firsts in every ground that you can name.
Right, okay.
It's what he would have said if he
Yeah.
Stark round the wicket again to Brandon King, 52. He's up to the wicket and bowls to King, and King is forward, works the ball into the onside. We'll get a run. We'll contemplate the second. Hope is keen to come back as the ball was picked up down at the wicket here. The mid wicket on the boundary came across to pick it up, and Hope gets into the mind of King. There's no need to flirt with danger. It's 4 for 137.
And I guess Ravi Shastri is the ultimate all-rounder in cricket. Incredible commentator, does the toss all around the world. He can call the presentation, call the winning moments, and won 2 test series in Australia as coach. Beat that, Bryce.
You can't beat it.
No.
You can't beat it.
One to come in this over as Stark comes in, bowls to Hope. Hope is on the back foot, stares it squarely offside for a single. There's protection and the backward point boundaries. Just jump back and played it quite nicely down to backward point for one to end the over. And with that, it goes to 13. King is 53. And the West Indies are 4 for 138, which is the latest score in St. George's.
It's here, OMF's massive end of financial year sale with some of our best offers and $10 million of stock to clear. Grab the award-winning Revivify Support for under $800 or the new Mornington Flex for under $1,300. Take up to 20% off bedroom furniture and up to 60% off floor stock while it lasts. Plus, take an extra 10% off selected already reduced mattresses for even bigger savings. Hurry, stock is limited. Sale extended at OMF, the home of mattress.
Yes, I have indeed.
Are you aware that the fruit punch has maybe got a bit of rum in there?
No, it hasn't got any rum in there.
Might be a rum punch.
No, it's not. Because I've had that much of it, I'd be lying down in the back of the box if there was any rum in it. So they've had a good session again, the West Indies, having lost just 1 wicket so far.
Yep.
And it happened straight after the break with Roston chase out in the first over. But these two, King and Hope, have put on 42, and the deficit now is only 133.
No, they ticked over the halfway mark. They got to the 150, and, well, they're just honing in, ticking off the little milestones that you do when you're chasing down a total. And it's been some good proactive batting. And you'd expect that. They're white ball players that have come in under a new regime of West Indies cricket who've said, no, we good cricket is good cricket, so we can turn them from white ball cricketers into test cricketers, where maybe, particularly with King's situation, he's probably been stamped, I know you're a white ball player, but in his 2 substantial knocks, he got a golden duck when Hazelwood was ripping through the second innings, so he's a bit unlucky, but he's been really, really good.
Okay, so straight after the drinks break, Lyon into the attack again, bowling to King. Rocks back, tries to cut, misses.
Now the ball
Gave himself room.
Yeah, the ball's been skidding a bit, Whitey, as Lyon has gone a bit more defensive with his bowling. Not so much up and over the top. He's been firing them in a little bit flatter. His pace up around the 91, 92 kilometres an hour.
Lyon again bowls. King inside edge onto the pad, going back to a ball that didn't bounce. Bryce was onto it. It's definitely not bouncing.
And he got a little thumbs up as well.
Oh, you don't want to be going back to that, Brandon.
Well, Brandon gave Lyon a thumbs up, like, well done. Well bowled. You did me. Saved by a toothpick, the inside edge.
Dances down the wicket, lifts him long and high over mid-off, and that has gone into the seats. Magnificent strike there from Brandon King to move to 65.
Well, he learnt from the ball before. If I just keep on the crease playing off the back foot. So Lyon got a little fuller and King counter-punched. Used his feet, got to the pitch, lifted it over long off for 6. So it's a great battle here.
4 sixes in the West Indian innings to this point, to go with 16 fours. 4 for 159. Lyon continuing around the wicket. King lunging forward in defence this time. There's been a lot to like about Brandon King. There was a lot to like in his first innings at Kensington Oval as well.
That's what I was saying before. Like he has looked good. Look, he got a golden duck. That can happen. You get a good one off your first ball, and Hazel was on a real tear.
That's right.
Yeah.
Line again. King forcefully into the covers.
So he got 26.
Yeah.
And that was his debut innings.
He can't catch, but he can bat okay.
He put down 3.
He did. He put down 1 in the second innings too.
Yeah, I know. But 3 in the first innings of Australia. Gee.
Line again bowls. King heaves him away on the onside this time. Through square leg. Constas comes around from backwards square leg to do the fielding, and they just get 1. 66 to King. 4 for 160 into the first over after drinks. SEN Test Cricket. Family Homes.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies' mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest... Oh, that really is sharp. The sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies' mate. That's IMAR.
4 for 160 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. King on 66, Hope on 21. Cummins, and he comes again. 2 slips in a gully. He bowls, and it's flicked away on the onside. Runs here again for King. He'll get at least 2 through mid-wicket. With the fielding done by Hazelwood. Partnership now worth 51 between King and Hope. King 28, Hope 21 in that partnership. A couple of extras thrown in as well. Still 2 slips in a gully. And that backward point still out on the rope as well on the offside. Cummins bowls. King cuts out to that man in the deep. And just a single behind point. Travis Head doing the fielding out there. Still got the wicket-keeping pads on underneath his trousers despite fielding out in the deep.
Now he's got to come up and get to short leg.
That's right.
It's a bit of work to do. So they're just adjusting the field now.
They're having to work hard here, the Australians. This isn't coming easily.
No, They're just not running through like you would expect at 3 for 64 or 15 overs. Brathwaite, Carty and Campbell back in the sheds. It was looking positive for Australia, but we're nearly 100 runs further on, just a loss of 1 wicket. Chase, who got 16, and another partnership forming.
Hope's on 21. He waits for Cummins, who bowls, and Hope is rushed in defence, but finds the middle of the bat into the covers, no run. So in this session, 14 and a half overs have been bowled, 1 for 53. So the run rate, 3.66 runs an over. The Australians went at about 4.3, but it feels like the West Indians are going quicker because they're playing these expansive shots. But in between, there has been some good, respectful defence.
Yep. They've had to. There's been a lot of good balls thrown at them. It can happen in a hurry, 2 wickets or the runs as well.
Cummins again rushes up, bowls to Hope, a ball again that keeps a fraction low, and Hope is able to compensate, getting back but then lowering himself to make sure that he finds the middle of the batting defence.
So Australia's still 123 runs to the good in this first innings. West Indies tracking it down nicely.
It's just at a very interesting place, this game.
It's balanced.
It is.
Is it 5 minutes or just 7 minutes to 4 a.m?
Cummins again bowling, and he's beaten outside off stump. Hope. He searched for that one that just moved away a little bit, certainly more than what Hope was expecting.
It's a time in Eastern Australia. Adelaide half an hour behind. I wonder how. We had one of the guys curled up in bed in Adelaide and listening through the iPods. Wonder if he's hanging there or just nodded off and gone to sleep. Give him a wake up. But it's the time to tune in now because it's very interesting Test cricket. Pat Cummins is throwing everything at Hope and King.
Last ball of the over here, Hope on strike. He's defending again. A good over there from Cummins, but they've still got 3 runs from it. Over bowled, 4 for 163. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
Pies, Blues, Hawks, Saints, Swans, Bombers, Tigers, D's, Dogs, Lions or Roos. Doesn't matter which team your business supports, there's one team that will always support you. CommBank. As a proud backer of Melbourne's business Yakka, we've got the tools, tips and tech to keep you kicking financial goals. Whether you need lending support, new equipment or cash flow solutions that work for you, we're here to keep Melbourne business moving. So talk to one of our local specialists today. Search CommBank Business.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. And don't forget also that SEN is your home of live sport, AFL, NRL, State of Origin, and of course the cricket. Don't forget also the Matildas' upcoming games against Panama, all live right here on SEN and the SEN app. A big discussion here between Cummins and Lyon. It is also because the batters are getting a change of gloves, so there's been a bit of a delay, which is ridiculous considering drinks were only 2 overs ago. They've got to stop this stuff. Like, seriously, 2 overs ago you had a good drink, changed your gloves, got a towel down, 6 minutes later you need it again. Lyon starting a new over, bowling here to King, who's back and across, nursing into the onside. There's no run. Sundaresan rejoins the coverage. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Hello, Bharat.
Hey, Bharat.
Hi, guys. And Waddy, yeah, you're sounding more and more like the back in my day kind of guy. Things were better back then.
Well, they were. Lyon bowls, advancing. He's gone again, King. He is going to clear mid-on and he's going to hit the fence. It's gone for 6, but for a moment there, it looked awfully dangerous. It was very nearly caught because he didn't get all of it. And there is a man down there, Bo Webster, only 10 metres in from the fence, and it went over his head.
Well, he wanted to hit dead straight. He didn't. The ball turned a bit and it ended up dragging just over the head and long on.
Lyon bowls again. King back. Knocking it on the bounce into Travis Head. So King up to 75.
Wow. And he's clearly decided that he's going to charge at Lyon twice or thrice every over. Hit him over his head for 4 just before the lunch break. And he's hit 2 sixes off him.
Line again bowls. King goes the big drive. He mistimes it into his pad and it went way on the onside to mid-on.
And it is big War Webster on the long on fence now, but he was standing a few yards in.
He actually brought him up. The enticing sort of miss hit 10 metres in. He had to shimmy back. You wonder if he was on the rope, he could have caught it.
Line bowls here. King goes back, defends. So after that first ball that was hit down the ground, Line's much flatter and much faster.
I guess he'll give him one more opportunity to come at him, probably to end the over. Just toss one up and see if King wants to take him on. I think he will take him on.
Last ball here. King goes back, rocking back, wanting to slice it away on the offside. No timing in the shot. Straight to cover over bowled. 4 for 169. King 75. Hope 21 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
For the hottest of hot water you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream AmbiHeat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
4 for 169. Pat Cummins is going to continue from the broadcast end and from the players' stand end here at the National Stadium in Grenada. Bright sunshine still here, which is great news. We won't ask Andrew Mason about the weather again after he said it would rain for a bit of today.
Well,
only joking, Andrew. Cummins starts in your over. He bowls to Hope, who's tucked up in defence, back to the bowler.
Well, that and driving around. He's much better driving in Barbados.
Much better.
The roads are just a little tighter here, aren't they?
You know what? I saw a different side of Andrew last night.
All right.
Because I didn't think he could get stressed. But we were going into a tunnel the wrong way, and we had to reverse out on the main street in the middle of St George's with tooting of horns and flashing of lights and a board meeting going on in the back. It was all happening.
Literally.
Cummins bowls here. It's outside off stump. It keeps low, but Hope leaves alone.
And again this morning, it's a bit tardy.
Well, just to our friends at Caribbean Horizons who are looking after the car for us, he does drive very safely.
He does.
He just didn't know where he was going. That was the difference.
There were more important meetings happening at the back as well.
And our directions might have been a bit reactionary rather than proactive. They were a bit late. We need to turn right at that one past there.
Now, once you pass the turn, you can't really go back. Some of the roads we were going on. Cummins a lot wider on the crease here. And he still beats Hope. The ball just held its line and went through. So Caribbean Horizons, the place where you get your rental car when you're in Grenada. Explore more, worry less. Visit CaribbeanHorizons.com to book.
So it was a ball that didn't do a lot. It did actually on replay. Just did enough to straighten down the line. But Whitey called it well. It went really wide on the crease. And sometimes when you get outside of that eye line of the batter, they fend and play at because they think there's a big angle coming in. And Cummins using all these tricks at the moment to get a wicket.
Cummins again very wide on the crease. Ball! Pat Cummins strikes. Wow. Hope out for 21. I tell you what, Australia needed that. And when Australia needs a wicket, you turn to one man. That man is Pat Cummins. 5 for 169.
And that is the pure genius of Pat Cummins. Previous delivery came wide of the crease, got one to straighten outside off stump, went wide again. If anything, went slightly wider this time. Very close to the bowling crease. And this one just kept coming in with the angle. And Shea Hope had no idea.
Well, it was probably with that wicket in mind that he went wide, created what he thought was an angle, took the ball away, and then he went for the wicket-taking delivery, open up the gap, open up between bat and pad. It is pure skill of the highest order where, as Whitey, you said, they need a wicket, they go to Cummins, but he worked it out by going wide. It was a different strategy, and he gets the breakthrough. This guy's a genius.
He now has 2 wickets, 2 for 30 off 9.4 overs. And now the West Indies 5 down for 169, still trailing by 117. The good news is for the West Indies that Justin Greaves comes to the crease with such a terrific innings in the second innings last week at Kensington Oval. He'll need a similar sort of performance here to try and get the West Indies close to the Australian first innings score.
And the good news for Australia is the West Indian tail is even longer than what we saw last week. Not that Jomel Warrican did much, but again, you can just keep looking at the replay for the last 2 deliveries that Pat Cummins has bowled. Pretty much similar spot the previous ball. That one just shaped away from the right-hander.
Yeah, good.
This one, same spot, just jacked back in. And Shea Hope just looking at Pat Cummins and said, you know what, man, you're too good for me. I give up.
High quality, high test quality from Pat Cummins. He joins Hazlewood with 2 wickets each to be the leading wicket takers for Belgravia Apparel in partnership with New Balance, delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL and to the WBBL. The Tyre Power scoreboard, the West Indies 5 for 169. Justin Greaves now to face his first ball. 2 slips the gully and a bat pad. Cummins on the runway, bowls, Greaves defends from the crease. That was a quick ball from Cummins, a heavy ball from Cummins.
And I think, we can just never stop kind of raving about how good Pat Cummins is. And this is what he does. You look at Mitchell Stark and the way he gets batters out. You see magic deliveries from Hazlewood as well. With Pat Cummins, it's always the setup. You always go back to how he went about dismissing the batter, and that was just pure class. Shea Hope, well set batter as well at that point.
Cummins again, last ball of the over to Greaves, again wide on the crease. Greaves strokes the ball nicely up to mid-on, where the fielding is done by Constas. A wicket maiden there from the skipper. 5 for 169, SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Cummins heading off the field. Not sure why.
He gave Josh Hazlewood a nod. I need you to come up here and bowl. So maybe he's going off for some treatment. It's not often after you have just bowled 3 overs.
Nathan Lyon
and gotten a wicket
from the river end. He comes in and bowls to King, who's forcing, can't beat mid-wicket off the back foot. Cameron Green does very well to field to his right. So what does King do here, gentlemen? Does he change the way he plays, or does he still try and be aggressive to Lyon? Probably doesn't know any other way.
Nah, I think he just knows one way.
Mid-on and mid-off back. King down leg side. They're appealing for this one. King didn't really offer a shot. It spun sharply, and it's well gloved by Carey down leg side.
Who's the captain out there?
Well, Steve Smith. So we know what Steve Smith likes to do. He likes to go upstairs.
Everyone, yeah.
Well, they are going upstairs.
Well, the big difference here, though, is Manas was on the field, and that loud shout you heard through the stump mic was Manas Labuschagne. Has Steve Smith fallen for Manas's ruse again?
Well, this is unusual because it didn't look really like King played a shot. It spun sharply, and whether he kept his hands where he shouldn't have, we're looking at the replay now. I reckon it's just touched the thigh pad on the way through as we see the Chemist Warehouse replay.
It didn't go past his, it did go past his glove. Well, they're having a bit of a laugh, the Australians.
We'll say one thing. Brandon King's watching the big screen very closely.
I know, and he's almost in a position he was backtracking. Just look at him, he's backtracking again. Does he know something we don't?
I don't know. It doesn't look good here. It doesn't look good. It's come off the glove. Oh no, King is out. Brandon King is out in one of the most extraordinary circumstances. It was a polite sort of question that was asked more than anything else. And Steve Smith got together with the crew. He wanted any possibility to hit that tee. He went upstairs and he's got a wicket.
And they've all gone and given Manas Labuschagne a high five because I think it came down to him. He was the one jumping up and down. He was in short cover, so maybe from that angle for a change, he did see some deflection.
We've got to give some credit to Brandon King as he leaves the field out for 75 off 108 balls, out in a really unusual way. And just when the West Indies were looking like they were getting themselves really into this game, hope goes, then King.
Chitty, chitty, bang, bang. And that's what you do. You add 2 wickets to the score when things are looking good. And you've got to keep believing that way when partnerships have been built, back-to-back partnerships. But they've just been able to dismiss both of them. They've got 2 fresh batsmen out there now. The game complexion has changed completely. And good bowling by Lyon. King had the upper hand on him over around the wicket. He went to over the wicket, set more of a leg side field, so he had to play differently. He couldn't release from that area, so he's gone to work it. And that was a ball that turned and bounced a lot more, and it took the glove as he went to turn it to square leg. Some good bowling, good strategy changes by both Cummins and Lyon, and it's worked.
It didn't feel out. Carey, he didn't even appeal.
Well, he saw the bat getting pulled away, but it brushed the glove and then hit the hip.
And the interesting thing about that, Bryce, you make a good point. Where we are, we've got the same view as Carey. So Carey didn't appeal. He only put his hands in the air after everyone else did.
Brandon King.
You read the body language, didn't you? The body language reader, you just go, he knew.
He knew.
It's going to come up here and it's hit my glove.
Because he was backtracking. He was nowhere near his partner.
Lyon tells Zari Joseph, and the first ball has him going back and defending.
I like Lyon over the wicket. This is much more attacking. Got a little defensive around the wicket. Now this is real attacking. Big gap at cover will entice the lower order to play. Big drive through there, please. And the ball is turning and bouncing.
Lyon again, uncoils. Elzari Joseph defends back to the bowler. We saw Elzari Joseph having a net during the lunch break, preparing for this sort of set of circumstances. He needs to get some runs here like he did last week. Lyon bowls. Joseph pushes into the covers. Will take a single. They've left a big gap there on the offside, and Joseph was able to profit there and take a single to get off the mark.
Big responsibility on Justin Graves. He's faced only 2 balls, but like I just mentioned earlier, longer tail than usual. I think that's the end of the over.
It is the end of the over.
Oh.
Or is it?
Oh, no, there isn't.
Screen.
It isn't. It isn't. Yeah. So the umpires.
1 ball to go.
Everybody got it wrong there.
1 to go.
1 to go. Hazelwood was taking his hat off. So Justin Graves. So they brought in Anderson Phillips for Jomel Warrican, and Warrican batted 8. Don't forget. So I guess Shamar Joseph bats 9, and then 2 batters who aren't really flash with the bat. I think Daniel Cherney did some number crunching for some reason on Anderson Phillips' batting, and I don't think he's got to double figures in the last 3 years.
Dear, that's a bit of a setback. Lyon, last ball of the over, bowling to Greaves, who goes back to one that keeps a bit low, and he was able to adjust, and he kept it out. So Lyon getting a wicket in that over, 1 for 31. West Indies 6 for 170 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
A big game tonight. 80,000 in the house. Crowd excited. Siren goes. The umpire holds the ball aloft. Hold on. What's he holding? Is that a yellow boot? You can't bounce that. He's grabbed a yellow footy boot instead of a ball.
If only that umpire had phoned New Vision Clinics. Having performed over 30,000 procedures, Dr. Noel Alpins helps people see clearly and give the boot to glasses. To find out more or to book an obligation-free consultation, call 1-800-20-2020. That's 1-800-20-2020.
So we got this one right. Josh Hazelwood is coming back into the attack to replace Pat Cummins, who did get a wicket in his last over. So Cummins
still off the ground.
Has 2. Hazelwood has 2. And to 1 to Lyon and Webster. The West Indies 6 for 170.
It is something unusual. 3 overs in that spell, a wicket, and then trotted straight off the ground. It must be treatment. He's still off the ground.
Hazelwood, in he comes, bowls to Joseph, who lifts him over mid-wicket. Not fully timed, a couple of runs as Stark chases after it into the deep. 2 more to the score, 6 for 172. The deficit, 114.
He did have a strap over his right elbow this morning. Oh, he had it throughout the day, Pat Cummins. So
was that from the Grays though, when he took some skin off his elbow?
Did he have it beforehand?
No, I don't think so.
No, I think it's the bark that he left after the diving catch. Left it on the pitch area. But good observation.
6 for 172. Alzari Joseph on 3. He waits. He swings. He misses.
Gee.
Wow. Hazelwood wasn't happy.
He's been a bit grumpy today, Josh.
He has.
He's not happy at all. Someone's called last 6. Alzari's ending his net session here in a positive manner. This is unbelievable.
Isn't it amazing how quickly a game of Test cricket can change? It's meant to be played over 5 days. In the space of 5 minutes, the game almost turns on its head. Yeah, we obviously saw a terrific ball from Cummins, a very unusual dismissal of the man who's on 75, and then it's just totally changed.
Yeah, and so has Darren Sammy's expression on the West Indian balcony.
Mid-off's gone back 3/4 of the way to the fence here as Hazelwood bowls to Joseph, who's back in a more conventional defensive stroke mode as he pushes back to the bowler.
So the way this is shaping up, gentlemen, it's about 4:15 a.m. on the eastern seaboard in Australia. So Australia will, in all likelihood, be waking up once again to Sam Constance walking out to bat. It's been a common narrative.
Prime time Sam.
It is.
We've got listeners all around the world. I wonder what time it is in Croatia as that family are getting round on the yacht.
Sounded very romantic.
Sounds very pleasant.
2 slips in a gully. Hazelwood again bowls. Alzari Joseph inside edge onto the pad. Wanted a single that's dropped away on the offside. At the non-striker's end, Justin Greaves said, please, just stay there, thank you.
Yes, a friend of mine is in Croatia, not the one who is in touch with us. And this is famous black risotto in Croatia. Looked terrific, Bryce. Oh, speaking of Croatia, our good SEN colleague and friend Simon Katic. Whenever someone says Croatia on a cricket network, he wakes up. You know that, right? He's up. It's like the bat signal.
Hazelwood, in he comes, bowls to Joseph, who gets absolutely ripped in half. This one that came right back and went right through him.
So that lead now, or not lead, but West Indies trail by 114. Justin Greaves has to, if not farm the strike, at least manage the innings from this point on. He himself has just walked out to the middle.
Yeah. He batted well in that second innings in Barbados. It's 38. Not out at the end. He was the last man standing.
I've got an apology to make to Bharat too.
Do you?
Yep, I do.
Oh.
Next over, I'll make an apology. An official one. Hazelwood bowls here. Joseph tried to get his bat out of the way. It hit him on the arm as it again bounced back higher than what was expected. 6 for 172 at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Cummins coming back on the oval.
Safety sail.
No one wins more premierships against electricity bills than Crowell's Electrical and Solar. Crowell's are helping everyday Aussies kick savings goals by smashing rising energy costs with a brand new solar power system. Crowell's Electrical and Solar specialise in no-hassle installations, marking down your energy bills with first-class service and ongoing expert system maintenance. To power up your savings and win big with lower energy bills, Google Crowell's Electrical and Solar today. That's CROWLZ.
West Indies 6 for 172 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sail. I'm apologising to you, Bharat, because I've just seen the strapping on Pat Cummins' arm. He's actually below the elbow.
Yeah.
Which is almost where you put something like tennis elbow, just below the elbow, and you can see the strapping is on quite tightly. I initially thought it was just on the elbow.
Yeah. I thought I'd seen it beforehand, or I've seen it all morning. Yeah, it is right below his elbow, not very grazed. So not sure if there's something there with the tennis elbow or the elbow. Just saw him walk out with the...
Nathan Lyon starts new over. He bowls to Greaves, who defends away on the offside. There's been quite a few famous cricketers that have struggled with tennis elbow. The one that comes to mind is Sachin Tendulkar.
Course, yeah.
But I think AB de Villiers had a bit of that as well.
Yeah, towards the end of his career, Sachin Tendulkar's tennis elbow meant that...
Line bowls here to Greaves, who's tucking around the corner and getting a single and getting himself off the mark. 6 for 173.
Well, India as a country has never produced a bigger brand ambassador than Sachin Tendulkar for anything. And I'm not kidding, Whitey. Before Sachin Tendulkar got the tennis elbow, I think nobody in India had ever heard of it or ever got it. After Sachin Tendulkar got the tennis elbow, everyone, including my mother, has had a tennis elbow issue. In the 20 years since. They should have called it
Sachin elbow.
They should just call it Sachin's elbow, Everybody, people of all ages, whether they've picked up a cricket bat or not.
Line again, uncurls, he bowls back and across. Joseph defends, it spins backwards from the crease line almost onto the stumps. So just over half an hour to go until lunch. Tea. Had lunch. Lyon bowls again closer to the stumps, and Joseph goes back and defends on the onside.
We've seen this with India, and Adam Collins is one of his favourite stats. The amount of time Ravindra Jadeja spent on the field during the 2019 World Cup without being in the playing 11.
Lyon close to the stumps, bowls. That was flighted, and it's also been flighted by Joseph, just chipping it over the top of the bowler and getting a single because long on is in play.
Yeah, it was just a chip, wasn't it? And then the throw came in. Who collected it? But Manas Labuschagne. And he's basically not left the field in this session.
I don't like this at all.
Because one by one, because Cummins came back on and Green walked off. So they're doing a bit of a Jadeja here, Australia.
Yeah,
with Manas.
I don't like it. I don't think it's in the spirit of the game. He's not in the 11, so he should only be on if someone's injured. Lyon bowls, last ball of the over. Is that out? Is it out? Not out. Gone. Lyon strikes again. This time it's Greaves. And the West Indies are crashing here in the middle session. Lyon's second wicket. And problems now for the West Indies. Greaves coming forward, inside edge, onto the pad, into the gloves. The umpire nodded and said, on your way, Justin.
I think he might have been stumped as well if it hadn't hit the inside edge. It's been given caught. I think even the scoreboard operators are a little confused as to how he was given out, because he was clearly outside his crease, so that's what it looked like. So 1 brings 2, brings 3. Well, that man, what can we say? Pat Cummins was the one who opened things up like he always does for Australia. And now West Indies have lost their last specialist batter as well.
The fireworks are about to start. Shamar Joseph is striding to the middle. We'll take a break. Andrew Mason next, 7 for 174.
With a growing family, life changes, and sometimes that means your home needs to change too. Duncan Thompson Extensions are a trusted family business that's been extending homes for over 40 years and recognise what's most important for you. From concept to completion, Duncan Thompson Extensions plan, design and extend your home to match your life. Sign up now and make 2025 the year your home becomes perfect for your family. It's good to be home. Visit duncanthompson.com.au.
So we've got a situation where the West Indies are capitulating here. The last time I was on, they were looking good, but we've seen the departure of Hope, followed by King, and now Graves. So we're in the tail, so to speak, and the partnership is required between the two Josephs. The differential 112 And this really is unfolding rather quickly here, Bharat.
Yeah, well, sadly, Andrew, we've seen this play out so many times. When you watch the West Indies play Test cricket around the world, but especially against the likes of Australia, they just get into positions where they could potentially get on top of the opposition, but they just can't make the most of it. But I mean, this has just been high-class bowling. Pat Cummins, someone just walking behind the side screen right below us.
Well, it's going to be Hazelwood to continue to bowl to Alzari Joseph. He's in a bolster. He's on the back foot to an in-swinger, pushes up the pitch. The bowler picks it up. There's no run. So it's looking as if it could be a pretty handy lead as well for the Australians. 174 for 7. They trail the West Indies by 112.
Massive lead.
Yep.
And we've seen against the new ball in particular, batting's not easy on this pitch, and yeah, they just look to be coasting, really. King was playing his shots. Hope seemed to be getting his eye in.
Here's Hazelwood, comes up now, both sides. Alzari Joseph is off the back foot. We'll get a single as he may even get two here as he pushes out towards the cover area. We'll come back for the second, as that was a ball that was on the line of the off, some of it short and got nice into line, played it through the offside, through cover back for the second. So he goes to 6, and the West Indies, as we head towards tea on the second day, they're 7 for 176.
Well, Shamar Joseph, if you look up on your Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale, has walked out to bat at number 9. Has to be the highest he's batted in Test cricket so far.
Yeah.
In his still very young Test career. Started at 11, went up to 10. Now here at number 9.
Here's a delivery which is on the line of the leg stump, worked away as Hazel was on the pads of Alzari Joseph, just working it neatly through forward square for 1. He can bat a little bit, Alzari. He's gone to 7, and your favourite batsman of the West Indies side comes to do battle, Shamar Joseph. You like him, don't you?
Well, I thought you mentioned talking about my fellow Adelaidean Carl Hooper, who's on a replay screen here for Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah. I think he said about 43 people from Australia.
Correct, alongside Dizzy Gillespie. But yeah, Shamar Joseph, well, he's just lights up the screen, doesn't he, with bat and ball. It was a manic innings from him last week
in Barbados,
and a fading light with the lights coming on. 48, nearly broke the record for the fastest half century in Test cricket. We know there's only one way he likes to play.
Well, he waits on Hazelwood, and his first delivery is pushed into the offside, looks for a single. Alzari Joseph gets home as the ball was thrown by Cummins from cover at the stumps of the striker's end. Well, I'd like to see a replay of that. It was pushed away. Let's have a look at this. Describe it.
Yeah, I think it was nicely placed by Shamar to the right of Pat Cummins. He had to make some ground, and Alzari would have been very tight if Cummins had hit the stumps. Long legs of Alzari were.
Remember, he was running from Barbados as well.
Yeah,
he was.
He was Barmanas. So there's only one way Shamar is going to play. Let's see how Alzari, because there's not much to come after this. Seals and Phillip, we would expect, won't be too long for this world in terms of their batting.
Well, in comes the bowler Hazelwood. That keeps a bit low, and Alzari Joseph is on the back foot, digs it out, plays it into the offside to cover. There's no run.
And jammed it out of danger area. What a highlights package Pat Cummins has provided already today in the field. That outstanding cotton ball, one of the best you'll ever see, and then that incredible setup of Shea Hope from wide of the crease. Just genius at work.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. 1 ball left in this over. Hazelwood comes in to bowl to Alzari Joseph, and he is getting one down the leg side, looking to work the ball away. Goes down the leg side to be taken low down by the keeper, skipping across to his left to haul it in. That's Carey to end the over. 7 for 178 is the latest score in St George's.
Make Crown your home ground for sport. Crown has the biggest screens and sound systems that put you right there at the stadium and in the thick of the action. With all your favourite drinks and pub food classics, you can meet up pre-game or catch every moment with your mates. Because the pub, the sports bar and the jackpot bar have you covered from, hey, it's kick-off, to, hey, let's kick on. Come find it at crownmelbourne.com.au to check out the live sports schedule. Crown practices the responsible service of alcohol. See Crown website for entry conditions.
So it's 7 for 178. Bradford and Duck, Campbell 40, Carter 6, King 75, Chase 16, and Hope 21. The batsman to go. So things are not looking good at all for the West Indies. 7 for 178. Line 8 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 33 will continue with his off breaks. As he'll bowl to the left-handed Shamar Joseph, the man from Guyana, examines the field carefully, and you would expect they're far and wide.
Well, he went after
long off, long on. He's in line and bowls, and he's coming forward, peeked outside the off stump. The ball goes past the outside edge, taken by the keeper.
But that's the least aggressive shot we've seen from Shamar of Nathan Lyon's bowling. Last week, he was just trying to hit every ball towards the different parts of Barbados. He wanted to send one to Oistins, the other to St. James, the third one to Christchurch. Almost hit one all the way there.
His line comes up, bowls to Shamar Joseph. He's on the back foot, bangs the ball square in the offside. A very good save, really, by the big man there at that backward point area. A ball that was outside the off that start. Just diving away towards his right to pick it up. And the batsmen have time for one. They would like another handy knock from Shamar here to try to just get that lead down to maybe 80 or maybe 70, 80.
That'll be a big win for the West Indies from where they are.
Yeah. They trail by 107 now. Every run is so precious here. It's like gold dust. Here we go. As it's going to be land as he comes into a bowl to Alzari Joseph, who's coming forward, pops the ball. It doesn't appear for a catch. Is he gone? Now it says the umpire. They feel that forward shot leg took it.
Steve Smith.
And are they going to go upstairs? The ball spun into the bat spun. They think it's an inside edge onto the pad, and they're going to go upstairs. They feel they've got their man.
I think so. The only reason I laugh is Steve Smith was just walking towards Richard Kettleborough saying that's out, that's out, and then he was waiting for Pat Cummins to come. I think if left to Steve Smith, he would have gone up for the DRS himself, but he's not in charge with Pat Cummins back on the field. So
well, they seem pretty confident.
They seem very confident. The umpire, well, here we go on the replay for Chemist Warehouse on our replay screen. No, I think it's just come off the iPad, you know.
You reckon?
Yeah, I think the players are going back into position. So, so Australia might have burned a review here.
Yeah, it spun across him.
Yeah, spun across, bat, glove, and it's missed everything. So it's just come off iPad.
Yeah. So good decision by your favorite umpire.
Richard Kettleborough in his record-breaking test match, 93rd, gone past David Shepherd, has got yet another one right on our replay screen for the Chemist Warehouse. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse.
Yeah, he was confident there, Smith, that he'd got his man. So Alzari Joseph lives to fight another battle. He's on 7. It's 7 for 179. And Lyon, who's picked up 2 important scalps so far, looking for a third. He's got this forward short leg. There's a slip and a leg slip, but he's also got some men on the boundary. He's in and bowls. Outside land, the off some off the back foot goes Alzari Joseph. Plays it up towards the cover area. We'll get a single. Mid-off has to come across to pick it up. So 1 to Alzari Joseph. He goes up to 8. Shamar Joseph, he's got 2. And the West Indies 180 runs in the board. They've lost 7 wickets.
Well, back to Lyon versus Shamar. He's resisted the temptation to go big so far, the 2 balls he faced. So one was just a waft and the other one was a cut. The field is spread far and wide like you described, Andrew Mason.
Here is Lyon. Comes up now to Shamar Joseph, who's whipping the ball quite nicely. That's an authentic on drive down towards long on for a single. Well, you don't often see that, but he can bat a bit, there's no question about that, and he clipped it nicely down to long on for 1. So he's up to 3 now. The other Joseph, Alzari, comes to do battle. And the West Indies 7.
Just for a little while, the West Indies were starting to worry the Australians. Into Pat Cummins that changed all of that with the wicket of Shy Hope. So when Hope was dismissed, the score, well, before he was dismissed, 4 for 169. So they lost 3 wickets really quickly in about a 45-minute session up until the break. And we resume here at Grenada with the West Indies 7 for 185. Adam White and Sundaresan and Bryce McGain with you. Alzari Joseph on 9, Shamar Joseph on 6. We need some fireworks.
G'day, Whitey and Bharat. We do need, well, we'll probably get fireworks, whether we need them or want them or...
Well, for the game, we need some fireworks.
Yeah.
But he's 6 of 13, Shamar Joseph. He really held him. I don't know whether it's this promotion to...
Get to the break.
Number 9.
Batting like a batsman. He's heaved the first ball over mid-wicket. A bouncer from Cummins, and Shamar Joseph says, I'll take a bit of that. Didn't time the ball particularly well, but still got a single. He gets down the other end. First ball of the session is a single, so he's up to 7 for 186.
Okay, no more. I think he's decided that he'll go back to the usual way he plays. He just tried swatting at that one, just got enough bat to clear mid-wicket. Alzari Joseph has shown some patience. Yeah, at times he can be very restless with bat in hand. He's got a promotion as well, up to number 8. That's really high for Alzari.
Cummins into his 12th over here, the first after tea. He bowls here to Alzari Joseph, who hits it firmly on the 3rd bounce to mid-on. Hazelwood doing the fielding. Full face of the bat, didn't try and clip it, really tried to hit it hard down the ground.
Trail by 100. The West Indies. How close can they get to that Australian total of 286? Can they get to within 70 from where they are? They'll take that.
Absolutely. Yeah. Dead set on 100, the deficit, as you're saying, Bharat. So it's a nice clean number as Cummins bowls here, and it beats the outside edge. He nibbled at that one, Alzari, trying to just turn onto the onside where there's this big gap in mid-wicket.
Just straightened again.
It did.
I must say, now be cautious, because this is the setup that happened for Hope. Wider on the crease. Just straightened a little. Oh, it was pretty straight delivery.
It was, yeah.
But he got the next one to really jag back, went wide, angled in through bat and pad. So be cautious.
Cummins again past the umpire, bowls and defending nicely, comfortably. Alzari Joseph.
You'll be happy to note, Adam White, that for the first time in the last 3 hours, Manas Labuschagne, the 12th man, isn't on the field. Yes. So it's all playing, or 11 playing members
as it should be. Match. We're not NFL where we have some team for the offense and some team, or a different team for the defense.
Special teams.
We don't need that. You've got 11 players, use them, and unless someone is totally injured and out of the game, then you can have your man come on. Cummins bowls here, bouncer down leg side, ducking underneath it was Alzari Joseph. I think it's not in the spirit of the game, because if you give the bowlers, they do their spell, then go off, have a shower, get a fresh pair of clothes on, have a drink, maybe a bit of a massage, that's taking away what Test cricket is. Test cricket is about the war of attrition, and it's keeping the opposition out there for long periods of time, making them thirsty, making them tired, not going off and having a break and a shower and spending 15 minutes and then, oh, you might come back on now.
Is that what they were doing?
Well, what else were they doing?
I don't know. Changing socks.
Cummins bowling here, and it's down leg side, and Alzari Joseph can't keep up with it, or catch up with it.
Bathroom break,
it
maybe?
Is. Well, wait, hold on. 7 for 186 at the end of the over. SEN Test Cricket Family Homes. So, yeah. What are your thoughts on that, Bryce?
No, before you...
Well, I'm not sure what they were doing.
Well, let's just assume that's what they were doing.
There is an official message in the group from a spokesperson. Just lots of change of clothes for the bowlers. That's the official line.
Oh,
Poor bowlers. They got sweaty clothes.
You know what? For every minute they're off, they're not allowed to bowl.
Oh, wow.
Every minute's an over they come.
Yes. Well, stop them from doing it. That is not in the spirit of the game. For players to be going off because it's hot, to have a drink and a shower, which is the batsman, 20 runs now, can I go off and have a shower now? And I'll just have a bit of a rest.
But why did
someone else can go out and bat and I'll come in at the fall of the next wicket?
They got sweaty socks.
Oh, please.
It's for the aesthetics of the game. I'm with you, Bryce.
Lyon with 2 slips to Shamar Joseph, who plays it nicely backward of point. It's a nice cut shot into a pocket of space, which enables him to come back for 2 with the sweeper coming around from cover point to the fielding. It does annoy me. It's not. I'm not trying to be smart about it.
No.
Part of being a cricketer in first class cricket, Test cricket, even if you're a club cricketer, 80 overs, it's tough work. It's meant to be tough. Joseph sort of fanned at that one, which is a bit shorter outside off stump.
Well, certainly in first-class cricket when I was playing, the umpires would rarely let you go. You'd have to have a serious, like an injury, or you cut yourself, or something's happened that you go, I need to get some treatment here. To change clothes, I don't like that.
Line bowls to Shamar Joseph, who's tucked up, just playing it forward of square leg, getting a single and getting himself into double figures. He's up to 10, 7 for 189. But we saw the farcical situation where we had a drinks break in the middle session. 2 overs later, there was a change of gloves, a drink and a towel for the batsman.
We did.
I mean, that's just... I don't know what the instructions are for the umpires, but surely the umpires should be saying, get off. You've just had your drink.
And that's happened in games that I've played in as well, in first class. No, you're off. Cut it out. We've got 20 minutes to the lunch break, or whatever it would be.
Line around the wicket, bowling to Alzari Joseph, who defends off the front foot back to the bowler.
Well, all I can say is it's trickled down into junior cricket now. If you're umpiring a junior cricket game, even if there's a drinks break coming up.
They're changing clothes? They're having showers?
We're at least getting drinks on the field.
Really?
Line here bowls to Alzari Joseph at short. It's whacked away over square leg. Goodbye, cricket ball. That's a big 6. Lyon just dragging it a little short, and Alzari Joseph got into position to play that really early, swinging the ball over square leg.
Well, he got deep in the crease and went low to high. He was not trying to keep it down. Despite the fact he's hitting into the breeze, he went for it and cleared it by miles.
Almost hit it into the party stand there. So Nathan Lyon being hit from multiple 6s in back-to-back innings doesn't happen very often. Shamar went after him in Barbados, and here he's conceded 3 6s already.
Line bowls here to Joseph, Alzari Joseph, who's backing across defending.
2 from King and now 1 from Alzari.
That is the over. So we've had 2 since the resumption. Already 10 runs. The West Indies trailed by just 91 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. Yes, National Tiles now supply and install timber, laminate, vinyl and hybrid flooring. And we guarantee you a perfect job on time every time by our highly skilled installers. So for a free supply and installation quotation in your home, book an appointment online or call National Tiles now.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Australia going okay, but the West Indies, they're just hanging around, trailing by just 91, 7 for 195. Alzari Joseph 15, Shamar Joseph on 10. Both of them, if they stand here for another half an hour, they'll start getting closer to Australia's first innings score. Shamar Joseph swipes and misses the start of a new over from Cummins.
That was just above bail height as he's tried the pull shot. There are 3 men out on the leg side.
They definitely respect Shamar to put that amount out on the fence straight away after what he did at Kensington Oval and what he did also during the Australian summer.
Yeah, respect, or they just feel like he's going to go for it regardless. So just put the fielder back and maybe he'll hold out.
Test the patience.
Yeah. And already after the tea break, he's come out and said, I'll go back to what I was doing last week.
2 slips in a gully. Cummins around the wicket, bowls to Joseph. Oh, that's a nasty one. That rears. And he wanted to play the hook shot, but it just came too quickly at him. And that got big on Shamar.
Yep.
That would have unnerved him.
Well, Pat thought, if you want to pull one in the top of the stumps, here's one you can really get into. And it was quicker and back at him.
Right at him.
He'd squared up.
Hit him on the glove.
And right in front of his throat. That was a really nasty delivery. It hit his gloves before he realised that he was trying to play a pull shot.
Yeah. Bit closer to the stumps this time. Joseph plays that one in the air and it's going to fall safely, dropping an extra cover between Hazelwood at mid-off and Stark at point. I had no idea where that one went, to be perfectly honest.
Hazelwood had no idea. He was standing there bewildered. So was Stark. They had no idea because the bat swing was sort of, I'm hitting you over long on or mid-wicket.
Kind of sliced it.
Yeah. And up she went.
He does get away with a lot, doesn't he, with bat in hand, Shamar? I guess it's just the way he bats.
You know why he does?
The field spread.
Because the field spread, so that it drops into space a lot in the circle because they put him out. 7 for 196. Alzari Joseph now on strike. Cummins bowls. Joseph up on his toes, pushing to backward point on the rope for a single. That's sensible, clever batting.
Well, Whitey, Bryce, Bharat, watching the cricket and listening to your commentary. Awesome Saturday morning here in Carnegie. That's a suburb in Melbourne. Question, what AFL jumpers are in the crowd today? Other than Colo's Hawthorn jumper that he's been wearing for the last 2 days.
Last 3 decades.
4 decades. Yeah, it's under his shirt every time he commentates.
He's got the Ozchild sponsorship on the left.
So let's try and get the lenses up, you boys, and see what we can find. See if we can find a footy jumper.
I know there's a Crows jumper.
Yeah, I've seen a few Crows jumpers actually.
Really?
Yep. Cummins here, bowling to Shamar Joseph. Shamar tries to force on the onside, gets tangled up with the ball into the pads and it drops away below him or behind him. And Carey has to come all the way up to the stumps to collect the ball. Shamar wasn't going to be friendly and throw it back. It almost went through his legs, that ball, as we saw the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
There's, of course, the guy with the Port Adelaide jersey throughout the 2023 World Cup who we bumped into in Sri Lanka. He became quite the attraction.
Port Adelaide.
Every game that Australia played in the World Cup, which they won.
Cummins to Shamar Joseph. This time he swings it high in the air into the onside. It will be not caught. Or is it caught? No, it's not. It's been put down. Spectacular effort by Travis Head in the deep. In fact, it's Nathan Lyon down there in the deep that was at full stretch. And they come back for 2. We'll have to have a look at the replay after the break. 2 more to Shamar Joseph to win the over.
Hello, it's Emma Martino from State Transport, your unstoppable national transport partner. State Transport has no boundaries from a single pallet to full B double. We deliver anywhere in Australia, anytime. With our 24/7 round-the-clock services, call 134 888. State Transport, our people are your solution.
State Transport, our people are your solution.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed for just $227,900. We've just had a look at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. I have to apologise to Nathan Lyon. That's not really a drop catch. In full stretch, it was just out of reach.
He couldn't have stretched any more.
No.
He was horizontal to the ground. Had a good crack at it.
He's now bowling to Alzari Joseph. And that one again spins and goes down leg side, and they've got runs here. It'll probably just be the one. No, Alzari Joseph is coming back, and he'll get back.
Good running.
Buys the call, so that one definitely spinning and bouncing.
And Steve Smith on the throw. And remember, he had that elbow issue in the Australian summer.
He did.
Against India. He had some real issues with throwing. He's gone the full tilt, hard throw, and he's hyperextended his elbow again, and that has hurt him badly.
Yep, he hasn't been throwing a lot. He spoke about he practices it on and off. We saw him do it in Sri Lanka instinctively, Bryce.
Yes.
He was in a lot of pain.
Line again. In he comes, bowling to Alzari Joseph, who pushes forward. So that ball before, the real bounce and spin, Bryce, that beat Carey. It was quite similar to the Brandon King dismissal in the extra bounce and spin, but it evaded everything this time.
We've got to point out Alex Carey's keeping. The catches he's taken behind offline, unbelievable.
Line bowls here to Joseph, who is going back, and it hits the pad. Again, spin and bounce.
Big turn and bounce down leg side. It's clipped the glove, then hit his hip, and he's still taken it cleanly. And an inside edge between bat, pad, and stumps, everything clean as anything. His work behind the stumps is elite.
Line again bowling. Joseph nudging it on the bounce into Travis Head and at pad.
And it's no real surprise when I've seen him every morning of every day cricket that he's ever turned up. He is working so hard with Andre Borovic. It is second to none, his work ethic and appetite for excellence.
Line again bowling. Alzari Joseph smashing it over Lyon's head, and it crashes into the fence below the side screen.
The Josephs are really turning it on here. Sharma not very convincing, but Alzari 6 in the previous over. This was just slapped back straight over Nathan Lyon's head, so that the figure, the number of runs they trail by, dropping very rapidly in the early 80s now.
What's the response from Lyon? Last ball of the over. In he comes, he bowls. Alzari Joseph forward, squeezing it out backward of point to Hazelwood. End of the over, no run there. 7 for 205 on the Tyre Power scoreboard with Alzari Joseph 20, Shamar Joseph 13.
Ring-a-ding-ding! Welcome to Tasman Butcher's Secret Specials with Frank and Mario.
This week, chicken drumsticks, only $2.99 a kilo. Minimum 2 kilos.
You can't beat that.
Farm 88 yearling beef porterhouse steak, only $32.99 a kilo. Minimum 1 kilo.
The freshest cuts and the largest variety. Don't settle for the other stuff. Eat better meat with Tasman Butchers.
Tasman Butchers, the meat specialists.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, Adam White, Bharat, Sundaresan, and also Bryce McGain with you. Pat Cummins is going to continue. The deficit 81, West Indies 7 for 205. Shamar Joseph on strike. Cummins bowls. Joseph flicks away nicely. Quite fine, but it will only be a single with Lyon coming around to do the fielding. One more to the score.
Well, statisticians will be wondering what's the highest partnership between two batters with the same surname. If you're not Singh or Khan or one of those common ones. Adam Collins on the job.
Marsh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I think the Marsh.
No, they can't be related.
They can't be related either.
Right.
Yeah.
These guys are related. They're cousins.
No, they're not.
What?
They're from different islands. Guyana and Antigua.
Different countries.
This is like finding a McGain in New Zealand and saying you're related. I mean, you might have a McGain in New Zealand. Just saying.
7 for 206.
Gold Coast or something.
Cummins bowls and Alzari Joseph defends
Like
from
finding
the
him
crease.
again on the Gold Coast and saying he's related. He is.
Speaking of Gold Coast, Steve is listening to us.
This is good.
From the Athlete Village for the Gold Coast Marathon.
This is huge.
Right. Half marathon on today. Should be a cracker, loud and crystal clear on the SEN app. Thanks, Steve. Good luck with that.
Look, tons of people go up there.
I know someone, Joey Pignataro, that's going up there to running that this weekend.
Yeah. Tiana Atkinson, a Victorian cricketer, is up there. She's a Mornington cricketer originally as well, as am I. She's gone up there for the marathon. So lots of the cricketers and summer sporting people look to avoid the colder winters in Melbourne and go up north and run a marathon. Why not?
7 for 206. Cummins again wider on the crease, and Alzari Joseph tries to swing it away on the onside and misses. Trying the pull shot with a ball that was just short enough to pull, but probably didn't get up as much as what Alzari thought.
Speaking of conditions, still not sure what to make of this pitch, Bryce.
It's just dying a bit.
Yeah.
And we saw the pitch in Barbados. It was dry as well, and around this sort of time, the back end of day 2, it dried up and played a few tricks. Pat Cummins has already been a victim of one that's kept down.
Cummins here again, past the umpire bowls. It's a bouncer. Elzari Joseph gets underneath.
Real tennis bally, that one. That was really short. And was on the way down to Carey, who had time to put his cup of tea down and just wait for it to then lob into his gloves.
Yeah, it reminded me of what Lenny Pascoe once told me when I went to interview him. Wanted to try and bounce out Joel Garner. Ian Chappell said, in a way only Ian Chappell can say, you're not doing that. Lenny Pascoe said, no, I'm going to do it. And apparently bounced the ball. It was nearly landed right next to his foot. And it looped over Joel Garner and fell in front of the stump.
Cummins bowls a slower ball that Elzari Joseph did not pick up at all. And it very nearly hit the off stump. It was full enough to almost hit on the full. But he just didn't pick it up. That one was bowled at 110 kilometres an hour. You don't usually see Cummins bowl that sort of ball.
It's an off cutter, wasn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, he's off spinner.
Oh, it just dropped on him.
Oh, that would have been quite a replay.
So close.
If it hit
Chemist Warehouse replay.
I mean, we already talked up his genius twice today.
Yep.
Running out of superlatives at this rate. If that had hit off stump.
He's not running out of tricks, though. He's got a big bag.
Cummins here bowls to Joseph. Swings it away in the air. That's gone too. Stark on the fence at square leg. Watches it sail over his head. And he has to go and retrieve it from the gutter. This is terrific batting here from Elzari Joseph. End of the over. He's up to 26. Shamar Joseph on 14.
The Doorbuster sale at Doors Plus for 4 days only. Save up to 50% this weekend. And we can fit, paint, stain and deliver. Visit a showroom for a free measure and quote. At the 4-day Doorbuster sale ends Monday. Doors Plus.
No fuss. SEN is always your number one home for everything in sport. Miss something or just want to hear it again? Catch up on the SEN app and discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews. Download the SEN app and listen back today.
The two Josephs have put on 38. The score is 7 for 212 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes.
Trail by 74.
74 only. And I don't know what you're sensing, but Pat Cummins, he wanted to get this over with pretty quickly, bowling straight after tea, and it hasn't happened like it did for him in that middle part of the middle session.
Correct, yeah. The runs have come very quickly after the tea break, and the Josephs are doing it for themselves. They need something to bowl at.
Yeah.
So they're trying to make it as much of a one-inning shootout as possible. Some close point in.
Shamar Joseph on strike to line. He just strokes it out to backward point off the front foot. No run.
Adam White, are you sitting down? Marnus Labuschagne is on the field again. So
who's off now having a shower?
Changing their sweaty socks.
Stark's out there. Lyon bowls to Shamar Joseph, cutting and can't beat Khawaja at backward point. That was well fielded. That ball was spinning.
I think it's Captain Cummins who's off the field. Yeah.
So that little spell.
Oh no, he's a cover, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
Who is off the field?
Lyon again, coming in, bowling, and Joseph driving back to the bowler. I can't see Cameron Green.
I think it's Bo Webster who was not there.
Who's
That's
down
Cam Green is on
long off. Oh, slug. So it is Bo Webster. Lyon bowling to Joseph. Swings this one down on one knee, and that's gone into the grandstand. Oh, Shamar, that is something special. That has gone so far.
Well, he cleared the ground in Barbados with a similar slog sweep of Nathan Lyon last week. And this one nearly did the same. It went to the upper tier of one of those unnamed stands.
That's gone 100 metres.
Easy, yeah.
7 for 218. Lyon again. Joseph tries to cut, misses.
Well, he's doing it again, Shamar Joseph, and this time he's got support from the other end.
They're going to have a look for a stumping here. Just checking whether he's lifting his back foot as he placed it back. It was a polite inquiry by Carey.
They've reluctantly gone upstairs and Yeah. What's your gut feeling?
No one's too wound up about it.
Nah. They're all turned around and looking at the big screen. They just hope. It almost feels like they're a little frustrated, the Australians.
Yeah.
So it's one of the ones where it's just the back foot there, and does it lift up on the timing of Carey? Just tapping the bar off. Oh, hold on.
Oh, no.
Oh,
this is close.
This is close. Is there a spike on the ground?
I think the bails just didn't get dislodged in time. I think they're still not out of their groove. But I think by the time they drop out of their grooves, it looks like the back foot is much closer than we thought it was.
I'll tell you what, it was very clever from Alex Carey. 7 for 218. That'll be waved away.
With Zing bails, you never know. He could have been in trouble.
Shamars Joseph on 20.
Is the decision being posted? I think they're really thinking about this. Here it comes. Not out to be the right call, but it was tight. A hovering foot behind the crease, but hovering.
All right, still pending the decision, so they're taking their own sweet time.
Umpire Menon in there.
Yep.
He's feeling the pressure from the first test.
All of a sudden, Shamar Joseph is watching a little bit closer up at the screen.
Oh, your heart rate's gone up. Oh.
He wants to look at it from a different angle.
It's bail and groove. You're right, Bharat, you're right. The tap went on, and it just took a little while for the bail to hop out of the groove.
Yeah, maybe he just needed to do
tap.
Maybe the tap needed to be a little firmer, because it just took that extra half a second to move out of the groove.
Are they coming together here?
I think Lyon and Co seem more interested than they were a minute or so ago. Are they looking at the other bail? Well, they both come off the groove. Now everybody's going back to their position. All right, Nitin Menon is good third umpiring, though.
Thorough.
Very good third umpiring.
Wow. West Indies fans are loving it.
Well, they want more of this Shamar Joseph. He's up to 20, and the deficit now 68. 7 for 218. Line again, last ball of the over. Shamar Joseph cuts again, cuts into the gap, out to the man in the deep for a single, so he'll keep the strike. As drinks come out for Alzari Joseph. Well, no, near a drinks break, but that's what's happening. 7 for 219.
Hello, bank.
Hi, I was hoping you could work my numbers so I can afford the property I want to buy.
Oh, don't want much, do you?
Not really. I just really want to get the most out of my borrowing power.
We're the bank. We've got the power, FYI.
Well, Athena shifts the power to me, FYI.
Well...
Athena's fairer, friendlier policies put the power in your hands. Visit athena.com.au or talk to your broker. Athena, love us and leave us. Application subject to eligibility and assessment.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. The deficit 67. So with the score 7 for 219, that's 34 runs in 25 minutes since the resumption.
Another session that they've started well, the West Indies.
Yeah, that's right.
The problem is, once they get a wicket now, Australia, Seals and Phillip are walking wickets.
Pat Cummins again around the wicket. 2 slips in a gully to Shamar Joseph down leg side. He tries to hook it away and misses.
Well, it looks like Pat Cummins is just going to keep feeding him with these short balls and just expect him to top edge one of these. A few times he has swung at it wildly. It's just missed the stumps barely. I wouldn't be surprised if he bowls that off cutter he did to Alzari in the previous over to Shamar now.
Completely deceived him.
So 2 sixes to Alzari Joseph, 1 to Shamar Joseph, but Shamar's 6 was worth 2 sixes that went that far.
Yeah, left-hander.
Cummins to Shamar Joseph. It is the slower ball, and it's been picked, and he just turned it around the corner and took a single. Very responsible batting. 7 for 220 now.
Just got the length wrong. It was a bit too short, so it kind of sat up, and Shamar was expecting it as well, clearly. Maybe Bryce.
Yeah.
I thought he would go for it. So both Josephs have played a role here. Alzari, the senior batter, and between the two, the more accomplished of tail-enders. More frustration for Australia. They had to contend with this in the afternoon. Pat Cummins broke the back with the wicket of hope, and then the two followed soon after. Can they do it again?
Cummins now bowls to Alzari Joseph, who looks like a proper batsman defending that ball. So they came together at 7 for 174. So this partnership now worth 46 at a run rate of 4.45 runs and over. So it's a bit like we were talking about before. They're going at a reasonable pace, but because they hit all these big sixes, you feel they're going quicker than what they actually are.
And they've shown a lot more responsibility than what you would expect.
Yes.
Or we expect from them.
Only one slip in a gully now for Alzari Joseph. 3 out on the hook. Cummins bowls. It's full outside off stump, and Alzari Joseph doesn't get tempted. He leaves it alone.
More good signs. It feels like for West Indies, the bowlers take the wickets. The bowlers score the runs. The batters make up the numbers and drop catches.
And missed runouts.
Yeah, true. Having said that, Brandon King did play well enough to get that 75.
Better very, very responsibly.
Cummins to Joseph. Alzari Joseph, he just prods it on the offside and takes the run. It was there, so he took it. And this is what happens. A few lusty blows in the field spread, and there's all of a sudden there's these singles to be had. And at least at the moment, the two Josephs are taking them when they're on offer.
They're doing it well. They're not falling into any trap. There are some obvious traps being set by Pat Cummins.
Yep.
Even with the short ball to Shamar Joseph. And I wonder if it's time to enforce Operation Mop Up, bring Mitchell Stark in so that he can go really full.
Yeah. Well, there's an extra one out on the hook shot now, if you like. Deep fine leg, deep backward square, deep forward square, a mid-wicket and a long on. It is a stacked onside field. Cummins around the wicket to the left-handed Shamar Joseph.
4 on the fence on the onside.
Slower bouncer maybe?
Shamar Joseph on 22. Last ball of the over. Cummins bowls. Joseph flicks it fine, probably off the pad, down towards the rope. It's gone for 4. Leg buys, but they'll take them any way they can get them at the moment, the West Indies. The deficit now 61, 7 for 225 at the end of the over. Alzari Joseph on 27, Shamar Joseph on 22. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. After the break, you'll hear from our man, Andrew Mason.
This AFL season, catch every goal with the zero latency radio stream on your mobile phone. On the SEN app, click on SEN Stadium to hear the broadcast play-by-play with no delay.
Can you feel it? This is the most beautiful game in the world.
Each exciting moment of the game in real-time commentary. Play-by-play, no delay, live commentary.
Kicked it like a true champion.
Be there and never miss a moment. SEN Stadium, a fan experience like no other.
So we got a situation where 50 partnership between the two lower batsmen for the West Indies, Alzari Joseph and Shamar Joseph, and it has revived the innings. The deficit is now down to 61. 51 partnership from 66 balls. Line to continue. So frustration for Australia here. Alzari Joseph has been very responsible with his batting, and the other Joseph has been measured. Here is the delivery, which is on the line of the middle stump. Coming onto the front foot is Alzari Joseph, as land is on his leg stump, pushes out to mid-wicket. There's no run. Good work from these two, Bharat.
Very much so. And like even that front foot defense from Alzari Joseph, I guess he's hit a couple of sixes, but he's played percentage shots. He's not just gone after everything.
Line comes in and bowls Alzari Joseph. He's on the back foot, no problems at all. One of the line of the middle stump, a little bit of turn across him. He plays it up the onside of the pitch. The bowler comes across to pick it up. There's no run.
Yeah, and he's got skills, clearly. And he's shown it before across formats. He's got 50s in one-day cricket and Test cricket.
Can bat, there's no question about that. Doesn't take his batting as seriously as he should, in my view.
Temperament thing with him, isn't it?
Yeah, he settles. He's got 27 and Lion is in and boast him. And he's hitting the ball in the air. Will he be caught? Yes, he is. We put boat mode on him, as we would say in the Caribbean. A ball given some air, hit the ball down the throat of the fielder down at long on. So Alzari Joseph departs 225 for the loss of 8.
Well, in Australia they say putting the markers on someone, and we certainly did that on Alzari Joseph. He was looking really good. He defended the first 2 deliveries very solidly and said, no, I'm in here for the long haul. All it took was for Nathan Lyon to give the third ball a little more air, and he got sucked into it. Alzari Joseph very disappointed with himself. He's dragging himself off the field. Too late now. Didn't get the kind of elevation he thought he could. And the ball dipped on him with that overspin from Nathan Lyon, and Nathan Lyon has his 3rd wicket. And now, with 3 balls to go, he'll back himself to finish this West Indian innings like he did last week in Barbados.
Yeah, and we were just, as you would say in the Caribbean, bigging up the batsman, and that happens sometimes. A couple of balls you don't score, you get fidgety, you become impatient, and well, he got out. Well, there's a saying that patience is bitter but its fruits are sweet, and he must know that if he can just stick around for a while, as we said, a couple of deliveries just coming onto the front foot and then cleverly lands through that one up. And he went for it and was caught on it long on by Green and the Australian supporters here in the Spice Isle. They are very happy. We've had brilliant weather today, and as we look out, of course the Darber Hills behind us, and in the mountains we've got some houses rather dangerously perched. I hope they're fairly well insured there. And I understand that our good friend Junior Murray's from this part of the world. Just behind the pavilion is called River Road. 225 for 8. You're going to buy a piece of land up there?
Well, Bharat, if I do, then you know who I will go to build a house. Just like our friends who sponsor this, who make all of this possible. SEN Test Cricket brought to you for Henley Homes. Henley Breakthrough Collection built from only $227,900 Australian dollars.
No sense. So Anderson Phillip comes out to do battle, the man from Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, hasn't got a double-figure score in the last 3 years in first-class cricket, but has a Test high score of 43.
He's in now, Lyon and boast him, and he's forward and plays it rather capable into the onside down towards that wicket. As you'd expect, Lyon is on the hunt. He's got a slip. There's a leg slip and forward short leg waiting.
There is, and what West Indies want is for Phillip to just defend the next 2 balls. Let Shamar do what he's doing at the other end.
Here's Lyon, comes in and boasts him, and he's forward again. No challenges at all with that. Giving a bit of air, just coming onto the front foot, pushing out towards mid wicket. Forward short leg comes across to pick it up, and there is no run. 225 for 8. 1 to come in the over. Can he survive here? We shall see. He settles, he taps the bat rather heavily and waits on Lyon, who decides to just push the mid-off back a bit. That's all part of the psychology. As he comes in again to bowl to Phillip, and to this delivery, Phillip is forward, plays it rather well. The off-break turns across him, but he plays it out to forward short leg to end a successful over, an over in which Alzari Joseph departed. 8 for 225 is the latest score in St. George's.
SEN is always your number 1 home for everything in sport. From expert analysis, including the latest news, and of course, all your favourite live sporting action, SEN is there. But if there's something you've missed, or you just want to hear it again, you can catch up on the SEN app. It's where you'll discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews. And that means you'll never miss a moment again. Download the SEN app and listen back today.
All right, the lovely music there in the studios. And, of course, the action will continue. The West Indies trailing now by just 61 at one stage. It looks as if it would have been a lot more than that. Every run is important here, Baran.
It is 5:39 a.m. in Sydney and Melbourne, they're listening to us on SEN Test wicket for Henley Holmes. Nathan Lyon, those 3 wickets, the leading wicket taker so far for Belgravia Apparel from quality New Balance cricket team wear.
So Cummins to continue. An interesting field. He's got no step. He's actually got a gully. And then there's also that as he comes up now round the wicket he's in, and to this delivery, batsman is forward and drives, will take the single. That's Shamar Joseph. Was hesitated slightly, he wasn't quite sure it went down to long off, but he decides to expose Phillip for 5 balls. I suppose he's trusting his ability to keep it out. So the run is taken to 26 for a loss of 8.
Well, we'll see.
Would you have taken that?
Well, just looking at Anderson Phillips' recent batting feats, maybe not when you're up against Well,
it reminded me in Barbados when Justin Graves was batting with Alzari Joseph. The very first ball, he hit a ball down to mid-off very hard, and Joseph got run out off the very first ball. I couldn't understand it at all.
He did, and now Manas is going into a very short leg gully. So
don't know about the wisdom really of taking the single off the first ball, but we shall see. He goes to 22 with that. Here's Cummins looking to get a wicket as he comes in and bowls to Phillip into this delivery. He's coming right across the stumps and plays it rather well. Up the onside of the pitch, there's no run. Of course, he comes from the country that Brian Lara is from, so he should know a thing or two about batting.
I don't think that's how it works, Andrew.
I know. 226.
I wish for your sake that's how.
Well, some inspirational he should come. Well, I think he's slightly better than Tony Gray. Remember the good old Tony Gray?
But he can just get inspired by the assistant bowling coach Ravi Rampal.
Okay,
who could handle a ball.
Yeah, indeed.
He could more than handle a bat.
Here's Cummins on his way again to bowl to Anderson Phillip into this delivery. Short, banged in over his back down the leg side, taken by the keeper. So some aggression from the Australian captain that was banged in. I think he's just trying to set him up here.
He is. He is. He's going to go full, really full, and be a question of whether Anderson Phillip can hold his ground.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. So the first ball was on the middle stump, and he played it quite nicely. The second was banged in, went over his back over the leg stump. Let's see what will happen with the third here. He's a crafty bowler as he starts to move in on his way to bowl to Anderson Phillip into this delivery. He's covering up quite nicely again. The bat is broad as Port of Spain or Frederick Street. You love to go to Trinidad and go to Frederick Street and get some roti.
Oh, yes.
Of course, some people call it roti. Yes, Tony Gregg used to call it roti.
Yeah.
The late, great Tony Gregg. Do you like Trinidad and Tobago?
I love Trinidad and Tobago.
Have you ever been to Carnival?
Yes. No, I haven't. Like the best carnival, they say, in the world, better than the one in Brazil. Speaking of carnival, yesterday we went down into town for dinner.
Okay. Here's Cummins again on his way to bowl to Anderson Phillip, and to this delivery, he's wrapped in the pad. Not out, says the umpire, maybe going down the leg side. Was there a little bit of bat? We're not sure. It was a bit slower.
It was. I think it was going down. It was a slower one again. That off cutter from Pat Cummins.
Yep.
And maybe just off the pitch, did a bit too much. We're waiting for a replay on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse to see if how much this did off the pitch. Just hit the outside of his front pad. So that was going down the leg side. So I'll come back to the carnival story in the next over, Andrew.
He's got 1 ball to survive here. He's faced 7 already. Can he block this? In comes Cummins on his way to bowl to Phillip. Into this loop. Phillip is beaten outside the offside with a slow ball, completely cut in half of that. Deceived by the change of pace, but he survived importantly from a West Indian perspective. He hasn't scored as yet. Shamar Joseph is on 23. 8 for 226 is the latest score in St. George's.
The Sporting Globe Bar and Grill is the official sports bar of SEN. Don't miss the AFL and NRL finals at Australia's premier sports bar and grill. Book your spot for the biggest and best grand final atmosphere, but get in quick. Visit sportingglobe.com.au. VAFA action is back for 2025, and you can catch the award-winning VAFA William Buck Premier Men's SEN Match of the Day every Saturday afternoon. Listen to all the VAFA footy action live on the SEN website and SEN app today from 1:45 p.m.
So 8 for 226, and Lyon to continue his probe from the River Road end. He's picked up 3 for 59 from 14 overs. He'll bowl to Shamar Joseph, who certainly gave him a whack or two in Bridgetown, Barbados at the Regent's Mecca Kensington Oval. Now, here we go. We've lost the sunshine. Let's hope it's just temporarily. In he comes from round the wicket. Line to bowl to Shamar Joseph, who's off the back foot. It's a ball into the pitch. Bounces down to backward point. There's the run you were telling us about.
Yep.
Somewhere you went yesterday.
I did. So once I was done with dinner, and obviously I had to go in the other direction to everyone else, and I saw there was a big crowd not too far from where we were.
Here is Len, comes in to bowl to Shamar Joseph, who's driving. The ball goes past the keeper down to the boundary. It will get there just about now. By signal by the umpire. Big drive, went past the keeper carry and went away behind him for 4. Buys, these runs are important. 230 for the loss of 8.
Yeah, I don't think Alex Carey could have done much about it. It kept very low as well, kind of nutmegged him in the end. It went right through his legs, so there's no way he could have got his hands down in time. Shamar Joseph swinging wildly again, and the ball just sneaking through his legs.
Well, he waits on line into this delivery. He's allowing the ball to go outside the off stump taken by the keeper.
So I just wanted to check what the big crowd was, and apparently it turned out it was a competition for musicians and artists for the carnival here in Grenada.
I see. Yeah.
So these were the preliminary rounds.
Preliminary rounds, yeah. But they call it Spice Mass here, as Lion comes in, bowls to Shamar Joseph, who's allowing the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper. This has been a calculated knock. He's not going for broke. He's allowing those balls to spin across him. He's had two that turned and bounced. Let's see what happens with this delivery. Will he be tempted with that one given somewhere on the off stump? We shall see. In comes Lion, walks first, now breaks into a gentle run. There we go, and he drives out towards the cover area. That's
gone all the way.
That's gone away.
That's
for 6 runs actually. I predicted that he was going to give that somewhere, but you know what? Shamar's bat was really broader than broad and hit it high over the top of cover. That's gone for 6. Well played indeed. He's the kind of cricketer that the world needs to have around. He's so exciting. He's with bat and with ball. Full of energy.
Slog swept Nathan Lyon a couple of times in the last 2 test matches. This one was probably the best shot of the lot. Inside out.
He's in now and bowls to Joseph. Joseph is coming forward, pushes into the offside, down to backward point. He can't score. That was a bit quicker. The over comes to an end. Excitement galore here in St. George's. Shamar Joseph was on 29. Philip hasn't scored as yet. 236 for 8 is the latest score in St. George's.
VAFA action is back for 2025, and you can catch the award-winning VAFA William Buck Premier Men's SEN Match of the Day every Saturday afternoon. Listen to all the VAFA footy action live on the SEN website and SEN app today from 1:45 p.m.
At Australian Outdoor Living, we've spent 20 years bringing backyard dreams to life. Now we're celebrating with 20% off outdoor blinds for a limited time only. Join the party. Book your free measuring quote today.
So, Joseph hoping that Anderson Phillip can stay with him. And the lead is now exactly 50.
It is.
Yeah, they trail by 50.
So as you look at our tyre power scoreboard, winter safety sale, Mitchell Stark's coming back and he's bowled 10 overs, expensive 10 overs, so no wickets for him. As I spot an Indian team jersey on television, but just to finish off on the carnival, so that was the quarterfinal,
right?
And then I was told then they'll have the preliminary rounds and the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, and the finals will be the last Friday before carnival right here at the National Stadium.
Okay, we look forward to that. We'll book your ticket and come. Spice Mass. Here is Stark to continue as he comes into bowl to Anderson Phillip. His first ball is turned away neatly. Well played. This turn the wrist and impact down to long leg, gets a run. So the Trinidadian back in the West Indies side gets a run. He's off the mark. Allowed Shamar Joseph to see what he can do. 237 for 8. The lead for Australia is 49. And at one stage, in fact, I'd suggest the last hour looked as if they might have gotten the lead of maybe around 100 or even a bit more than that, but it's now down to 49.
It is, and because of the efforts from the two Josephs and Pat Cummins, a longish spell from him this afternoon, but he's turned to the man he generally turns to knock out the last 2 wickets. And this is going to be interesting. Last time Stark bowled at Shamar Joseph, he just whipped him for 6 like he was Sanat Jayasuriya. So he's got a fielder right back there where he hit him for a 6 last week. Cameron Green, the fielder, is Bo Webster there.
Yep. So they're far and wide, and here is Stark round the wicket, comes in to bowl to Shamar Joseph. He's in Boston, and he's off the back foot, looks to cut the ball away. The ball goes over the top of the bat to be taken by the keeper, undone by extra bumps generated from this very tall, fast bowler.
Yeah, Stark's not going to give him anything in his hitting out. Either it's going to be all the way in his block hole, or it'll be slightly short of length and slightly wide. Just drag him out. Shamar's hitting arc is generally when you go close to him, if that makes sense. You drag him out, he doesn't always generate the same kind of power. So either block hole or it'll be wide outside off stump.
But he's on 29 from 40 balls, 8 for 237. He comes up now, Stark, he's in and bowls, and he's bowled him! Beautifully bowled by Stark. The stumps have been disturbed. Joseph goes for 29, 237 for a loss of 9.
Well, that's exactly how we got him in the first innings last week. You just knew it. I mean, it was no prizes for guessing which way Stark would go. The first one was wide outside off stump. This one wasn't very full, but still just zeroing in on his pads and his stumps. Shamar Joseph was cramped. The ball ricocheting off his pads onto stumps. So Stark's required just 3 balls to remove the danger man. And with Jaden Seals to come, Australia will think they can wrap things up now. West Indies will take it. He's played his job once again, Shamar Joseph. 29 vital runs, big partnership with Alzari Joseph. He's brought that lead down to, well, Australia will still take whatever they get. But West Indies won't mind just 40-odd runs, or being 40-odd runs behind in the first innings.
That partnership you're talking about realised 51 precious runs. In fact, we've had some very interesting partnerships. Chase and King 47 for wicket number 4, and King and Hope 58 for wicket number 5. Because at one stage the West Indies were 111 for 4, then 169 for 5. They lost 3 wickets quickly, 169 for 6, then 174 for 7. So out comes Jaden Seals to bat. So there are 2 Trinidadians at the crease, and we shall see, can they eke out another 10-15 runs. But at the moment the Australians are looking to just wrap it up. And good bowling, as you said, the ball before was outside the off stump, was ball with some pace, and I think that was quite predictable, telegraphed really. It was right in the block hole, and as you said, it wasn't quite Yorker length, but it was enough to disturb the stumps of your favourite cricketer, Shamar Joseph. So 9 for 237. Jaden Seals walks out to fill the breach. He's a left-handed player, and he's going to do battle against Stark. Stark getting his first wicket. As you said, it's been a bit expensive. 10 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 45. So it's got a slip in the gully. Leg slip is in forward, short leg as well.
So he's going around the wicket, Mitchell Stark. So I might still go full with this ball. Jaden Seals has not really looked flash so far in this Test series or during his Test career. Excellent bowler, but not really very handy with the bat. So can he keep out 3 balls?
Here's Stark round the wicket to bowl to Jaden Seals, and did this delivery. He's got it on top of it. Banged in short, goes up towards mid-off. Extra cover, the captain. Cummins comes across to pick it up, moving to his left. There's no run.
The Tyre Power scoreboard, winter safety sale. Brandon King top scoring with 75. Those contributions from the 2 Josephs have West Indies in a much better position than what we thought they would be in after they lost those 3 quick wickets. Listening to SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's nearly 6 a.m. And it could nearly be time for some.
They're still batting. They're closing in on Australia's first innings total, courtesy of a 75 today from Brandon King, a 40 from John Campbell. Cameo performances from both Josephs, but they are 9 down. And as it stands at the moment, I don't know. Are they in the game, Bryce McGain?
My word,
9
they're in the
for
game.
2-4-2.
Yeah, my word, they are. It's been a brave effort. They've had steady partnerships throughout. A little collapse in the middle of losing 3 for 5, but it's been steady partnerships. None of them have flourished that can make a big dent in this run chase.
The deficit 44. 9 for 2-4-2. Phillip and Seals 3 each, 10 and 11 in the batting order. But yeah, I mean, they are in the game. The scoreboard says they're in the game. Lyon here, bowling to Seals. First ball after the drinks break. He leaves and it almost hits the stumps.
Just slid on straight with the arm. And he just signalled as he walked away. Oh, that's a straight one. Yeah, okay.
A penny for the thoughts of Sam Constas at the moment. What's going through his mind? He's going to have a testing little session tonight. Lyon bowls and Seals comes forward, pushing back to the bowler. It's just a question of whether it's going to be an hour, whether it's going to be 40 minutes.
Could be one of those situations where in your mind is your heart rate and the pulse is in your head.
Lyon bowls flatter, short, and Seals tries to cut, but he misses. Lyon,
we might be looking.
Yeah, Lyon's again saying to Carey, are they going to go upstairs for this? Because he's taken off the bails again, similar to the situation with Shamar Joseph earlier. They are actually going to go and have another look. This is where square leg umpires just not needed, are they? I mean, they just go up for anything, as in go upstairs for anything.
Well, they do need to check.
Yes, but
and generally, so he's on the walk again. It's the back foot as he gains his balance. Went to cut in a squatting position. It lifts up, and Carey, no.
See, in that situation,
it's a timing situation.
Do you feel though in that situation that if he's completed the actual shot, do you think that really he can be given out? Because he's not trying to score a run, he's actually in his crease.
Well, that was a little different. He got his front foot back behind as well and then sort of hopped.
Lyon bowling here to Seals, who pushes forward again on the offside.
But if you're losing balance and then take another little step.
But sometimes they're losing balance, hitting it the second time. That's what I should have done. And that's when their feet go in the air. I don't know. I feel like once that initial shot is complete.
You're getting into Bairstow areas now.
No, not really. Because he's behind his crease. Pushing Seals into point.
Well, if you're regaining your balance, I think he's well within his rights. There, I think he was just walking around behind the crease. So, slight difference.
Yeah. 9 for 2-4-2 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. One ball left in the over here for Lyon. And he comes around the wicket, bowls to Seals, who pushes nicely up to long off and takes a single. They're giving runs and the West Indies are taking them. So just the single, that last ball of the over, where there was a scoring shot. So Seals is 4, Phillip is 3, 9 for 2-4-3.
Hi, Kev Sheedy here, a long-time ambassador of Essendon BMW. The new BMW X3 has landed at Essendon BMW and it's an absolute game changer. Built to explore, stylish and packed with performance, this is the ultimate machine for those who demand more from every drive. So what are you waiting for? Located in Essendon Fields, head into Essendon BMW today, meet the team and take the new BMW X3 for a spin. It's time to up your driving game. LMCT 0011 700.
2 for 58 in this session from 14 overs, the final session of the day here in Grenada. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, as Mitchell Starc will continue again from the broadcast end as he runs away from us to bowl to Seals on 4. And Seals pushes forward in defence into the covers. A lot of SEN cricket fans are just waking up, particularly on the eastern seaboard of Australia, about 10 past 6 in Queensland and New South Wales and also Victoria, Tasmania as well. It's been a good day of Test cricket. The West Indies have put up a real fight. King making 75 and Campbell 40. And 2 in the top order putting in some valuable contributions, and there's been some entertaining batting around that as well, as Starc comes in again to bowl to Seals, who is beaten the shape away from the left-hander. Carey taking it low down behind the stumps. 243 in 66 overs. So there's still 26.4 overs scheduled for the day. We've got through all of today so far without losing any time to bad weather. The forecast was for some showers today, but they haven't come, at least at this point. There was a lot of rain overnight, so it has had that steamy feel to it. .43 the deficit. 1 wicket to get. Stark bowls closer to the stumps and Seals up on his toes, trying to get forward as much as possible. Pushes into the offside. SEN is your home of live sport, AFL, NRL, State of Origin, obviously the cricket, the Matildas' upcoming games against Panama, all live right here on SEN and the SEN app. Talked about there being no rain, Bryce, as I peer over to the hills next to the ground. There's some clouds building, much like yesterday. Stark again bowls to Seals. Oh, that's a nasty one. That hits him on the body, trying to duck out of the way. You could hear the grimace from Seals himself then as that ball bowled at 140 kilometres an hour hit him on the body. Shakes his head now, has a chat to his mate at the other end. That hit him on the right bicep, looking at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen, and then probably bounced up into his neck region. Even had Steve Smith going, oh, that was a bit of a nasty one.
Yeah, grimacing. Yeah, that's his top arm, being a left-hander, so his right arm right up on the shoulder.
Stark again on the approach. Bowls to Seals, who shows courage. They're getting in behind the line of the next ball despite being hit the ball before, and defends into the offside. What a stupid thing that was for me to talk about there being no intervention to weather. As soon as I've said that, the ground staff have got the covers in their hands. They've got the waterproofs on. They're ready for some action.
You're the only one to mention it all day. And you've brought it in.
Well, in fairness, Andrew Mason said it was going to rain for most of the day.
Well, he could be right. He could be right still.
Deficit 43. 1 ball left in this over from Mitchell Stark. Still quite bright. You're going to see a quick change to the field. Late decision from Cummins. He's going to put men out square on either side of the wicket for Seals. I'm not sure Seals is capable of playing shots to those parts of the ground.
He's got a forward defence, it looks like.
One slip and a gully in a bat pad. Stark, bowl, Seals, jams out of Yorker. Somehow. He did it.
Signature Stark, wasn't it?
He did. End of the over, 9 for 243. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale.
At Australian Outdoor Living, we've spent 20 years bringing backyard dreams to life. Now we're celebrating with 20% off outdoor kitchens for a limited time only. Join the party. Book your free measuring quote today.
Explore the iconic MCG These School Holidays. Go behind the scenes on a tour of the G, then dive into our rich sporting history inside the Australian Sports Museum. It's a fun activity over the school holidays. Book now, mcg.org.au/tours.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Adam White and Bryce McGain with you. So there's some medical treatment now for Seals who got hit on the arm. Mitchell Stark certainly had plenty to say to Jaden Seals as well after he called for the medical treatment.
Doing a few big arm circles to loosen up that shoulder. There's nothing worse because it can give you a dead arm.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things going on here at the moment. We've got the ground staff having a sort of a planning meeting, getting ready to bring the covers out if in fact the rain does come. Seals is getting some treatment to his arm. During the drinks break, Sam Constas was getting some treatment done to his lower back. Obviously getting sort of prepared up to bat at some time tonight, you would think.
There's plenty going on. Decisions to be made.
Okay, so Seals is ready. He's at the non-strikers then. Phillip on strike, line to bowl around the wicket. Phillip tickles it. Oh, gets runs here. That went past Webster at leg slip. It's going close to the rope. I think it'll get there. It will. 4 runs to Phillip. Every run they get now is so valuable The deficit only 39, and I'm not sure there's too many here today that would have thought the West Indies would get even this close when we arrived at the ground today.
A little faint glance here. There's a leg slip in play, and it gets glanced away. Too fine for Bo Webster in the leg slip position.
Again, line around the wicket. Bowls to Phillip, who's up on his toes, trying to force back past the bowler, but he can't get past Line, who came to the onside of the pitch to do the fielding, and there's no run. Line 3 for 72. Been one of Australia's best through 17 and a half overs. He bowls again, pushing forward. Phillip defending. Nathan Lyon taking plenty of wickets for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Also delivering high performance teamwear to the BBL and the WBBL in the upcoming Australian cricket season.
Over the wicket now, Lyon. Change of angle.
Phillip goes back and plays quite nicely, just flicking his wrist off the back foot, getting the ball to mid-wicket, but straight to Cummins. So there's no run, but the shot was good, just not the placement.
From the SMS. Thanks, Adam. Just switch the radio to listen. And you bring the rain. Thanks,
Line
mate.
Bowls. Oh, this is close. Trying to sweep. Line loves it. The umpire says, yep, I'm giving it to you.
You bet.
And the West Indies are all out. Nathan Lyon taking a 4th wicket. Phillip out for 7.
You got to challenge it.
The West Indies all out for 2, 4, 7, unless they go upstairs.
Yeah.
And they are...
They're up there. Yep. No, they're gone. Already up there.
They're up there. They're going upstairs.
Yep.
So for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13IMAR. They've got nothing to lose.
It's turning a bit.
Yeah.
This could be missing.
Okay.
This could be missing. On a sweep, so his front foot is down the pitch. It's plumb in line, but the ball turned a bit. We're looking for a bit of bat or glove. It's going to brush past the glove on the sweep. It's
very close to the glove.
Yep.
But missing. All right.
It's all pad, hitting below the knee roll.
We're going to tracking. Is it hitting or not?
Umpire's call.
Okay, here we go. Hitting in line and missing.
There you go.
Well, you said umpire's call.
Well,
you had the chance. You sat on the fence.
I tried to support the umpire. I'm not here to put umpires down.
You sat on the fence. You had a great chance. You suggested it was going to miss. And when you had the chance, you did well.
Everyone knows I really meant that.
So they're not all out.
No.
And unfortunately for Lyon, he's got to take his cap back off, give it to the umpire, and bowl it again.
Dear me. Anyone got any liquid paper? I've got to take it out of my book now. So, this late partnership, the 10th wicket partnership of 10, continues. Lyon bowls, last ball of the over, and Phillip off the back foot plays to mid-wicket. They stay out there longer. Reset.
They reset, they do. 9 for 247 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
The Musso run-out sale is on now, where you can save up to $4,000 on an MY24 Musso. If you want a good deal on a great ute, then get a load of this. It's the 2024 and 2025 Drive Car of the Year, best dual cab ute under $50,000. With 3.5-tonne towing, 4x4 turbo diesel and a 7-year warranty from only $38,000. So get your skates on and visit your KGM Ssangyong dealer now. See the website for terms and conditions. KGM Ssangyong, Korean built to last.
It is getting a bit more gloomy to the weather quarter, but at least at the moment, the sun, the late afternoon sun is still shining here in Grenada. It's 20 past 4 in the afternoon. It feels like it's more like 20 past 5.
I'll tell you where it is gloomy, and it's off the text machine in Christchurch, New Zealand, not the one in Barbados. Cheerio, boys. Enjoying the coverage. Laying bricks in gloomy Christchurch. Haven't got a name there, but 043. I don't envy what you're up to. Gloomy would probably mean cold as well, Christchurch. Winter. And it's going to be the slug.
Yes. So Stark out of the attack. The Australians still need one more wicket. And there is still an hour and 10 minutes remaining today. That's with the extra half hour.
Can you help Sooty here? G'day, lads. Listening from Warrnambool on my walk. I need your help. Egg and bacon roll or chips and gravy or a pie with sauce or steamed dimmies at junior footy this morning.
Oh, geez, I'd take the whole lot. As Webster bowls here and Seals pushes forward to cover, and there's no run.
Got some options. Pie and sauce, steamed dimmies.
It's making me feel really
chips
hungry.
And gravy or egg and bacon roll in the morning. He's doing his morning walk in Warrnambool. It's going to be cold. It's got to be 3 degrees there.
I'd probably go the steamed dimmies and the chips and gravy.
Chips and gravy early morning?
Well, as long as it's sort of after 9.
Yeah, after 9.
9 for 247. Around the wicket, Webster bowls. Seals cuts, chomps it straight down into the ground. It spits out to point, no run. With Constas doing the fielding, he thought he was about to put the bads on. But he's still out there fielding at point. The Australians have been out there all day. It started, what was it, 9 minutes or 11 minutes before 10 o'clock this morning, because we had to pick up some time lost because of the rain yesterday. So it's a hot, humid sort of day. Be taking a lot out of the Australians. They need one more wicket to be able to put their feet up and watch a bit of cricket late in the day. Watch some of them bat. Webster bowls here to Seals, beaten. And that was a one that sort of didn't run along the ground, but maybe it was one of those off-cutters from Webster, and it got to Carey on the bounce, and he sort of went down and just blocked it with his body more than anything else. It bounced just that little bit, that awkward length back. Not a half volley, but it's a hard one to cleanly glove. Ground staff are still out there, Bryce.
They are. They haven't
put the covers down.
Gone and sat down. They're hovering.
They had the covers in their hands before.
Yeah. Some of them have got their parkas on, and if it's going to rain, they slip the hoods up.
Webster again to Seals. Nice shot. Again, straight to point, though, but he got on the front foot and pushed it out into Constas again, all along the ground. The score remains on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Winter safety sale, 9 for 247. We're getting a shot on our Chemist Warehouse screen of Jason Gillespie in the crowd. He's played cricket here before. Webster again bowls. Seals nudging it into gully. Stark doing the fielding on the bounce.
I dare say this will be a common theme from our text machine. Loving the coverage. Gives me a great excuse to stay in bed a bit longer. That's Vic from Marutna. So he's still under the doona.
Got the electric blanket on there early in the morning.
Staying warm, tuning in. 1 wicket to get for the Aussies, and it's Hazelwood at square leg warming up. Webster bowling right now. 2
slips in a gully. Webster bowls to Seals, who hooks it away off his hip, but straight to that man that Bryce is talking about. Hazelwood doing the fielding at forward square leg, and the West Indies have got through another over. A maiden there from Webster. Score remains 9 for 247. The Windies trail by 39.
This is Australia's most remote oil rig. It gets pounded by tropical storms. At Pertec, we supply hoses for rigs like this. They perform in extreme conditions. No drama. Pertec. Drama resistant since 1980.
Experience luxury and performance at Audi Barryburg. Family owned and operated, they're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles. Discover the range at Audi Barryburg. Visit them in Berwick or online at audibarryburg.com.au. LXCT 7522.
So Nathan Lyon will go here. I was like you, Bryce. I thought it might have been Hazelwood, but Lyon's going to get another over here to bowl to Phil. He thought he had his 4th wicket in the previous over before it was overturned by the 3rd umpire. So he bowls now from the river end. And Phillip nudges it again past leg slip, out into the deep. Khawaja comes in and does the fielding. Might be one of the first balls he's fielded all day, Osman Khawaja.
He hides himself, doesn't he?
Does a very good job.
He goes to the spots.
9 for 248, deficit 38. Phillip up to 8.
Where the ball does not go. I'm not sure he enjoys fielding, Khawaja. I think cricket's purely a batting game.
Well, that's exactly what it is. Lyon here bowling with a bat pad and a slip. And Seals muscles it down the ground to long on. Stark does the fielding, and there's a single only. Good observation coming through on the text 0433 98 11 16. Smith is fielding at slip for the spin of line, but just not for the fast bowlers. So his finger mustn't be too bad if he can do that. Line bowls again, this time to Phillip, who pushes back to the bowler in defence. Cole, the curator, out cutting the greens for a busy Saturday. G'day, Cole.
That must be at the golf course, cutting the greens.
Yep.
Yep.
Line again bowls, and that one bounces a bit more than Phillip thought. He was about to go into a big sort of hook shot and then kind of got himself in a bit of a tangle and let it hit him on the body.
No, our apologies, Vic. Vic from Marutna is a female. So maybe short for Victoria, or common mistake.
Line bowls, and there's runs here. Probably just the single to Anderson.
Sorry, Vic.
Anderson Phillip out into the deep. And that is 250. So 3 singles in that over. The deficit 36. Another milestone ticked off there for the West Indies. 88 balls for their 50. 9 for 250 the score. 1 ball left in the over here, and Lyon was about to bowl, but Seals wasn't ready. So
the audio was local audio.
Just you could hear it. You could hear that audio in Barbados. It's that loud. Line bowls to Seals, who pushes back to the bowler. End of the over. 70 gone. 9 for 250. They keep hanging around the West Indies. The deficit 36.
Who's got the goods this footy season?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies have the team to go all the way this year. Robot's been servicing the building, fencing, engineering, roofing and cabinet making industries for over 70 years now. Even if you need someone with the skill to kick a goal from 50 out, guess what?
Robot's got it.
Robot Building Supplies. Notting Hill, Sunshine, Preston, Dramana, Pakenham, Coldstream and Darnham. robotbuildingsupplies.com.au.
ROBOT, Robot Building Supplies.
It is sensational to have all the text starting to come through as people start to wake up on a Saturday morning back in Australia, coming from all over the place. Brisbane, Marupna, Morwell. There's plenty coming through from Gippsland, which is great to see. Pete from Doreen wanting to know whether the Pigeon's okay, back for the next test. Well, the Pigeon went into concussion protocols, so he was unavailable to be here for test 2. And hoping he might be ready to go in test 3. 9 for 250. And the other thing that's quite noticeable, Bryce, I reckon there's more locals here today than Australians.
In the unnamed stand.
Yep. That's a big crowd over there. Hazelwood is into the attack, replacing Webster after just 1 over, and the first ball beats the edge as Phillip tried to go back to a ball he probably should have gone forward to. Hazelwood 2 for 43, got 2 early wickets. Looked like he was going to rip right through them. The first wicket was a really good caught and bowled. The second wicket was a caught and bowled. Pat Cummins, one of the best catches, I think one of the best caught and bowls you'll see in a long time, just for athleticism more than anything else.
Yeah, look it up if you're lying in bed and you're just getting up. It's one to check out. It's a beauty.
Lyon has also bowled very well today as Hazelwood bowls outside off stump and it's left alone. So the second catch, it was an inside edge onto the pad. Cardi, it ballooned up on the onside. There was no bat pad, and Cummins in his follow-through was able to change direction and go from left to right across the pitch and then dive full stretch and take it just above the turf with his right hand and skinned his elbows in the process. And for only, I think it's either the 8th or the 9th time in Test cricket, the first 2 wickets to fall were caught and bowled.
Josh Hazelwood got the first one. Brathwaite out for a duck on his 100th test. He'll get another chance in the second dig, but that was the first one.
Hazelwood bowls here, and defending is Phillip away on the onside. So they're doing well here. They're just hanging around, which is annoying the Australians. But at the same point, I reckon that Constas and Khawaja are barracking for the West Indies here. They don't want to be batting tonight, especially with the threat of rain and all that sort of thing. Although that threat seems to have passed.
Curators are set back down.
They have.
Hoods are off the rain jackets. Oh, Oh, Mick, you've woken up to a beauty, haven't you? Loving the call. Listening to you guys while watching highlights from the Pies' great win last night. Good on you, Mick.
Josh Hazlewood ambles in again, bowls to Phillip, who shoulders arms outside off stump, through to Carey, no runs. So we've still got 2 slips and a gully for Phillip. Now, I think Bharat was saying that Phillip's never got to double figures in first-class cricket. In 3 years he hasn't in first-class cricket. We've got a man on our Chemist Warehouse screen at the moment walking up and down the grandstand with a bottle of water on his head, and it's not moving.
He's got a really flat head and good balance.
Now he's walking backwards.
Oh, it's like a moonwalk.
Hazlewood again, closer to the stumps. Bowls edge, and no, not carrying. That's outstanding work, though, by Webster to dive full stretch to his right, low down to stop it going through. It would have gone for 4. That was really well done on the bounce. He didn't glove it cleanly or catch it cleanly on the bounce, but was still able to make sure it didn't go through.
He's one of the best in there.
He's so good.
One of the, showing at an international level now, but at Sheffield Shield cricket, domestic cricket, he's been outstanding for years.
Last ball of the over, Hazlewood bowls. It's outside off stump and has Phillip leaving alone. So he is 9 off 31. Seals 5 off 29. The West Indies still going. 9 for 250. 71 overs complete. We'll take a break, and Bharat Sundaresan, he'll be into the calling chair next.
This weekend, don't just take a punt. Bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head. For $1, you can flip an expert tip from an expert tipster. Tipper uses real-time results and unbiased statistics so you can follow tipsters who are running red hot. View tipster performance across tracks, distance and conditions. Plus, if their tip doesn't profit, the tip is free. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app, that's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
Welcome back to the National Stadium here in Grenada. You're listening to SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. My name is Bharat Sundaresan, and Australia have finally turned to their trump card. It's Travis Head time here. Yep, it's taken a while. It's Travis Head time here at the National Stadium. He'll be bowling from the river end. It's around 6 a.m. in Adelaide. So rise, mighty South Australia. Here comes your hero. And Australia needs someone to break this partnership.
Well, we're getting some questions on the text. Bretto, he's on in Pushy up in Brisbane. Love to hear Bryce's thoughts on the Australian inability to get the last 3 wickets rapidly. Well, the issue's been they haven't given the ball to Travis Head.
That is it. So Travis
He's on now. Bretto, here it is.
He is, and he's going to bowl from around the wicket. He's sort of doing loosening exercise. Here we go, around the wicket, slip in place. Travis Head bowls and Seals, who went deep in his crease, somehow just got his bat down in time.
And he looked, I tell you who he looked like now. He looked like Alan Border. You know how he rubbed his hand in the dust? This is what he looks like. I know AB was a left arm, but Head's just channeled that.
Head bowls and Seals just off the front foot, pushes it into the point region, and I know exactly what you mean.
And he's got the half beard and the mustache, and it was exactly like that. But the problem with Travis Head, he put his left hand into the dirt. I don't know why. He's bowling with his right hand.
He
hasn't quite perfected it.
Here he is, third ball of the over. This time Seals does it nicely off the back foot. And I think the only thing missing with the Alan Border comparison is his clothes are not dirty enough.
Yeah.
It felt like Alan Border had extra laundry that he had access to, because his clothes always used to be the dirtiest, as Travis Head bowls. Fourth ball of the over. And Seals swings at this one.
They drew it out.
Down to long on for another single. So he moves to 6. And West Indies now trail only by 35. So Travis Head, I don't think he'd mind bowling to the right-hander. He's got Anderson Phillip, who's survived for 31 balls so far, just pushing his cover fielder slightly deep. So over the wicket now, Travis Head does give it a lot of rip. Richard Kettleborough just holding him up.
Waiting for short leg.
The napkin just fell off from Constance's pants. Here he goes. Travis Head bowls, and Anderson Phillip once again very solid in defense. He's one run away from getting to double figures for the first time in 3 years, Bryce McGain. He'll be celebrated in Trinidad and Tobago. Travis said to finish the over. More air this time, and he does get there. Anderson Phillip, well done. He's got to 10. He's taken West Indies to 9 for 252. There's applause everywhere. Trinidad is up in arms. The carnival has begun early at the end of that over.
Good morning. We've got a great start to your weekend. Just got Browns Road Werribee closed in both directions between Alfred Road and West's Road for overpass works. If you see anything on the roads, 1300 595 937. The Woolworths online super sale is on. Save up to 50% off online. Visit woolworths.com.au for more information. Ends August 5. While stocks last, T's and C's apply. And SEN continues as your home of sport with every AFL game and every ball of Australia's tour of the West Indies live.
The good news here in Grenada is the ground staff now, all of them have gone back to their resting positions. So they no longer are standing with their hands on the covers as Josh Hazelwood begins his 14th over, trying to just break open this final partnership. It's been frustrating. Hazelwood runs in and bowls in a short ball. Nicely ducked under by Anderson Phillip, who's now batting on 10. And you wonder, I spoke about this in my last stint, Bryce. With Australia waking up, it felt like it would be that time again, the spotlight on Constis and Khawaja and Cam Green. That has.
And this could be a pretty interesting little session before the close of the second day. You don't want to bat at this time of the evening. So two things. One, Australia will be hoping that the two can just work it around. No loss of any wickets, and then the West Indies are hoping to get one or two this evening.
They are, and Bryce McGain, I must say, has kept himself very amused with what's happening out there in the middle. Bryce, I leave it to you.
Yeah. Are they doing well? Are they doing well?
No.
Okay.
The problem is not necessarily the catching, although that's average.
Yeah.
They can't hit slips catches.
Oh my golly.
So Darren Sammy's throwing the ball everywhere.
Yeah.
And
there we go.
Anyway, they're set up. It's been a schmozzle. It's genuine village stuff.
Yeah, there was a point with 6 attempts at slip catching
in a row. Yeah,
either went over someone's head or on the bounce, or 2 were so wide that it went towards backward point. But the fast bowlers, meanwhile, though, the 2 Josephs and Seals, they've gone through their warm-ups. They're keeping an eye on the slip continent as well, and going, oh my God, is that what we're bowling to?
Now they're bowling at the stumps. They're going for LBWs and bold. That's all they've got. They know that the edges aren't going to get caught.
Yeah. How many catches have they dropped so far this season? It's about 8 or 9? 9, yeah. Oh, yeah.
9.
I think Hope needs some practice as well. Yeah. So it's a situation where the West Indies were able in the end to get 253. First of all, Bryce, your impressions of the pitch on the second day? How's it going?
I thought it's played pretty well.
Yep. Okay, pretty well.
I was a little concerned early on. When we arrived this morning, really humid, sticky conditions. Overnight rain, outfield wet, steamy, and it was going to swing. And it did for a little while. But at 2 for 64, at that point before Campbell went out, it was looking okay. Then there was a couple of partnerships, and all the way through the innings there's been a partnership. There was a break there where they lost 5, 6 and 7. They lost 3 for 5, and that was a real stumbling point. It looked like Australia were just going to roll through them. We'd expect that with this type of attack, but they had to keep rotating them around, fight at the bottom end. 253 is a good effort. The important part of that, they batted 73 overs, and they haven't really looked like doing that, but they showed resilience and grit. Good by the West Indies. That lead that Australia have has been whittled down. What is it in the end? 33.
Right.
Yeah, valuable runs. We know that as you step into a second innings, but it could have been a whole lot worse.
Yeah, in fact, the big difference between 33 and 133. In fact, one stage the West Indies were 7 for 174. It's been a good effort on their part to get as close as they did, and it's going to be an interesting little period. Social media is going wild, though. In fact, I was just checking about the last dismissal, and they're suggesting that 1 or 2 other angles should have been shown. Were you satisfied with what you saw of the catch?
Yeah, look, I think they're limited with angles. They don't have any side-on angles here. The side-on cameras are fixed, and they're fixed on the line only. The line line of Verstappings and runouts. They don't have a side-on camera angle that could follow the ball and it's happened a few times through the series, so it's left them a bit vulnerable. So all we have is a front-on angle.
But they should have one, shouldn't they? Invest in, or is it that expensive? Tell me, you should know.
Oh, look, I don't know the broadcasting budget, but it's difficult to do it with the camera angle from high.
I see.
Looking at it, I think it's reasonable to say that was a clean catch. Before we reviewed anything, it would be quite clear for both umpires to say that's caught. There's enough evidence that that's a clean catch. So I think it'll be okay. So hopefully it's not upsetting the 10 stations that we have locally tuning in. We don't want to upset anybody.
Or stopping any of the others who want to join us.
Exactly.
The 11th and 12th and 13th.
We'll end up with 15, I reckon, by the time we're done at the third test. Keep working on it.
So Sam Constas has rushed onto the field, Elise Berry style, as he always does. Usman Khawaja has walked slowly behind him and taken his position at the non-striker's end. All right, gentlemen, here we go.
How many overs left in the day? Can someone tell me?
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay, doesn't matter.
It's just time now.
It's time, you're right.
To 5:30.
So 5:30. So we shall see.
35 minutes. So Australia, sit there with your notepads and your pens. You can mark off the top order. Take it. Maybe start with this first 35 minutes.
Constas settles and waits, and we're just about ready for the action. It's going to be Jaden Seals, who batted for quite a long time. In fact, his 7 runs from 34 balls. He comes up with the first deliveries in and bowls to Constas, and Constas is back to a good delivery on the off stump. Ball that comes back at him, plays the ball up towards that mid-off area. There's no run. So this is an important period here. The West Indies looking for a couple of scalps. The Australians hoping that these two, very experienced Khawaja and the young buck, will just see it out and come back tomorrow. Hope the conditions are good and build on that slender but important lead of 33.
Yeah, bumped into Sam Constas this morning. In fact, he bumped into me. He walked up to me, and I wasn't sure. Like, he looked so tense in the last few days.
Okay.
It was good to see. He just walked up and had a very brief chat this morning.
Here is Seals to bowl to him into this delivery. Outside the off stump, he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
Yeah, when you're as young as he is, you wonder, right? Like, a couple of failures in Barbados, got runs and then got out playing a loose shot in the first innings. What kind of mindset he's in? But he seemed to be his usual self.
Okay. So what did he talk about? He just wanted to walk up. What did he want to talk about with you?
With me, it's generally about hair. Like, so I'm his hair mentor and fashion
You spoke about hair with him this morning.
Yeah, we always do. I'm in charge of his hair and soon to be his fashion guru as well.
Is he having a good hair day?
He's having a good hair day.
Okay, good.
No,
so he's going out there with complete confidence.
Correct.
Gentlemen, I hear you. Here's the delivery outside the off stump.
I hear you.
By to be taken by the keeper. That was quite cute.
And it was on cue as well. It was my hair wash day, as you now know.
Yeah.
You were duly informed this morning. It was hair wash day, so I might just push it, but I was on time.
Okay.
So it's his hair wash day as well, clearly, from what I saw this morning. So it's all good.
Very interesting conversation.
If your hair is looking good, things just work out for you.
Okay.
Bryce.
Yeah. You didn't know that, did you, Brycey?
I haven't. The hairdryer was on for a long time. I think he had to borrow some from other bedrooms. He burnt out motors of the hairdryer. It takes a while.
Here is Seals comes in, bowls the Constas. He's bowled! He's out! Bowled! And the young man fails again. And Grenada erupts. The West Indies have picked up a wicket. Well done to Jaden Seals.
Well, Australia erupts as well at the same time on Saturday morning. Well, we said the jury was out after he got out post getting a start in the first innings. He looks emotional right now, Sam Constas. You feel for him. He's staring into the distance, up towards the heavens. He doesn't want to look at that big screen for a replay because he was out playing on in the second innings in Barbados. He's out playing on in the second innings in Grenada, and this time, having not troubled the scorers, he's out.
Yeah,
and he looks quite shattered, to be honest, Bryce.
Yeah, he does. He went to play an angled bat shot. It was a ball way outside off stump. He went to half cut it, half back foot drive. It's an angled bat, 45 degrees. If you're imagining that, where the handle is down to the toe of the bat. And the ball that sort of skidded a bit, kept a bit low, Andrew, and he just dragged it onto the stumps.
Yeah.
Could very well have let it go.
Yeah, he could have, yeah. I think that's all part of the nervousness of the young batsman.
And I just saw Andrew McDonald, the head coach, was on the second floor balcony.
Right.
Immediately just go down to probably just console him, put an arm around the young man.
I think so.
He looked shattered. He really, I mean, he's got out cheaply in the series so far, but I've never seen him as shattered as he was just there.
Well, Green is the batsman, and here's Jaden Seals with his tail up as he comes in on his way to bowl to Green. Into this delivery, lifting ball. Is he caught? No.
Oh,
wow. Where did that come from? Went to the second step field. It might have gone in the bounce, but that was a good, sharp first delivery to get. Wow.
Well, Jaden Seals is fired up.
Well, it stood up off a length, didn't it, Bharat? Just back of a length, and he went to leave it, and it got big, and it followed him right back. Took the gloves.
Took the bat.
No doubt. Or bat.
Or the bat. And the top near the handle.
Just dropped short at second slip.
I think he just got lucky that it got the bottom part of the handle, that it went to ground.
Yeah. Justin Graves was the fielder there. 3 sips on the gully waiting. And Seals with a lot of support here. There's no question about that. The ground starts his run. 1 wicket down already. Comes in to bowl to Green. He's in and bowls to Green, and Green gets an outswing, allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper.
What an over.
Fine over.
He's fired up this boy.
He's
fired up.
Gee, what a great effort with Seals. Fired up in the over, gets the wicket, the breakthrough, and the West Indies are absolutely humming at the moment. The crowd, they are excited. They're on their feet. The bands are playing around. It is genuinely, the energy is all with the West Indies. The way they were able to withstand the tail and fight it out, to withstand the pressure that Australia were putting on them. And now they've got an early wicket, and they are away.
And he just charged down the pitch after that last delivery. Jaden Seals in his follow-through had a couple of words with Cam Green. He was bullied around by Mitchell Starc and the Australian fast bowlers towards the end. Starc in particular kept bouncing him and having words with him. Even needed treatment at one point.
What Shamar Joseph is going to bring now?
He's already got 39 wickets. He comes into bowl to Karaja into this delivery outside the off stump, and he plays it rather nervously into the ground.
Jittery.
Wow, very jittery there.
Well, we've just seen one opener player onto the stumps. Usman Khawaja, that didn't go close to his stumps, but that was a very nervous poke outside off stump.
Well described.
Just squared up, hopped in the air and poked the hands out.
So he settles again, examines the field carefully, as you would expect, a very aggressive field. 1 wicket down, already not a run on the board. Young batsman gone back in the pavilion for a duck. Here's Joseph. This is Shamar Joseph from the wicket. Comes in. Bowls to Karaja. This delivery is keeping low outside the line of the off stump. This pitch is playing 1 or 2 tricks here. That went through, and the keeper had difficulty. Lucky didn't go far behind him. What's going through the batsman's mind here?
I mean, what's going through the umpire's mind as well? Richard Kettleborough has had his hand over his mouth. That has shot through very low. And this is a new ball. Shea Hope had to get into an awkward position. And well, Roston Chase has a smile on his face. You don't say that very often.
Mr. Darren Sammy's animated. Yeah,
he always is. That you always say about him.
Well, the new ball often, if there's any vulnerabilities in the wicket, it exposes them because it's harder. The ball can skid.
He's in now and bowls to Karaja. This delivery is outside the off stump and allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That was nice, decent height as the keeper skips across in front of first slip to catch it.
That's moving away from the left-hander there, and all the bowlers for West Indies have shown that they can move the new ball around and been able to swing it in both directions, and we've seen swing early in that first innings. We've just seen the replay of Sam Constance.
That was wide.
Really wide ball. His back foot went to the leg side, and then he reached out with that angled bat. And
he hacked at it, didn't he?
Yeah.
Here's Joseph again. Comes up now on his way, bowls to Karaja's delivery. He's down the leg side. The keeper doesn't take it. Diving away to his right, the batsman being a left-hander, that's Hope. And it's a no ball as well.
And just back on Andrew McDonald, he's just come back up to the second floor balcony. So it's pretty clear. The moment Constance went in, you could see he just walked down.
Old school, it might be a different story, but I can guarantee you it will be about consoling.
He really did look, it's a big no ball.
Very big no ball, indeed.
He really did look completely shattered. I don't know. I don't know whether I saw a tear in his eye, but just the way he looked into the distance, he was...
Took a long time to come off as well. So 1 for 1. Joseph looking for another scalp as he comes up. Now he's in, and Karaja is on the back foot, clips the ball away fine. We'll get runs, we'll get one, may contemplate the second, a bit of a fumble, the return comes in, and they get two. Field and the boundary wasn't able to pick it up cleanly, and in the end, after a bit of hesitation for the second, they came back for it. They feel it back was square coming across the fine leg, so it's gone to 1 for 3 now. Karaja is off the mark, he's got 2.
They look nervy, they look edgy. This is not, I mean, we always say the cliche, not a good time to be a top order batter when it's just half an hour, 35 minutes to go. But just Australia overall, this top order continues to look so on the edge.
Samar Joseph again to Karaja, goes past the umpire, he's up in Boston, outside the off stump, he allows it to go by to be taken by the keeper. That was Bo with a bit of pace, 140 there. It was banged in outside the off stump, but just a bit too wide to influence the shot, taken by Hope.
Bit of an overreaction from Usman Khawaja as well, I thought, after he left that ball. So
he's trying to show the positivity even in a leave, which you can show your intent. But it was a ball that, as you said, $140, and he's getting through. He's getting into his work now.
When he turns,
it's looking a little gloomy as we go after 5 o'clock local.
Comes round the wicket, he's in Bosa Karaja, outside the land of the off stump, maybe on the off stump, just goes back and plays it carefully into the offside down to cover to end the over. 1 wicket gone, 3 runs on the board. That's the latest score in St. George's, Grenada.
So some feedback on the text. Yeah, look, it has. It is a great atmosphere. That's the first one. West Indies are definitely up and about.
Yeah, and you can just see that in the text line is blowing up.
Yeah.
Well, it's not Monday, but feels like the means test to me.
So it's going to be Seals to continue balls to Green. Green has turned the ball away in the onside down towards that square leg area for 1. It was on the leg stump that worked it neatly for 1. So he's off the mark now. And it's now 1 wicket down for 4 runs. What a day it has been, a day in which we saw some pretty decent batting from King, who got 75, Lorda rallying by the West Indies. Good work, of course, by the bowlers. And Land picking up 3 wickets. Good support from the fast bowlers. The West Indies 253 all out. Replying to 286 made by Australia. Batting the second time. The game going at a very fast clip. Australia already losing a wicket. They lead by 37 overall now. And Jaden Seals round the wicket to bowl to Karaja. He's up and bowls outside the off stump too wide to influence the shot. The batsman allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper.
It's also said Saturday morning, 7 a.m. A lot of people will be heading to the pub at some point today in Australia.
In the morning?
Not in the morning, at some point later today.
It's a bit early for most. But.
And you know, especially though the cricket-minded ones, you know what the discussion will be. It'll be all about Sam Constance. He's always in the news. He's just been around in Test cricket for 6-7 months.
Oh dear.
When he plays and when he doesn't play, when he scores and he doesn't score.
Here's Seals round the wicket, comes in, bowls the Karaja ball, which is popped off the pad. Maybe the top of the bat is difficult to tell from it. It was short of a length. There's no forward short leg. And the ball just dropped in that general direction. There is no run. So he must be under tremendous pressure, what this young man is going through. Huh?
He is, I mean, Test cricket is never easy.
No.
Especially when you start off as a teenager with all the attention and the hype around him. Everything he does is under scrutiny, or it's amplified, whether it's off the field, on the field. We've done it as well on our coverage. Pretty much from the day he made his debut.
Round the wicket again to bowl to Karaja. This delivery is down the leg side, just comes inside and allows the ball to go by to be taken by the keeper.
But the question, Bryce, is what more can we say?
Right.
I mean, we've spoken about his technique, we've spoken about how young he is, how he has been thrown into the deep end in many ways. But then it's after 4 dismissals now in this series. It's a technical flaw today again, but today wasn't just him defending. Today was him playing a shot when he was completely out of position to a ball which is so wide. It was different to the played on, or the way he played onto his stumps in the second innings in Barbados. That was while he was defending with that big gap.
Yep.
Here sees again, comes up now, bowls to go out to this delivery. Is rapping with the pads of the piece. Given like before. He's been given like before. Wow. Will he go upstairs? The West Indies are celebrating. It's now down to 9. Getting closer and closer. Will he go upstairs?
I don't think he is,
Will he go upstairs? He does. In the nick of time. We shall see.
Well, it's the only question is if he got himself outside off stump. And I do not think he did. That is the only question here. We've spoken about this a lot. Usman Khawaja, the way he's been going right across his stumps, making himself very vulnerable to that ball from right arm around the wicket that shaves back into him.
Bryce, what's your gut feeling?
I think he's in trouble.
You think he's in trouble?
Yeah, I really do, because he's protecting the ball because he has had a vulnerability on the outside edge, so he's trying to get outside the line.
That's
again exactly the same as what happened in the first innings.
Middle.
It was a full delivery, really full. This is knee roll, if not below, right at the middle stump. The reviews come, and he's in serious trouble here. I'm not sure that Cameron Green gave him too much at the non-strikers end. Here it is, the ball's coming in, the tracking is showing, it's hitting middle and leg.
He's out. The West Indies striking again. Late on the second day of the test match in the Spice Isle. And that man from the land of Calypso, Jaden Seal, strikes again. The Australians in a spot of honor. Listen to this. They're 2 wickets down for 4 runs.
Well, Usman Khawaja guilty of getting out the same way the third time in a row, but also guilty of ruining a DRS or just wasting one away on his way out. That looked out from the moment he was trapped in front. And Australia sending a night watcher in. Well, this is 19 minutes to go.
Wow.
So Nathan Lyon has just walked down the stairs from the Devon Smith Pavilion.
Yeah.
This is very interesting. 19 minutes, still a long time left.
There is a bit of time to go now.
Yeah. So there's 1 ball left in the over. I don't want to leave because I'm getting wickets, but I have to leave. And I'm going to ask Adam White to continue where I left off and get some wickets for the West Indies.
Oh, well, we'll see.
We shall see. I leave you. I'm certainly enjoying this afternoon in terms of what has happened. Jaden Seals has been the star. More from you. And then to take us to the close, it's going to be Adam.
Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you as ever. So, very interesting call from the Australian team management. I don't know how much of a role Steve Smith has played in this.
Well, the way it does happen is that they ask the batter and they say, do you want a night watchman? And clearly they've given it a nod. Steve Smith has said, yes, I'd like a night watchman. And they've deemed 15 minutes, well, whatever it is now, a little bit more than that, 18 minutes, to say he can get us through to stumps in 18 minutes. And that's Nathan Lyon going out there to join Cameron Green, who probably saw that as a plum dismissal, Whitey, and Usman, on his own urging, reviewed it.
Jaden Seals, last ball of the over, first one to Nathan Lyon. It's outside off stump and Lyon leaves. So that is the end of the over. Australia 2 for 4, a lead of 37. And there's no problems with the light for this last 17 minutes of play, because the sun is shining, and at the moment it's shining on the West Indies.
The lead is 37, and the top order, both openers back in the shed. West Indies having a very good day too.
Wow, indeed. And top order blues yet again. This is becoming quite a worry, a massive worry for Australia. We saw this at Lord's, and they said, well, it was the conditions, and it was not easy against Rabada and co. Barbados, the conditions were not easy. But here, well, it's good bowling, but, well, listen, all too familiar, this early loss of wickets.
Shamar Joseph bowling to Cameron Green, hit on the pad, did a little bit too much. Probably a little bit too high as well, with that ball coming back into the right-hander. Certainly had Cameron Green in a little bit of a muddle. His heart will be pumping out of his chest.
And Nathan Lyons as well, I can assure you. You've been a night watch.
But particularly Cameron Green here, because he's playing for his spot in the team potentially.
And
what an opportunity it is here.
Well, he's a jittery starter. The opportunity comes tomorrow. Now it is just survival, and he's just going to hang on here.
And that is when he's often at his worst, when he's just batting for survival.
That's right, but this is his time to stand up, Cameron Green. This really is his time to stand up. It's a great opportunity. 3 slips in a gully. Shamar Joseph bowls. Green leaves. That ball leaves the right-hander in the air.
And you wonder, does Marnus Labuschagne come back into contention for Jamaica? I mean, Sam Constas. But again, where do they bring him in? Do they bring him in as opener if they do? Or do they take a bigger call with Cam Green if he fails here?
Well, the selectors, the coach is urged for patience. The patience is starting to wear a little bit thin. Green waits, he's on 1. Shamar Joseph bowls. Green back and across, defending, full face of the bat, back to the bowler along the ground.
And while we speak a lot about the 2 youngsters in this lineup, Constas and Cam Green, that question that has hovered over Usman Khawaja since the home summer, does he have a problem against seam bowling? I'm asked it point blank to him in an interview in Barbados before the series. He said no, and he obviously was going to say no, but he also did just say, what about the 100 I made against Riley Meredith in Tasmania? And
Joseph again comes in past the umpire, bowls. It's outside off stump. Green leaves again. The ball gets to the keeper on the bounce.
And also the fact that he been the highest run getter for Australia in the last 2 World Test Championship cycles. But I think in a way you can argue, how much does that count for? It has to be current form, and the fact that he's been out LBW from that around the wicket angle in 3 straight innings. When you get to that age, it's about seeing a batter getting out the same way, isn't it, Bryce? That is concerning.
Joseph again, a bit wider on the crease. Bowls to Green, who plays nicely into the offside, gets a single up on his toes, pushing off the back foot to cover point. There's spots all over the field where you can get runs because they've got a very, very healthy looking cordon. But off the bat, I thought Green actually made better contact than he did. It got a little bit low on his grey nickels. So just the single, 2 for 5. Green 2, Lyon yet to score.
Just as an example, whether it's Rahul Dravid towards the end of his career when he started getting clean bowled by Ben Hilfenhaus, Virat Kohli this summer being nicked off over and over again.
1 ball here for Lyon to negotiate. Shamar Joseph bowls. Lyon's beaten outside the off stump.
That's fine.
Fending at that one.
Well, he's just holding a line, I think. I'm not sure he pushed at it, did he? He's there to survive.
Bryce has got a little more confidence in Nathan Lyon than I do after that delivery. 2 for 5. If you've just woken up and wanted to know what has happened today, it's fair to say a lot has happened today, and a lot has happened in the last 40 minutes. Australia batting a second time. Big trouble. Big trouble for the openers. Constas and Khawaja, the 2 Ks, they weren't the special Ks today. They're both out. Constas without scoring. Khawaja for 2. Constas chopping on for a duck. Khawaja LBW to Seals for 2. Earlier today, the West Indies made 253. So as it stands, Australia's lead is 38, 12 minutes from stumps. With Cameron Green to face Seals, who has 2 for 1. As an edge along the ground into the gully, there's no run. Pushing forward, not fully, but trying to get as forward as he can.
Real little milestone, as you said, an opportunity for Green, but it's a little milestone to go, I got through that scenario.
Definitely.
Getting through to stumps. So there are all those little things that help your growth and confidence in your ability. Nathan Lyon's come down and he's cleaning the crease at the striker's end. He is chewing time here. He's doing everything that he can that a night watchman needs to. What he does need to do is get on strike.
Seals again on the way. Past the umpire, bowls to Green, who's beaten by a beauty. Pushing forward, just missing the outside edge as it swung away from the bat through to the keeper. That was very, very close to the edge.
How about this spell from Jaden Seals? Yes, Constas failed and Usman Khawaja failed, but after the hammering he took from the Australian fast bowlers, he's charged up. He's really feeling it. You can see it in his body language, ball after ball. He's letting the Aussies know they're in for a fight. He's come with his gloves on.
Superb delivery. Pitched up, late movement away. Swing it was. Pitched and went even further.
Seals again. Bowls to Green, who clips it fine down towards fine leg. He'll get 4 for it. That'll give Green some confidence. 10 minutes now till stumps. Green to 6, Australia 2 for 9. Seals getting that one wrong.
That's exactly how he got off the mark at number 3. His first innings there at Lord's. When Rabada gave him a gift down the pads, he just clipped it for 4, and we thought, well, there you go. Cam Green made to bat at number 3. 2 balls later, he was out. And he's not made number 3 his own since. The 6th innings there.
Halfway through the over, Jaden Seals. In the late afternoon sunshine, he bowls to Green, who leaves. Tightish. Could probably leave that on length as much as anything. It was not going to hit the stumps.
Well, just texts are blowing up here. Everybody waking up to what's happened here in Grenada.
0433 98 11 16.
Someone says no name here. I don't think it's an overstatement to say that the opening few rounds of the 25-26 Sheffield Shield will be the most important and keenly watched. Good for the Sheffield Shield.
Oh, our favourite competition, Bharat.
Yes, it is.
2 for 9.
The nursery of champions.
Green taps away at the crease. Now hunches over. Seals bowls up on his toes. Green punches into point. No run. He doesn't really need to be playing at that shot, Cameron Green.
He's got to
playing at that ball.
He's got out to that shot a couple of times.
Yes, he probably can just leave that alone, I would have thought. 1 ball left in the over. 9 minutes of play remaining. Don't forget, after play, the new ball. Bharat and I will go through all the issues and the news of the day, the highlights, an interview with one of the Australian players after play. The new ball, thanks to Cobram Estate. Seals, last ball of the over, bowls to Green, who pushes forward with confidence, this time defending up to mid-off. He's got through the over as Cameron Green. 2 for 9. Green 6, Lyon yet to score. Khawaja out, Constas out. And they've got the night watchman out there, Nathan Lyon, trying to protect Smith, Head and Co. with 8 minutes to go. So I reckon 2 overs. It really should be 3, but I think it'll be 2. Action-packed day of Test cricket. As Andrew Mason comes in to finish things off here with me. He just took 2 wickets and he's back. He wants more.
Yeah, I do. Yes, indeed. And looking forward to Alzari Joseph.
Interesting that they've gone to Alzari here and not continued with Shamar.
Yeah, a bit surprised by that. But he's done pretty well. Bowled well in the first innings.
Still 8 minutes. Yes, hello everybody. Welcome to Grenada after 2 days of play here in the second test between the West Indies and Australia. We have a game on our hands. It's been an enthralling second day, which has seen the West Indies, well, they've put up a real fight. They made 253 in their first innings after Australia was dismissed at the end of yesterday for 286. But batting a second time, the Australians had 35 minutes to get through. They didn't get through successfully. They lost 2 wickets, with the wickets of Constas for a duck and Khawaja for 2. Green 6 not out, Lyon 2 not out. They'll resume tomorrow. Australia's lead just 45. It could have been better at times for the Australians after they started pretty well when the West Indies were struggling at 2 for 40 and then again 3 for 64 and maybe even 4 for 111. But valuable contributions that sort of well, they supported the efforts of Brandon King, who made 75 from just 108 balls, including 3 sixes and 8 fours. He was the mainstay, but with 40 from John Campbell opening the batting, 21 from Shea Hope, 29 from Shamar Joseph and 27 from Alzari Joseph, they're able to somehow get their way to 253 dismissed in the 74th over. Sundaresan, who has been down talking to the Australians, he'll join us after the break.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
SEN is always your number one home for everything in sport. From expert analysis, including the latest news, and of course all your favourite live sporting action, there's no better place. But if you're looking for even more of SEN's expert analysis to help you stay up to date, why not subscribe to SEN YouTube? Watch all the latest videos from your favourite SEN shows that'll keep you informed on what's happening in sport. Visit youtube.com, search for SEN and subscribe today.
The Matildas are back on SEN. Hear all the action live as the Australians take on Panama live this afternoon on the SEN app.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. They're flipping tipping on its head by turning you into an expert tipster. It's so easy. Just make your free account so punters can follow you, submit your tips whenever you're ready, and if your tip pays off, you'll earn a payout. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
There's more for you at Victoria Police. The freedom to go on more holidays with a job that gives you 9 weeks annual leave. More connection with your community, where you'll make a difference every day. The chance to meet more people, where workmates become your best mates. More opportunity for change with hundreds of career choices. You can have all of this and more with a career at Victoria Police. Search Police Careers. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Are you ready to kickstart your career? Choices Flooring is offering paid training for new flooring installers. A Choices Flooring apprenticeship pays you an income while you complete your accreditation in one of Australia's highest paid trades. Work alongside experienced flooring professionals and earn while you learn. At Choices Flooring, our Certificate 3 apprenticeships cover both residential and commercial floor covering installation. To join the team, simply visit choicesflooring.com.
Cobram
Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Adam White and Bharat Sundaresan with you from Grenada after day 2. Let's start. Our first ball, Bharat, will be the 35 minutes to stumps, the half hour of power. We knew it was going to be dramatic. Perhaps not as dramatic as it was. The Australians losing both openers, Sam Constas and Usman Khawaja. Nathan Lyon coming out and wasting time at stumps to make sure there wasn't an extra over bowled. Jaden Seals taking both wickets. That's a sort of a summary of what took place with Australia 2 for 12 in that 35 minutes. Pretty chaotic.
It felt like it took Nathan Lyon to walk out there and show how it's done. I mean, make sure that the play gets dragged on. I'm sure he did cop a painful blow, and we were not too far from him as he walked off. He still seemed to be grimacing, but it took 7 or 8 minutes clearly.
I think he's going to get a Logie for his efforts.
Yeah, that was good.
It was good acting.
Yeah, very well done. I mean, on a day he took 3 wickets, and it was a bizarre day till that point, but I don't know, you just saw it coming. Once the West Indies dragged their first innings to a point where it was just 35 minutes left, you just couldn't see a scenario, and I think that's just a case of I wouldn't say losing trust in the Australian top order, or just the lack of confidence in this Australian top order from, I don't know how the dressing room feels about it. If you are Travis Head, he was sat there with his pads on, I just saw. But it's been happening for a while now. And if you just leave out the Constas outlier of an innings at the MCG, even there he didn't get a go and get a big 100, but that was the only time they had a partnership, right? Khawaja and Sam Constas. And apart from that, it's in conditions, leave out the 2 test matches in Sri Lanka. Australia have just not got off to a start.
No, they haven't. We'll park the Sam Constas discussion until after the break, but just as a general feel, and probably more the Usman Khawaja discussion. I mean, we've been saying the same things now for nearly 2 weeks because they keep getting out similarly. They certainly keep getting out cheaply, although Uzi had one reasonable innings at Kensington Oval. But it's the way that he's getting out. And what's happening now is that the opposition, they know that the top order are fragile. So even the way the West Indies tail were able to push it out. So rather than it being a 90-minute, it's a bit more relaxed, we'll try and get to 50 without loss at stumps, to be able to push it out to make it a 35-minute little burst, that gives a lot more energy to the bowlers for the West Indies because they know they've only got 35 minutes. They know the Australians don't want to be out there. So it was quite good the way they're able to push it out to put more pressure on the Australians.
Oh, very much so. And full credit to them. And how about that spell from Jaden Seals? He looked like he could have got a couple more wickets as well. He had Cam Green in all sorts of trouble. Just that one ball that drifted down leg side and he clipped him for 4. But he beat the bat a lot. And that ball that rose at Cameron Green caught the handle of his bat, just fell short of the slip region. But from an Australian perspective, I don't know what the bigger concern is, really. Is it Sam Constas or Usman Khawaja?
It's kind of changing, isn't it, a bit?
It is. I mean,
or it's at least balancing up.
It is. Cam Green we can park till tomorrow because he's still out there. But with Khawaja and Constas, and the fact that one is 19, one is 38, so one is double the age of the other, one is half the age of the other. In the near future, anyway, in the immediate future, I don't know who is the bigger concern. And maybe we start with Usman Khawaja. Well, throughout the home summer, the one ball that really troubled him, and many times he got out too, was that ball which just holds its line from around the wicket from a right armer, where he was just reaching out. He's on the hop quite often, so he plays back. I mean, he used to have that forward press for the large parts of his career when he was scoring runs. It feels like the forward press is gone. He was never a big front foot strider. He was never a Bo Webster who gets a big stride out and back defends it right in front under his nose. But he's always been someone who plays it late or plays it off from his crease. But he seems to have lost that forward press, or he doesn't kind of maybe pick the length the way he used to. So often what was happening was he was getting into that hop and then reaching out at deliveries which are on fifth stump. And that's how he got out in both innings at Lord's. And he comes here, he gets a very similar nick, is dropped by Roston Chase. And then you can see he clearly has started moving a lot more further across in his setup, in his trigger, which means that he's so susceptible to the LBW. The moment the ball just jags in, like it did over there in Barbados, like it did yesterday, like it did again today. And today was probably the most disappointing of the lot because it was a really full ball and it was hitting middle stump. He reviewed it and that was a last second review.
It was
as well.
desperation.
Andrew Mason was counting it down beautifully and Cam Green probably pushed him into it, and it was a bad review. It was a really bad review. When you see the ball hitting middle stump, it's never a good review. But I think it's just the positions he's getting into, and then what do you do? I mean, you're right. I mean, now you know how bowlers are going to bowl at him.
And this is the problem, Bharat. They now know, bowlers around the world now know what they've got to do. So Khawaja's got to respond to this. It's not like he's just getting out, getting himself out playing a sloppy shot. This is a technical flaw that has been found out by the opposition, and this isn't in the plans for the Australian selectors. Khawaja was the one that was meant to go on to the Ashes as the mainstay at the top, and they had to find someone to bat with Khawaja. Now the conversations, as I said, it's balancing up that, okay, Constas is another conundrum, which we'll get to shortly, but in a way this is a bigger issue because they need a very good experienced opener to take on England in the Ashes.
He's the anchor.
That's right,
he's the
is.
anchor. So, and not to forget, he started opening the batting regularly only 3.5 years ago, after he came back during the last Ashes. And once David Warner left, and there were periods where he'd become the senior opener when David Warner was having his issues against Broad and co, or even after that. But then by the time Warner went, it was a case of who will partner Khawaja. And yes, I mean, he did get runs during that period. And yes, he did get runs in Sri Lanka in very different conditions. But yeah, and the issue is, and I used this comparison earlier, whether it's Rahul Dravid or Ricky Ponting towards the end of his career, Virat Kohli very recently, is when you are in your late 30s, when you are at that stage of your career where you can sort of see the finish line, can you at that point make big technical changes? And that's what it'll require. I mean, he'll need a technical alteration for sure, whether it means he's saying more side on or whether he's doing something else to not become so susceptible, to not be so vulnerable to that ball coming back in, and get trapped in front.
So the three players you mentioned, Dravid, Ponting, and also Kohli, towards the end of their careers, they kept getting out the same way.
Yeah.
Because it was so ingrained the way they played, and when they couldn't play it the way they wanted to play, the end came quickly, probably a lot quicker than we all expected on at least Ponting and also Dravid. So yeah, it's a worry because I don't think anyone has the answer now. What do the selectors do?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've spoken a lot about Constas, and we will speak about him like we always do. And okay, maybe he's not ready. Go back to the more the ones tried and tested ones in Marcus Harris or Cam Bancroft, or bring in someone like Henry Hunt or Jake Weatherall, or bring back Nathan McSweeney. But that is for Constas. What do you do with Usman Khawaja? Because I don't think Marcus Harris and Cam Bancroft have the level of test experience to replace him. You are looking at them still as someone who can partner Usman Khawaja. Are you looking for a completely new opening partnership?
I think now you're starting to look at Bancroft or Harris as the senior opener with a younger opener as well. So I don't know. I don't think there is an answer. We'll take a break, come back with more. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil, and we will talk about Constas, but probably go from a different angle. Back with more after this.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN sync button on the SEN app.
Game 1 was the Blues.
New South Wales off to a flyer.
Game 2, the Maroons.
Puts it over, Hammer gets the try, and it's all Queensland.
Now it all comes down to the decider.
Game on.
Tune in to Origin Live on SEN as we bring you all the live action of Game 3.
Too good. Came down and got it.
Origin, the decider, live. July 9 on Origin Live. SEN, your home of sport.
The SEN app is now compatible with Apple Watch, so you can listen on the go, anywhere, anytime. Download it today.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is now the official apparel supplier for KFC Big Bash and Weber Women's Big Bash Leagues. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same opportunity, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by July 17 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water. From irrigation and filtration to pumping and lawn care essentials, Nutrient Water has you covered. For the best water management solutions, your local Nutrient Water store has the solutions to help everything grow better. Order online at nutrientwaterstore.com.au or find a store near you. Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
Everything grows better with Nutrient Water.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
Yes, it is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Network audiences, you're about to leave us for racing programming, but for everyone else, you can continue listening to the new ball on SEN Fanatic and the SEN app. So join us there after this next segment. Just on Sam Constas, we'll continue the discussion after the break. Just with where he's at mentally at the moment. You can't help but feel for the kid playing on in both innings. He got going a little bit in innings one. Today, feet all over the place, chops on. If you're in good form, that doesn't go back onto the stumps and he has a bit of a heart moment and then gets going again. But you talked about when he left the field, he cut a forlorn figure.
He was so shattered. He was just looking. I mean, for the first time since his test debut, he looked like a 19-year-old. He looked like a 19-year-old who just had the worst day in school. And yeah, look, he played on in the second innings, like you said, in Barbados, but that was different. That was him trying to defend or push from a defensive position. Today was just a terrible shot. It was a nervous shot. It was just a hack at a ball which is so wide of off stump, and that it came back quite a bit to hit his stumps. So, and we've known that he's had that issue against the incoming ball, but today was just a bad shot. And well, he played a not very clever shot in the first innings as well when he chased the wide one after Khawaja had got out the previous over.
All right, how they handle him, we'll discuss that next because he's pretty low on confidence, it's fair to say. It is the new ball for Cobram Estate. More balls to come right after this from Grenada. It is Australia and it is the West Indies.
You're listening to SEN, your home of sport.
Good morning, I'm Mark Braybrook with SEN News. The West Indies has launched a fight back late on day 2 of the second cricket test after another Australian top order batting collapse. After the tail wagged to get the Windies to within 33 runs, Australia lost Sam Constas for a duck and Usman Khawaja for 2 to finish the day at 2 for 12, a lead of 45. Cameron Green is 6, Nathan Lyon 2. A number of people have been arrested after separate attacks on a synagogue and an Israeli restaurant in Melbourne were targeted in anti-Semitic attacks overnight. The first incident occurred in East Melbourne, where accelerant was thrown over the door to a synagogue. 7 News reporter Kirsty Mayev says half an hour later, 20 masked pro-Palestinian protesters stormed a restaurant in the city.
It's alleged that they threw chairs, furniture, food, even glasses at the front door and the windows, while diners were peacefully eating inside. It's alleged they then stormed through the restaurant, overturning tables, forcing diners to scramble to safety, and it's alleged they were chanting death to the IDF. Now,
4 women have been arrested after a random check on the luggage of 2 teenagers returning from Canada at Brisbane International Airport allegedly uncovered 30 kilos of cocaine. Meantime, police have established a crime scene after the discovery of 2 bodies in a house on the Sunshine Coast. The discoveries were made following a welfare check. A manhunt continues in Western Australia after a man removed his electronic monitoring device over a week ago, leaving police unable to trace him. sen.com.au Sport next.
All the big games called by all the big names. Your home of sport, SEN.
Australia's Jordan Thompson is through to the second week at Wimbledon for the first time in his career after a 4-set win over Italian Luciano Dadiri in the third round. The pressure is mounting on Michael Voss at Carlton as the Blues suffered another loss, beaten 56 points by Collingwood. In Perth, the Giants beat the Eagles by 59. And Lando Norris has set the fastest time on day 1 of practice for the British Formula One.
The SEN app. Download it today and never miss a moment of your favourite show, streaming live anywhere, anytime.
SEN is always your number 1 home for everything in sport. From expert analysis, including the latest news, and of course, all your favourite live sporting action, SEN is there. But if there's something you've missed, or you just want to hear it again, you can catch up on the SEN app. It's where you'll discover podcasts of all your favourite shows and interviews. And that means you'll never miss a moment again. Download the SEN app and listen back today.
The Matildas are back on SEN. Hear all the action live as the Australians take on Panama live this afternoon on the SEN app.
Heading to the footy this season? Bring your headphones and listen live on SEN Stadium on the SEN app.
Subscribe to SEN on YouTube and watch all your favourite shows from inside the studio.
Partly cloudy today for Melbourne with a top of 16 degrees, partly cloudy in Brisbane with a top of 23 and partly cloudy for Sydney with a top of 19. And SEN is your home of both AFL and NRL live on the SEN app.
Cobram Estate, Australia's most awarded extra virgin olive oil. Grown, harvested and first cold pressed in northern Victoria. On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
It is the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. Adam White and Sundaresan with you. We were talking before the break about Sam Constas, just how he must be feeling at the moment. He looked totally shattered when he came off the field. What do they do? Do they sit down and do they ask him if he wants to play the third test? Do they keep with that company line from the start? Everyone has to be patient. We're wanting to... This is a long-term investment in Sam Constas. How do they find a way? Because one of his biggest positives is his confidence.
Yeah, extreme self-confidence. I bumped into him a few times at Lord's, and he was just ready before the test to play. He was really itching to get a hit once he came here in Barbados. He was like waiting for that main session, and then he had the main session down on the south coast there. But yeah, I mean, he's got a lot of self-confidence. It was interesting to see what happened right after. So we described Sam Constas's body language, or the way he looked as he walked off. But then Andrew McDonald, who was sitting at the second floor balcony, which I mentioned a few times during our coverage, which is right above the dressing room, he was sat there with the rest of the coaches, and he saw what we saw. Like, he had the same angle, or similar angle in terms of where he was sat, and he immediately walked downstairs to the dressing room around the time Constas would have just walked into the dressing room, and he, I don't know, maybe he just had put an arm around him. I don't know, but in 4 or 5 minutes he was back upstairs. So maybe it was just that. Maybe he was just asking him whether he was feeling okay or whether he was okay, because I think he still gets the third test. I mean, I can't see a scenario where...
Yeah, I think he should get the third test.
No, and there's no way he doesn't get the third test. I mean, the argument will also be he did get a start in the first innings. The result of this test match could play a role as well.
Well, that's true too.
No, I mean, if they lose to West Indies, they did lose 2 test matches ago at the Gabba, but if they lose to West Indies and it's a decider with the pink ball in Kingston, which is even more alien than playing a test match here, pink ball under lights at Kingston, who knows what will happen at the Sabina Park.
Pink Duke, that might swing around corners.
Exactly. So I think that could play a role. If Australia win it from here, then probably they go, look, it's yes, WTC points matter, but the series has been won. We'll stick with it. We'll stay patient. But what happens if they lose? I think that could have a big bearing on what happens to Constas and others as well in this team.
They've got to hold the line. This was always a fact-finding mission, so they've got to stick with what they went with at the start. And whether it was the right or wrong thing to do at the start is irrelevant. You've got to stick with them and give them a chance, because I was critical of the fact they didn't give Nathan McSweeney enough of an opportunity, so they can't do it to another player and potentially cook them.
And also, there is no other opener in this squad. So either they say, no, we bring Manas back as an opener, which in the long term wouldn't make a lot of sense, unless they see him as the guy who replaces Usman Khawaja. And Manas as an opener didn't work out, even though he faced 50 and 60 balls at Lord's. So, and because Josh Inglis is the only other reserve batter in the mix, so they don't have an opener to pick from here either. So I can't see a scenario where he's dropped, regardless of the result.
All right, that's ball 2. Ball 3 now. Let's whiz through a few, because we want to get to Josh Hazlewood, who you chatted to a short time ago. That catch from Pat Cummins, where does that sit in catches that you've seen live, just through degree of difficulty, athleticism, the ability to get his fingers under the ball, all those sorts of things? Where does it sit for you?
We've been fortunate to follow Pat Cummins around the world, watch him do some freakish things with the ball, with the bat, and in the field. Till today, I thought one of the best cotton balls I've ever seen from a fast bowler was Pat Cummins in Lahore at a time when that test match was drifting away from Australia, or drifting into obscurity, felt like another dull draw, and that turned that game around. But that is still, I saw what he did today. I mean, the difficulty level is difficult to explain. You just have to watch that replay over and over again, because this is a fast bowler steaming in on a hot and humid day. Nothing really was happening. This was in the middle of a spell. And to then break his follow-through run diagonally in the opposite direction towards almost a short leg or silly mid-on position, then put in the dive, and then grab the ball and then slide all the way till almost where a short leg would have been. It's just something extraordinary. I mean, it's just out of this world what he was able to do. And just hearing myself describe that catch, I'm going, wow, how did he do that? It was just remarkable. And he is a freak cricketer. I mean, we generally associate freaks with, or like the expression freak cricketer for someone like Glenn Maxwell, who does freakish things. But Pat Cummins is equally freakish. I mean, we obviously... Then he also showed what he can do with the ball, with the setup for Shea Hope, and the way he knocked him out after he was well set. But that catch is the best cotton ball I've ever seen live or on TV by a fast bowler.
And I was calling at the time and I said exactly what you said. How did he do that? Because it was, as you say, when he's running in as fast as he is, and then you deliver the ball and you follow through, you run off to the offside.
The other side.
He had to then veer almost 90 degrees to get himself back to the other side of the pitch and then dive and catch it with one hand above the turf. It was something very, very special. Okay, ball four, just your overall thoughts on the Australian bowling performance. It was solid, but nothing breathtaking. I mean, there was a good spell from Pat Cummins. Josh Hazlewood started well, but I'm interested in your thoughts on outside of that. There's a bit of vanilla, a bit of...
Yeah, the bowling in Barbados was sensational, right?
In the second innings.
Second innings. Even in the first innings, the way they started before the Hope and Chase partnership was brilliant that first evening. But you're right. I mean, they had patches, but you expect that from this group, right? We've already called them the greatest quartet to ever play Test cricket. So you expect them to find ways of getting batters out like Pat Cummins did, or like Nathan Lyon did when Brandon Keogh was batting with a ball that bounced into a sharp catch from Alex Carey. But yeah, I mean, maybe the pitch played a role in it as well. You will hear Josh Hazlewood talk about the pitch a little later on, but it didn't have the same kind of pace or bite, and especially after the ball got to around the 30 over mark, the ball wasn't really going through. There were a few balls that kept low, so it was, to use that beautiful Australian expression, a day of hard yakka. And I think they stuck with it, but credit to the West Indies. I think, we've spoken a lot about Australia, but this was probably overall West Indies' best day in this series so far. I mean, we've seen them be exceptional with the ball in periods, but then the batters would let them down. But today, even though there were a couple of mini collapses, I thought the batters really showed the kind of application you need in Test cricket. A couple of them in the top and middle order, and definitely the tail, the two Josephs. And even though they didn't put on a big score, I thought Jaden Seals and Anderson Phillip really were responsible for what happened late in the day with the 2 wickets falling. Jaden Seals, the spell that he bowled to get rid of Constis and Khawaja, and he could easily have had Cam Green out as well. So full credit to the West Indies. I think it was a day where they dragged themselves back into context. We all thought 286 is such a big score that they won't get close in Australia, even though they're not batting really well. We'll get a sizable first innings lead and then dictate terms. Well, right now it's game on. West Indies are as much in it as Australia are.
So that takes us to ball five, which was the West Indian batting display. And it was led by a man that we know as a white ball player, probably a T20 player in Brandon King, but he faced over 100 balls, got 75. So we still saw the shots we see from him in white ball cricket, but we also saw some real application and a pretty solid technique when he came forward, bat and pad close together. John Campbell, terrible out, but outside of that out, he did pretty well to get to 40 as well in pretty quick time against the bowlers when they were at their best. So there was a bit there to like. You talked about the late order partnerships, but it shows that it's there. There is something for the West Indies to hold on to.
King in particular, he walks out to bat right after that amazing cotton bowl that we just described of Pat Cummins of KC Carty, and Pat Cummins was all over him. He barely laid bat on ball in that spell. He was either shaping in or leaving him, or shaping in and he was late on balls. He was getting into awkward positions, but that's Test cricket. He gritted out, and we're speaking a lot about Constance and Green and everybody else, but that is Test cricket. How do you survive those tricky periods, really difficult spells? And when it's someone like Pat Cummins, you really need to be on top of your game. It wasn't pretty, it was ugly, but he got through it, and then he started playing some really positive shots. The cut shots, the three of them, two of Josh Hazlewood and the Richie Richardson style uppercut from off Mitchell Starc really stood out. And then after the break, he never let Nathan Lyon settle. He hit him over his head just before the lunch break, then hit him for 2 sixes over the straight field, over long off, or long on. And I thought it was just a really good test match batting, where he didn't change his, you often hear, right, he's just playing his game. He's playing his natural game. Brandon King did play his natural game, but after he'd earned the right to play his natural game. And I thought that was very good to see from him. A little disappointed that he didn't get 100 because he looked well on target for that. Again, that's where you credit Pat Cummins for breaking that partnership, getting rid of Shea Hope. And then the Josephs, Shamar, even what he did just before the tea break, the fact that he said, okay, I'm going to see out this period of play. He was 9 of 16. This after he smashed 44 of 22 last week. So he said, I'm going to wait it out, because Alzari was showing some application at the other end as well. And the fact that Alzari Joseph hooked Pat Cummins for 6, and Shamar Joseph, as he seems to do, hit Nathan Lyon for a 6 over deep mid wicket, and then also inside out over the cover region, was really good. But even then, once they come back from the break and Alzari Joseph is dismissed, holding out of Nathan Lyon, you thought Australia will polish off the tail and they'll get a good chunk of time to bat tonight. But they just dragged it out and made it much more uncomfortable for the Australian top order, with just 35 minutes in there, nothing really to gain. And that's when wickets fall, and that's when wickets fell.
That's when wickets fell, 2 of them, Khawaja and Constas. We'll take a break on the new ball for Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. We'll hear from Josh Hazlewood next, and we'll also get the 6th ball, and it's about a dog.
Sync up SEN's commentary with your TV for footy this season. Hit the SEN Sync button on the SEN app.
This AFL season, catch every goal with the zero latency radio stream on your mobile phone. On the SEN app, click on SEN Stadium to hear the broadcast play-by-play with no delay.
Can you feel it? This is the most beautiful game in the world.
Each exciting moment of the game in real-time commentary. Play-by-play, no delay, live commentary.
Kicked it like a true champion.
Be there and never miss a moment. SEN Stadium, a fan experience like no other.
Round 17 on AFL Nation. Isaac Heaney and the Swans take on Luke Jackson and the Dockers live tomorrow on your home of sport, SEN.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit Gambling Help on